say, good opportunity. I want to talk about Cruz as an IGL, because he's generally done a lot of it in the past, you know, and then last year it was kind of bounced around between some of the different players on Talent. Talent tried to go with Lenny to start this year, didn't seem to really fit the way they wanted it to. I like Cruz. You know, Frost has talked about it in some of his interviews that Cruz is a great leader. Totally agree. Cruz has so much natural personality and charisma and things like that. And also, sometimes, you know, I don't know how it's good. It doesn't really fit his style when he's on an initiator here, but he's kind of one of those players who's happy to lurk. He's happy to kind of call for the rest of the team and then kind of do his own thing. So I'm curious to see if we'll see any of that kind of style from Cruz. But back in the day when he used to play on Jersha, you know, he played KO sometimes. Yes. Exactly, or controller, right? So he can flex around a little bit and still have a ton of impact.
I mean, that's definitely what I remember the most from Cruz. A little bit of shout-outs to some Thai streamers, Boomer Alpha as well. Yeah, Cruz has definitely been one of the highest IQ players that we have in Pacific. Not always given the moments to shine, though. I think that's one of the things that kind of surprised us at times. But back on Zersha, he was that guy to clutch things out, especially, or make some interesting calls as well.
Yeah, and already kind of looking at how the teams are setting themselves up. Darion now, as I kind of suspected, moving over to that Sentinel role. This is kind of one of the easier shifts that you see with duelists who are being asked to try a different agent type, and it is going to be him on the Killjoy on C, and he's all alone versus potentially a 3-stack, so already some pressure going to be put down onto him. Let's see if Bleed can do anything.
Starting things off, I mean, just trying to get the early mound control. Maybe a little bit more space pushing in. Yeah. We can see the movements coming through, calling in for reinforcements from Ban.
Yeah, now Bleed going to be on the raise, as we saw in the pre-match interview with Legia. He will be playing Duelist all day, and on Lotus. You know, I can see some teams thinking about a Jet on this map, but certainly Raze the more preferred Duelist for a whole bunch of reasons, especially with so many corners to clear, and you got those extra paint shells.
Paint shells are, I think, one of the biggest factors too, especially if you're on the defensive side coming into Rumble. But another big question that's on all of our minds right now is El Diablo back?
I hope
so.
So.
Duelist role
I truly hope so. I mean, that would be just so much fun to see him back in his element. Look at how close Governor is here.
Right,
he backed off. Yeah.
A little bit of early information, a little utility trade.
Yeah, Bleed being really diligent to start.
It takes a lot of time, though. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not, you know, kind of going hyper aggressive. They're clearing utility. They're trying to work the map a bit. Make sure the talent is spread out for this hit. I do too. I really like it.
Playing for the long game. Now we head into the site. A bit of a self-explosion. Not too bad. He did get secure the kill on serve. The rest of the team, though, trying to still look for the entry, opening up the doors. They're running out of time. 10 seconds left. We've got to make a move, fellas.
I think Talent needs to try to contest this as much as they can.
All right, 5 seconds. 2. Spike finally going down, but at what cost? Zest is the last one alive and has to clutch this one out. Only got a ghost in his hands. His teammates have completely fallen. Heads has been spotted. They're all trying to toss in some right clicks. If he can get a headshot onto Cruz, that would be it. Oh, and he does! Flicks upwards 90 degrees. Cruz tried to go for the hop despite Zest being 12 HP, not landing a single pellet.
What a start for Zest here in his return back to VCT Pacific. A 3K clutch. He's good. I think a lot of people are, you know, they understand that. A lot of the talk I see on social media and the like is that, you know, Zest is a really good player. They're right. Like, he is one of my all-time favorite players to watch. Look at that, the fist bump, big smile from him. You don't usually see that much emotion out of Zest. He is generally pretty even-keeled.
So impact already felt since round 1. And it just fits really well into the entire Bleed playstyle. If Scary is shot calling as well, this is really interesting. They're playing for that long game, getting a feel, getting an idea for how Talon have their defenses set up across the entire map.
Yeah, and they're really making sure they take their time here against this eco. It is all classics for the side of Talon, and a pretty hefty investment for Bleed. 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal for Zest. I guess Zest gets the hero rifle since he was the hero of the round. And yeah, it's really, and this is no pun intended, scary to think about going up against this Bleed team in clutches. I mean, Zest has always been good again at international events. He's been really powerful in those situations. Scary is scary. That's just
No,
he
that's
is,
scary.
he is a clutch god. And Ye, you have to think that he's got something in the tank still, no doubt. Darion has been very, very good on Duelist, so certainly on Killjoy, you expect him to be strong. I mean, Retla's the only real kind of question mark for me, but you know, you're probably a little bit more familiar with his game than I am, having seen him in the MGS SY.
Yeah. He's still able to pull off some of these moments as well. The entire team is definitely capable. And as a team, as a whole, BieL, you know, having the influence from Lakia as a coach, I think that's one of the biggest things that they do as well. That's why they take so much time, because they're very careful, very decisive as to how they want to approach the map. You know, they don't go in blindly. They don't go in for these just full-on set plays and executes without doing their due diligence. So, of course, pissed around going their way. A lot of space being taken, a lot of space being granted by Talon right now as well. But as we move over into the third round, the full buy coming up, only one rifle lost. Both sides are going to have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, you get to keep all those Bulldogs in the Vandal here. Retla having some pretty big impact in this anti-eco with 3 kills of his own. But, yeah, I mean, they're taking their time feeling things out, and then they're able to get pretty deep, cut off those angles from the rotates towards spawn. Don't really give those classics much opportunity to do much. Now, Governor trying to contest the front of 8. We've seen this a lot yesterday on this map, where teams want to make sure that they take control of Rubble. Ooh, ban though.
Fantastic. Great way to start things off. I think that's something that Talon's been looking for a while now, especially with Governor trying to push out. They want that opening pick to disrupt BieL's plans. Wow.
Yep.
Overpeaks a little bit too much. Darren punishes him.
Cruz is going to regress. Wow. Wow.
Does it alone too. Darren just comes back and gives him the old 1-2.
That's amazing. And now you give yourself a man advantage as BieL off of that double kill. I don't mind the idea there from Cruz. It's just Darion. You know, we know he's very cracked. Like, we've seen it. So, not missing a beat here on this Killjoy. Now the toxic screen goes up, util comes out, and an open A site awaits BieL if they kind of just keep making their way forward.
Very uncomfortable to be in Talon's shoes right now. I mean, you're just playing on defense, you're sitting down. BieL not making a single peep, not a single sound across the map. Only down to the last minute, last 40 seconds is when they start to go up. And if you're Talon at that point, I mean, you just have to catch up and go in for the retakes. I think that's why Ban starts to peek out a little bit as well.
Placing sentry.
No doubt. This is going to be pretty challenging already with your decision-making as Talon. I mean, I think you just save here. Because of the money, because you have to go all the way across the map, they have, you know, the complete freedom to set up however they want in their post plants. I wouldn't mess with this. I'd call for the save too. I think this is 100% the right decision. It's unfortunate, but you kind of had to gamble after losing that early man, and like you said, not much being given by BieL in terms of information. So well handled here by the side of BieL, and you know, again, Talon, rough situation, but can't fault them.
It's a little bit of an adjustment period, I think. Mathematically, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Talon to save up, play the long game. I will say Governor is 1 point away from his showstopper, so that could be something that they will use in the next round to try to sneak around away from BieL. But at the same time, BieL being a very versatile team, although they are playing slow right now, I would not be surprised if they suddenly decide to go in fast and heavy.
Looks like it with the way they're set up. This one looks like they might be expecting that contest towards the front of A. You know, Governor's been diving in ahead of the rocks there, and so they might be trying to set up for some kind of counterplay. But this time, we don't see Governor on that side of the map. There's a 3-stack over towards Mound, actually. So yeah, they're just jumping right in, clear that space, and kind of be probably a little bit happy that they're not getting much contact early. Just how well can Van and Surf hold this down?
It's just a game of strats. I mean, you're absolutely right, Paperton, with the fact that they're trying to contest Rubble. Now they've gotten a little bit more space. And 8-hit is certainly underway. And look at how patient they are with this as well. Talon feeling unsettled, they push out, they peek out, they get a player taken down. Off of that, the paint shells have been committed. Cruz coming back in for a bit of a trade though. Serve now holding his ground. Some shots going through though, and it's gonna be Ye who steps up forward. Jit Boys takes him down. Strata steps away into safety. Retla will be able to catch him though. And as the skirmish starts to settle, you've got a player coming up from behind Governor. might just be in for a big opportunity. Not unless Retla snuffs it out, though. Spike should be planted pretty soon.
It feels like Retla might have a read on this. They know the Showstopper is going to be online as well, so they're trying to spread out and see if they can play for a trade.
Spike planted.
And I think Retla's got this red.
Angles. Tries to watch for the top. Spots Retla. That's the first. Paint Chalice to clear out back. Goes in for the Showstopper. The animations. He's got stuck in it, and Scary will be able to burst him down mid-flight. 4-0 to start for BieL.
That's a nice attempt by Governor to sneak underneath the noses there, to follow that left-hand side wall. Retla, it took a little bit longer, so Retla kind of thought, okay, maybe he's actually coming from spawn. But yeah, the animations there took a little bit longer than you would like if you're a Raze player. Let's put it that way.
Unfortunate.
That's kind of the thing about Raze is the timings, like the internal timings with her utility is a little bit tricky to learn. Even for the best of the best, sometimes it doesn't quite come out, in the way that you want, right? Like you want to be as fast and furious as possible.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is there. That's why he went in for the satchel peek, but Showstopper is what it is. Bleed off of that round. Previously they were a little bit more decisive into A, now taking things slow again, anticipating pushes out from Talon. Talon's gonna have to learn their lesson pretty soon that you can't go in for some of these one-on-one duels against Bleed and walk away for free.
Certainly, you're absolutely right. It has been mostly going Bleed's way in some of those trades. So far, Talon on a weaker buy. Shorty for Cruz, Shorty for Jit Boys, trying to hold this angle. Darion ready for it, just barely gets away with it.
Decent punch coming up from Jit Boys, but that's the site lost. The rest of them are gonna have to retake. They've got some Shorties, some Sheriffs. But yeah, it's definitely not a fight that gives you an advantage. Paint Shell just to try to deter the plant for the time being.
30 seconds left.
Shorty off-angle positions, but easily dealt with by Scary. Incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed looks clean in their individual mechanics, that's for sure. Elbow poking out, trying to find some damage, but use some utility to keep that at bay is Zest, and gonna hold their angles. Ooh, the wallbang though from Serve.
Good angle. Burst, unfortunately, not favoring Ye in that moment. But still, so far so good for Bleed. Talon just trying to take whatever they can get, but pretty soon just gonna have to die to the spike right now.
Yeah. I think that's your best play here as Talon. Don't give them any more ults. You know that Zest is close. Retla's not far away either. And you'd like to delay that as long as you can here. Plus Ban is going to get his pit off of this, so this is absolutely the right decision for Talon once again in, making the best of a bad situation, right? But we've seen them already in a couple rounds have to do that, right, Quack? And that's going to force the timeout. 100% Frost is going to have to, get in here.
5-0, something needs to change up. I mean, still, incredibly talented team, incredibly talented players all across the board. But with the way that Bleed are approaching this map, it's very unsettling. I almost want to just not cast at all for the first few seconds of the round, and you just listen. You don't hear all too much. Maybe they, activate some of the rotating doors. And if you're a Talon player just defending on the site alone, and that's all you hear, dude,
you don't know what that means.
It's a horror movie, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, are they in here or not? Are they in the house with me or not? I don't know. Is the phone call coming from in the house? I'm not sure.
And then you're the first guy that I'm gonna go and investigate.
Yeah, and then you die. Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, I think it's just impressive, the diligence from Bleed. This is something that I really like to see from teams, and I think it's part of that kind of EMEA style that Gia probably brings, right? Where he's making sure that they're feeling the map out, trying to find their best opportunities. They've been good at clearing some of the early Killjoy utility and things like that, like the turrets and stuff. So, I haven't really seen much impact from Talon in terms of their agents' abilities. There's been some good moments with the guns, but outside of that, there hasn't been a ton.
Yes. Hopefully this timeout will right that ship. We've seen those trades coming out from, Cruz, some anchoring from Surf, Ban getting some of these first picks, but then he gets traded out really quickly. On the other hand, I mean, that means that Bleed are doing such a good job because you've got Scary with the shot calling. You also have Zest with the information gathering, but right now, look at the adjustments. Setups have changed up, and Jitboys with a bit of an off angle catches off Yay.
Yeah, that was smart stuff there from Talon, knowing that that showstopper was coming, so they show a little bit of aggression, get it baited out, get it sent in towards Jitboys, but he was tucked up close enough to that box that Yay couldn't really find a good angle.
Back to patience being a virtue. Talon now trying to adjust to BieL's pace. If you're gonna try to play counter against us, if you're gonna wait us out, we're gonna do the same thing. We are on defense. You're the ones who have to plant the spike.
Yeah, I mean, Scary does have his ult, so he could go for a look-see. Maybe check spawn for positioning of Talon right now to try to get a better idea of where their forces are aligned. But for now, BieL is still playing very, very slow, trying to work their way in towards the B site now. It's going to be delayed by BieL with these snake bites.
Wow, well timed. 20 seconds remaining. BieL has to push forward. There should be a paint shells available for, no, not quite, not for Governor. So Plant will go down practically for free. Darian has his Nanoswarm set up as well. This is going to be a tough retake for Talon.
Face your fear!
And the Nightfall as well makes things so difficult. Look at all those tethers. Getting them back. Cruz gets one.
Great.
Last
Just
player.
making use of their angles.
Bomb grenade out.
Watching now for BieL, trying to thread the needle. They've managed to take down 3 players, 1 left, and that's going to be Darian. He does have the Nanoswarms, but they can shoot them away. Pops off the first one. Van just peeks out, goes in for the attack. Talon with the first round on the board.
Yeah, so timeout works a treat here for Frost, and got them really well set up for that round mentally. You know, again, caught that showstopper and made it useless essentially. You know, Yay there thinking the showstopper, you know, okay, it probably cleared that angle, it actually hadn't. And then they're able to find some really good crossfires trying to get back onto B. So really smart, disciplined play there from Talon. If you're not going to be able to kind of win those early on duels like we talked about, then you can play back and start playing as a team a little bit more, play for retakes, see if you can get that going, and they do, and now they've got a bunch of ults to boot.
Really just catching and shooting. And that's why the timeout from Coach Frost really helps them so much,
Placing sentry.
knowing that they have to adjust to BieL's pace. Now it's on to BieL to try to dictate the pace again once more. They've had the strong opening. Talon trying to catch up. Good bit of damage, good pokes. Now you've got the Viper's Pit up around C. How will BieL adjust?
Yeah, you got the Boombot here, try to sniff out where Ban is, so Ban's gonna have to be cagey with it. He's good,
Wow.
he's got a ton of damage. Yay, how?
He saw the Tracer rounds go through, but as Ye sidestepped, the adjustment wasn't quite there for Ban. So Viper's Pit dealt with. Now BieL has the pathing into the C side. Angles favoring Scary as well. Bit of a Nightfall sent through, but it doesn't quite connect. Jitboys has to fight back. Good punch on towards Scary, but then the adjustments coming out from BieL. They rotate over onto B. Cruz has to play catch up.
Nice play there by Jitboys.
Spike play.
Knew that Scary was going to be able to dodge that Nightfall and was ready for it. Got ahead of the paranoia. Now Darian out in the open loses to Cruz.
Bring them down.
All right. Back to a 2-on-2. Kind of have an idea of where these players might be positioned. But the duels,
Last player
they have to favor them as well. Yay being down to low HP, Jitboys deals with him, makes quick work of him. On to the next though, Zest tucked away in the corner. Good little jump peek, crouches, and Cruz back in to peek off of contact. Talon picks up their second round.
Yeah, the fact that Cruz wins that battle out in the open and then is able to have the wherewithal to do that jump peek. Yeah, you're right. Fantastic. Fantastic from Cruz in that round.
In the cold.
Another thing also, I mean, with the fact that Jitboys had that move on towards Scary. I mean, something that, you know, maybe not so much Jitboys, but for the Thai Valorant scene in particular.
Let's go!
This is ex-teammates as well.
True.
Scary, Cruz, Surf even.
Yep.
On that roster, now playing up against this team, you know, you definitely want to show Scary, like, hey, you made the wrong decision to leave us.
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot of interesting storylines for players wanting to kind of get revenge and to jump out and shut down, but Ban's right there to pick up a couple. They're just swarming into spawn.
One heck of a skirmish. They're pushing both out of C and B, and Ben is the one who collects all of those heads. A quad kill under his belt. 3 rounds for Talon.
That's a great change of pace right there. They've been showing a lot of patience, a lot of kind of, you know, backpedaling, trying to play a little bit more of a control style. This time around, they're just like, nope, we're going to flip the switch. And we are just going to use your kind of early game sort of calmness and quietness against you.
Great call from Cruz. I mean, the combo, first of all, for I have to assume it's going to be Cruz as well as Governor. The way that they pushed out that way, he knows his plan worked out.
That's like the best feeling in the world as an IGL.
Actually,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, when
So
your plan just
satisfying.
works that well.
It's like chess, and you're like, aha. Eureka.
Toxin screen down.
Back towards slow plays, though. Bit of a delay coming out from Ban. Senses a bit of pressure just around the mouth of B.
And now some ults have come into cycle for Bleed. Lockdown in a Viper's Pit, so some big tools to work with. Although Serve only one away from a counter lockdown potentially if he can find a kill. So for now, we're back to kind of the old Bleed style. No aggression early from Talon, but doing a good job mirroring now. They've kind of, it feels like Cruz has now kind of got a pretty good read on how Bleed is using their utility to check for things to move around the map, and he's reacting to some of those prowlers and things, trying to make sure that they're checking to see if they're going to make any pushes off that utility. If they don't, it's immediate change. That's been a really good adjustment that I'm already seeing from Talon.
Very careful. This really is like a 2,000 elo high-level
30
chess
seconds
match
left. You should run.
between both IGLs, both teams right now.
Go get him.
Lockdown being committed as they try to capture the seaside. 20 seconds remaining, and they have to commit. Look at what's happening on the map, though. Ban as well as Cruz trying to pull off a bit of a flank. Governor might not be able to anchor, but movements being made across the board.
I'm not sure what Governor
10
was thinking
seconds
there.
left.
That was a little bit ambitious. And I like the way they stagger these ults, get that
Spike
lockdown
planted.
early, get the Viper's Pit down. Don't give Surf that opportunity. Quickly traded by Darion. Oh,
Ooh. Angle being held by Scary as well. Takes down Surf. No trades to be found right now for Talon. Lead says, if you're going to play the retakes game, then we're just going to play our post-plant game and deny you any entry back into sight. Ban, though, still individually try peeking into some of these angles and
Last
positions. He
player
finds them.
standing.
Barrel peeked out into the Viper's Pit, though, and Zest just takes him down. Cruz now trying to take his place, but time is running out. Easy work for Retla as Bleed comes back in with the 6th win.
and as good as the last couple of rounds have been for Cruz as an IGL and for Talon, this is a good round here for Scary as the new IGL for Bleed. The way that he recognizes the situation with the ult, knowing that if they can get into that spot with the lockdown before you give, again, the opponent, Killjoy, any opportunity to get their lockdown online to play the counter, just get it down, just get that space, give yourself the opportunity to then leapfrog into that Viper's Pit. That was really well done.
Because they're faced with choices, you know, either you back off, give them the site, or you go in for that lockdown fight. And it's not really something that you want to do. It just gives you that moment of hesitation for Talon. Bleed really playing things to a T. Back into it, and yeah, slow.
Showstopper, yeah. Showstopper, though, gathered. And the lockdown. So it's going to be a tough one for Bleed. They're one away from a Nightfall, but certainly a couple more powerful ults in the pocket for Talon. Just, again, slow, methodical pace. But with them already pushed up so far into A, Bleed is able to shift their forces in, kind of just feeling like when they've gotten this deep onto A, they haven't really either pulled off or they do slide over to B, but they want to contest it.
It's a good idea, yeah. You always want to watch out for that slip into B. Lockdown actually really
so
early
good.
on, 50 seconds left, and Bleed are going to feel like they want to go into A. Oh, Jit Boys! As he holds down Shree, finds 2 heads, and then traded by Darren. Not too bad, that's a great pickup for Talon. Cruz now coming back in to support too. Ban unfortunately getting taken down. Governor still just watching the back in case Bleed rotates on over. B is still a viable option, but as Cruz peeks out at off timings, Bleed gets caught unsuspecting.
Just great stuff here from Talon. Again, the counter moves have been brilliant, and now it's Talon's turn to use their ults. You know, they got themselves shifted enough that they had A under control, and in their minds, they're like, oh wait, we can just put a lockdown here. There's no way they're getting to it in time to clear it. They're gonna have to fight for A. We're in a perfect position to hold those angles. Let's do it. And that's just so smart. I love what I'm seeing here from Talon.
Yeah. Cruz IGL, yeah, that has to be it for me.
That's all we ever wanted.
Yeah,
Sort of.
great.
I mean,
Early.
like I'm a big Cruz fan, so.
Same here. I mean, like, happy Easter present. You know, we found everything. A little bit of a timeout.
The Easter like last
yeah,
week, 2 weeks
it
ago?
was. I'm slow.
Bro.
I'm catching up to it.
yeah, like,
It's like nice cherry blossom season now.
That's true.
That's
true.
what it is.
It is spring. It feels like spring for sure.
Very lovely welcome for Talon onto the stage. It is still 4-6, so BieL very much wanting to keep their lead.
Yeah, and a necessary timeout. Gotta make sure that you're maybe showing them some different looks. That Talon's got you on download for how you've been approaching this map. Like your tendencies so far on this attacker side. Maybe now's that time for that thing you talked about earlier, that fast hit. Just dial something explosive up here. Might be one of those opportunities to really try to do what Talon did you a couple rounds ago. Change the pace, kind of get into Talon's heads a little bit. You do have the Nightfall for that. You know, maybe you could set up for a fast C or B hit here on the back of that Nightfall. You're one away from the showstopper as well. But Talon kind of is aware of it. They're stacking with this op.
And that's the biggest thing too. It's the biggest tool if Governor can land his shot. You can see that Coach Frost would definitely be discussing these. Getting caught a little bit. Oh, but the paint shells are the thing that catches Governor. I think it was the C's being tossed out as well. So great usage of utility from BieL.
Yeah, that's the thing that Zest is always good at, is his utility. He is absolutely brilliant, no matter what agent he's playing. He's so good.
That's the most insane thing about this match too, is that you don't really see the duelists popping off that like you would expect in most games. Jitboy's now picking up the operator, comes back in. Oh no! Yay! With the showstopper into the right spot at the right time.
And look at that. That's just Scary and Yay W keying into the site. They know that they've got it broken open on the back of that. Great patience there from BieL.
Just read like a book. Knew that he would try to teleport away onto site.
And it was that paint shells that gave
30
Yay
seconds left.
the ult to break that open. I like the idea though from Talon to contest.
Enemy remaining.
Yay, on for the ace.
Last one left. Spots the head. Picks up the ace. El Diablo is back.
Last round
Was off
in
of
the
utility. It
half.
wasn't all like aim or anything.
I love it.
But the way he fits into this team now, like, that's just beautiful. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, the gates of hell have opened once again, and I'm all about it. This is just brilliant stuff from BieL. Again, I don't mind what Talon does here at all. It's just handled better by BieL in their positioning, and you get a smile out of El Diablo there. Insane stuff, and you're still able to hang on to that Nightfall, but one away from a Nightfall and a Viper's Pit for Talon. So they're going to try to contest that rubble, push back the forces of BieL. BieL, though, maybe expecting another mound push out from Talon. Seemed to be something that they're keen on doing. Not going to be the case, and for now, just going to tap the orb. Not really much hope of another showstopper for Yay unless they work their way all around the map and get all the orbs, but certainly I think you can use this Nightfall for another quick hit once this Poison Cloud goes down.
Setting up for it. Prowler just to allow Yay to stretch his legs. Nanostorm's being popped, so they just burn out that utility, bait some rotations over. Still considering to move over onto B. That's the best thing about this map on Lotus. You always have these options. It does create a little bit of pressure and presence for the other team, though. Talon is just considering so much right now. I think Cruz definitely wants to try to play a bit of retakes as well with his Nightfall.
I think he's trying to cut him off on this.
Face your fear!
He's trying to counter Nightfall.
There it is.
Yep, he was expecting it. God only knows with all those smokes and tethers what's going on.
30
Wow.
Oh, the TP in the back!
They can't hear anything! Oh, the triple! The hat trick and the quad! Jitboy's online for the ace and he wants it! Scary shuts him down for the time being. Can Scary clutch this out again? I mean, it's gonna be tough. He has the spike. But the combo utility, 10 seconds left. Everything working against him. Tries to make a move, but Governor with the quicker feet hops up on top. A bit of a Goomba stomp, and it's a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Whoa, what a combo there. You nailed it. The sound removal from that Nightfall allowed that TP
Perfect.
come in the back for Jip Boys. That was so smart. That's a great set play from Talon.
I don't even care who wins anymore. This is a beautiful
No,
Valorant.
no, yes, I fully agree. This has been a really good map. I really like what I'm seeing from both teams. The real question is this truly an attacker-sided map for these two teams? You know, and how good is Bleed's defense now is the thing that I'm immediately thinking coming over. Because, yeah, usually Lotus attacker-sided. But again, we're in Pacific, folks. Sometimes we're a little bit backwards on how we play maps compared to the rest of the world. But I would suspect that, you know, this should be a pretty good opportunity here for Talon.
They have a chance, especially if they pick up that pistol.
Yeah.
I want to throw everything out of the water because this is no longer a game about, you know, Ye versus Governor or Governor versus Darren. It's about Scary versus Cruz.
I agree. I fully agree with you.
Coach Frost versus Lakia. That's the whole thing today.
It's so, yes, exactly. And that's awesome. I mean, that's so exciting to see that, you know, we know that there's a ton of talent on both of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
But to get to see them so well practiced, so well rehearsed, being really diligent was Bleed and clearing space and clearing utility and trying to bait out utility, and then Talon with some great counter punches. It's phenomenal. This time around, looks like there might be a contest for Mound. Seeing maybe might try to kind of try to create a crossfire around Mound potentially. Saw a ping come out from Bleed on the other side, so maybe Scary's thinking about.
Expecting a TP.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have it though.
He doesn't have it, right. So I think they just meant more like, let's make sure we can get into these positions.
Just walks on over, teammates here to stack, and peek off of contact. They want to make sure that that Talon doesn't have an easy mount.
Yeah, I think it's just Scary calling for the crossfires. And they know that there's a player, Governor, on the other side of that wall. That's pinged out. Governor's going to be able to get out with the help of those smokes. And Ban has gone for a heck of a lurk.
Yeah, Ban, Surf, making their way in, but he knows not to overextend either. Bleed players are on the other side, just as I say that. Peeks out into an open angle. Two players catching him down.
Yeah, trying to isolate that fight with that poison cloud, but it turns out there were two in tree, not one. So Ban kind of gambling and not coming up. Victory. B hit, yay.
Okay.
Finds one, he's being chased down.
Wow. Sends off the poop on and back pedals as well. Very much in control, although Talon might be able to secure the spike plant. Lead has the numbers.
I'll find you.
Fade being tossed out, timing a little bit off. Governor has to push up and just continues to hop away. Although he punches down Zest, Scary comes back in for those trades, and Retla picking up the last one. It's going to be the defuse for Bleed and the pistol pickup. Momentum on their side.
Certainly. And obviously winning both pistols is very, very important. The pistol round and the follow-up were basically the difference in the scoreline for Bleed in the first half. Setting yourself up for some success. Good shooting there from Ye, able to use that boombot as well to escape. Really nice play.
Nice.
And then they're just able to flood onto the site and handle the last player. So far so good. Ye going to be grabbing that Outlaw, seeming to want to outduel the Outlaw specialist Governor. And I mean, there's no hope with just classics, you know, but still going to be a very powerful piece of utility in his hand.
Oh, smoked off
my God.
completely.
Yeah.
But he's okay. Look at him, just not really befuddled by that whatsoever. I think you nailed it on the head, though, Paper Thin, with the way that Scary's calling this and how he wants to contest for C. Talon knows that they are under a lot of pressure. They're working against a lot as well. It's one heck of a rough round.
I think Scary is very cognizant of trying to take advantage of their early lead and not give any free orbs over. A lot of contact here, though, for Scary. He's going to have to be very careful.
Right. Got the paranoia. Goes in for the duels. Simple feast. Got a couple of bodies being picked up. Ye now onto the other side.
Spike down.
There's
C.
no escape for Talon. They have to go back through pillars. Otherwise, completely pitched down right now.
remaining.
Dan can't even make his way out.
Jip Boy's the lone survivor for Talon at this point, looking for the flawless Bleed. Retla going to swing the corner. Job done with the Spectre. Nicely done there by Bleed. Yeah, I really like what they're thinking here. Not giving up those orbs on the mound. pressing your advantage when you have it. Now here on this round with the weaker buy, probably not going to see that same, who knows, I say that, but you wouldn't expect them to be as aggressive with the contestation.
Enemy spotted.
But you never know.
Never know. It is just classic stuff. I mean, very cerebral as to how BieL are controlling the map. That's what you have with the double controllers. Talon, though, having to pick up this round, having to go in for that big comeback, looking for 4 rounds just to equalize. They've spotted out Ye. It's practically a similar setup as to what we've seen from before. Scary trying to respond in kind. Rotating over onto B in case there are any rotates.
Yeah, they've got full armors, no tags accomplished by Ye. Ye gonna be so close, he has to back up the Prowler.
All right, underhand toss. Tries to satchel away. The Governor will be able to find him first as they peek on through this poison cloud. Scary tries to burst them down. Only a couple gained.
I have the spike.
But other than that, site captured by Talon. Great push. Well timed against Ye.
Yeah, they held long enough that Ye got a little antsy, decided to go for it. 2 pushing from spawn now. Bulldog and a Guardian in hand. Zest and Darion, can they do any more damage?
Trying to go in for it. At the very least, maybe find the first hit and then make things a little bit easier. You gotta soften up the site. Nano Swarms, giving them a little bit of position, but still bad with the angles. Darion snaps onto its Governor's head. Now anticipating a player outside of Mount. He spotted him, goes in for the white swing. A little bit too far out for Jit Boys to adjust onto. He gets the kill, but unfortunately no spike defuse for BieL. Talon able to hold things off for as long as possible, but Darren walks away with the rifle.
It's a round win, but it's almost as bad as it gets in a round win for Talon there. It took everything to keep Darion from having enough time to get the defuse through. Just came up so short. And if he had gotten that kill a second earlier, he might have had enough time. But that spike was already planted for quite some time. Already hopping up is Ye. Trying to take an aggressive positioning here, but not one that you see all the time from Razes. Usually they're trying to take space ahead, and they're going to let a little bit of a fake TP there. Try to see if they can bait anyone out. That was purely a bait play for Ye. Just looking to see if they could get anyone to overextend to try to catch Scary on that TP, but nobody biting for the side of Talon so far. Crew's just checking. A lot of Guardians, as the money is already pretty weak for Talon, even after a win, because it was so costly.
That's exactly why they can't afford a lot of risks. They have to be careful. But in all of that time, BieL gets to control that much more of the map. I mean, you can actually draw a line as to how much BieL are seeing and controlling right now. Look at how they've got these positions up around Rock and Rubble. Nade tossed. Talon has to step back for a second. 40 seconds left now.
Think about what Buzz and Bane were able to do from this position
Exactly.
yesterday. It's got to be in your mind there as Talon. Like, that's scary. We've already given up so much space on Rubble. Let's maybe think about another site. B's open-ish. Zest watching it. The showstopper.
Ooh.
They got to run. They got to get out. Okay, a great Prowler there to make sure that he cannot chase. And Retla also found one over towards C.
There was a bit of a fake with the showstopper into B. They haven't really found all too much because Retla shut down that initial push from Cruz. Now 10 seconds remaining. Governor has the space, but the off angle being held by Zest. He takes down the first hit. Jit Boys fires back, but Scary still very much around the corner. Spike has to be stuck through, and Scary capitalizes. 2 kills back to back. Ye coming in for the trade. BieL hitting double digits.
Fantastic work here from BieL. Their game sense right now is sky high, and Scary as the IGL is 18-8. He's been putting up some huge multi-kill rounds. 2-3 kills, feels like every time he's good for a couple. Retla solid. Zest gets one before he's traded by that Guardian. And then Scary knowing well that the clock is in his favor and the numbers as well. And Ominous and Legia there pumped up as they're looking to take Talon's map pick away from them. Still some work to be done.
Very.
The Odin, let's go.
Impressive fire. This is encourages any sneaky lurks if Ban wants to push up A again. Not much afforded as well.
But you're able to get the orb this time on the eco round for Talon, so it's little things. You're you're doing better than the last eco already.
Take what you can get.
Yeah. I'm a the glass is half full kind of guy.
Nice.
Looking for the optimistic, the little things.
Where are you?
I'm gonna be a little bit more of a realist for this one.
How
and
dare
say
you.
that it's your prediction, Paper Thin.
I know. Look, I'm not saying anything yet. I'm not. Yeah. I don't really care that much either. I agree with Vic. That
It's just
the predictions are kind of whatever.
Viper down.
it's fun to talk about, but also who cares who wins? Because right now this
Spike
game is
down
just
A.
incredibly fun to watch.
Exactly.
To break down all of it too. Again, with the way that BieL are controlling this, you have this Odin, this sort of
30
mobile
seconds
turret
left.
positioned up around tree. He's able to cut down so much. Whatever Talon tries to do, it's almost as if you're trying to take a poke. You're going up against this impeccable defense that BieL has set up.
Yep. And again, losing, well, not losing, but the round that they won for Talon, it was almost a loss. So the money was just in shambles. Now they had to go on a full eco. And the Odin, fantastic tool to use in tree, especially against an eco. Easy work for BieL in that round, and this certainly feels like it kind of has to be the round for Talon because the money is going to be gone after this round if they lose. And then BieL will be at 12, so it'll be some very weak buys if they can't find the win here. And a good opener for Governor. Catches Scary out towards the orb.
That's right. BieL trying to clip Talon's wings, but Talon now trying to find their freedom.
Dropping spike.
A good way to start things off.
Bring them down.
And then they adjust back towards the transition across the map. BieL have kind of responded in kind to just rotate all the way over onto A, but they haven't really spotted or heard all too much. Maybe trying to make use of the Odin still. Meanwhile, Talon gets a free red carpet into this C site.
Governor one away from his showstopper. If he can find another kill, he can really make this retake impossible for BieL. BieL right now, all of their members starting to head towards spawn. Now, Ban is aware of it at least, but is he going to be aware enough? Well, that helps when he gets the opener that easy. 2 for him. Oof.
So go back into it still. Just trying to cut them off as they try to rotate over. Talon trying to secure as much as possible because they need as much as possible for the next upcoming rounds. Having these ultimates will definitely be a boon for them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind a push from Darion. There's plenty of money for BieL, so I wouldn't mind seeing him try to fork one over, get the orb, potentially. He's going to have plenty to buy. But instead, they're going to go for the save. Don't feel like giving any more orbs over. But I mean, the thing is if you get killed by Governor or Jip Boys, they've already got their ult. So.
It's not BieL style to, if we have the advantage, we don't want to give our opponents anything at all.
But what a big round for Talon.
Certainly.
shuffle dengan pengalaman Spotify free. Jelajahi cara mendengarkan playlist dan album favoritmu dalam urutan apa saja tanpa perlu mendengarkan jeda iklan dengan Spotify Premium.
Apa itu? What is this?
And Asterai, they're actually right. I mean, we've got these new looks on some of these teams, as well as, you know, old compositions, but just some new improvements. So how will they look, the new sort of Bleed 2.0 or Talent 2.0 on Bind?
Hold me. There's like so
Hold me.
There's so much going on here. I mean,
it really is.
Ye in his first game on Raze ever. Now he's playing his second game. Darion, his second game ever on Breach. First game for Zest on Gecko, I think. I mean, this is very, very intriguing. You could convince me of a lot of things. Now, Retla is a pretty experienced Cypher player, shifting between that and the Viper as his main agent, so he's probably going to be pretty comfortable, kind of setting up across the map. Scary taking a chunk of damage. Able to just barely get out of there, but Governor gets traded.
Always going fast. He will be able to trade though. Zest just steps through the teleporter, although that doesn't really kind of work out. I think he did throw out a bit of utility, but with the shots going through, Talon just easily dismisses him.
Yeah, it was a contest by both teams for showers, and Zest tried to, I think he threw the Dizzy through the teleporter, try to get ahead of it, but Bleed was, or excuse me, Talon was already falling back, so Retla's gonna have to go pretty huge with this classic.
Pertham, unfortunately, whiffs the first few shots. Cruz with the frenzy will be able to make quick work of him. Back onto Ye. Able to find the first one. Paint shells refreshed. Not quite in prime spot to pull out utility though, so falls over to Jit Boys. Now down to the 1-on-2. Darien climbing up the hill off of BieL. Has to think about where they could be positioned. You always want to check these corners. They could be inside tube. Of course, anticipating hookah or elbow as well.
Such a nasty crossfire that Talon has set up. So difficult to deal with here.
And they're not going to show anything either.
Yep. They have to wait for the tap, right?
Goes in for the fault line just for a bit of security. Running out of time. Talon playing everything to their advantage. Good spray from Cruz at the end with the frenzy, and they will be able to pick up their first pistol today.
That's great stuff from Talon. Managing some kind of tricky situations that Bleed is throwing at them at showers. You know, trying to use the teleporters to get behind him, but everything's well accounted for. Yay, in a tough spot. They're not expecting someone to get up over tube that quickly. And then that brilliant post-plant defense they set up to really hold that down. Just making sure the aim is good here for Bleed. It's all classics for them. As it's a bunch of Bulldogs and a Ghost for Talon here in their anti-eco. Yay. They're just playing up close. They're trying to hope that they come through this short A angle and that they can just launch their utility and get these classics, get these right clicks to pop. But right now, Talon is nervous, and rightly so after that first round. Pretty aggressive stuff we saw from Bleed, and so they're being very wise to make sure that there is not going to be anything like that again.
Not seeing too much though. All right, sir. Able to get the information. I think he spotted enough players for the call for Talon to head on over onto B. They have to be very careful about Redla inside of hookah though, especially with the camera as well. So Sky will be sent out along with the guiding light. Doesn't quite catch all too much. Surf spots out the whole lot of them, able to take down the first hit. Easy trade for Ye. Now it's just a bit of that retake.
And all you give up there is the Ghost, so
exactly.
That's really not a big deal here for Talon at all.
Might just be like one of these rounds where we die to the spike. Talon rightfully pushing all the way down halls. You've got that high tide just to block off hookah. Governor able to spot out so many of them. I mean, he has to. He can always go through the teleporter. A little bit too greedy for my taste. Darren will be able to take him down. Bulldog aborted over onto Bleed. Ban will be able to cut them down at their torso. Retla. Yeah, why not? Let's just make use of the gun that they gave us.
You can consider.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but
yeah, just go down. There's might as well go for the upgrade on the rifle anyway. But 3 Bulldogs carried over perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. 4 Talon, yeah, well handled there. Just sort of saying, okay, well, Surf, we're gonna leave you on your own. You've got the weaker gun. The rest of us are gonna go explore B. Wide open. As of course, when you're on all classics, you're kind of expecting your opponent to overstack one side over another. Now Ye gonna be going for the early operator. No armor though. He's gonna have to glass cannon it, but it is Ye, so you know, if anybody in the world you're gonna feel comfortable with this, it's certainly him.
it is Ye.
Trying to get him a little bit of help with that Cypher utility to set him up if there's any showers pushed. But a hard hit through short A. It's gonna, Dizzy's gonna catch. Now Talon just gonna be able to brute force their way through, try to get the plant down. Cove up. Wow.
Spike planted.
Tried to push right into it. Retla will be able to shut down the initial push. Spike has been planted, but Surf. How did, on the other side of the map, as they tried to rotate, the lurk's actually working out great for him as a bit of a solo player. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad just watching the important parts of the site, able to block off lamps. Retla trying to do what he can with some of these rifles that he has. Yeah. What? I think he didn't pick it up.
Oh no.
So he's only got the classic now, and
oh no.
had the idea for it, but unfortunately comes up empty-handed. It's gonna be Talon with the bonus win now. What a way to start out on your opponent's map pick.
That's brutal. Yeah, no, I mean, just doing what Bleed did to them on Lotus, you know, just coming through and Oh, insane. He got that dink on that last bullet before he had to readjust for that second spray.
Bulldog too.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I love it.
Fired up.
And the fact that you're not able to carry the op there is horrific for BieL. Little mistakes like that tend to snowball because of the way the economy works, because of how expensive that operator is. Now it's just Sheriffs trying to see if they can get the job done.
Finished.
All right. Van able to start things off. Couple coming in. Scary with the trade. Now the rest of Talon, you know, they haven't spotted out too many players around Fountain, so it has to be an 8-hit. Retla is prepared. Governor with a bit of flight path over onto a cubby of boxes. Spike planted. Just playing it safe for now. I mean, I really kind of like Surf being on this Viper lurk stuff.
Yeah, he's doing great with it. I mean, Surf is a phenomenal player. No doubt in my mind that he's always been one of my favorites to watch from the APAC region back in the day. So exciting to see him on the stage. Retla trying to catch the jiggle out of the cove, not able to do so. BieL was never able to pick up that Vandal on the other side of the map either, so they're just looking to probably die to the spike is what it looks like. I mean, this has been such a chess match here. Retla's got to be so careful. Oh, he gets Governor. He's dropping down.
All right. Still a good little pickup nonetheless. Goes towards his alt counter. The rest of them, though, will have to die to the spike. Talon now onward with the 4th. Let's see what BieL has in store for us on the next. 1 point away from some of these ultimates for Ye and Retla.
Yeah, not enough money available for Ye to go for an operator, so gonna have to go into that Vandal full armor buy, and then one away from the showstopper for him. There is the Thrash available already for Cruz, one away from a Seekers for Ban, so a lot of ults coming into cycle for Talon pretty quickly. It's just can BieL get a win here and make it less painful when that does occur. Cypher setup mostly going to be on to B, but a trip always placed at the front of A. They're going to use the Thrash, clear some space on the B, use that Cove, really cover it up, the Dog as well, to really make sure that front end of B is open.
All right, Governor. There is that alt orb picked up, so BieL definitely aware of this. You've got players kind of transitioning over, but take a look at what's happening on the other side of the map again. I talked about this, it's gonna be Surf. If he can lurk, if he can catch at least one, that would be a huge thing for Talent, but wow, Scary kicks off his head instead. Now Zest initiating a fight of his own. Darren here in to support. Wingman just to push them back as well. The spike carrier dropped and Talon has to step on the brakes. They've lost way too much in this little skirmish.
Yeah, nice hold there. Zest gets caught by the Dizzy and still able to find one and get out. That's impressive. That is no easy feat. And as Governor and Ban like to try to take as much away from BieL as you can here. You don't want to give them that flawless because their economy very, very weak. So if you could do some extra damage, get those ult orbs online, even if you die, it's totally fine.
Yeah, keep that economy weak, keep that river dry. Make them go into the next round with Spectres, Bulldogs, or anything worse. Still, though, making a bit of noise running in. Darren's just completely prepared for it. Ye as well inside his showers. They've got the positions under lock and key. BieL up on with the first. What a nice round. What a much-needed round there for BieL to get themselves back in this one. A flawless was just what the doctor ordered. They're able to keep all those guns, keep that economy safe. And, you know, as great as this start was for Talon this time around, you know, that early aggression that Talon showed with just their utility, just trying to fish out for a pick at the front of B, whether it be in the Octagon or in Hookah, doesn't come through. And BieL just kind of sits back and lets all that utility be used, and then Talon's in a spot where they have to wait for some of those cooldowns to come back up, maybe get that high tide back going, and none of that's available in time for Zest. Decides to take matters into his own hands there at the front of B, and then kills all over the map. Scary able to outduel Surf. Finally, somebody's able to shut these lurks down.
I've got
Ye
your
is
trail.
so deep. He's got a showstopper. He's crazy. Oh my God.
Hits up duel, just snapped onto his hip perfectly. Showstopper for Governor, might be able to deal with Ye for the time being, but Scary still available for the trade. Not to mention, Darian is here as well to receive. He's caught towards the front and the back, but he flips over at the right time. Ben able to take him down. We're back to a 2-on-2. Spike still down. The rest of the BieL players in and available, but we've got some lineups coming in from Talon. I don't know how long that can hold things off for, though. Retla taps the spike. Mosh Pit has been sent over. Flushed out of position, but Retla still takes on the duel against Ban. Low HP, couldn't stay alive. Cruz has to go in for the fights now. Scary making use of the Sky Smoke to keep himself shrouded in mystery. And Retla just protects his teammate with his gun. It's gonna be BieL back in 4-on-2.
That's an excellent round for Retla. And now it's every ult, literally every ult for BieL. Because Ye died with the showstopper, so I don't know how in the world Ye just flicks over to that angle like that. That's just years of playing Valorant, great game sense coming through for Ye. But Retla, the way he handled that box was perfect. The way that he jumped up, got the spot, jiggled that angle. The smoke was down for Scary to start the defuse, and then he's able to just kind of keep backing away, make it so that Cruz can't just spray the spike carrier down comfortably. Really nicely handled by him.
I love that you point out some of these micro movements. And it really shows how BieL, some of these players individually are able to, create so much impact. Talon now with a quick and fast and furious hit onto the side zone, something that perhaps Scary was not able to expect, not able to anticipate. With the stinger of all things, they gunned down the first one. Now, along with the high tides, they've got a lot more cover. Spike trying to go down. Darren sends out the Rolling Thunder just to toss in a bit of a wrench to their plan. Still, the rest of them, though, able to turn around and protect all these angles. Talon players able to turn the site into a firing range.
That just felt like BieL never could get their comms in a place where they could really use those ults the way they wanted. It was too fast for Scary to hold on his own. He did get the orbital strike off, but by that point he was dead right after it came out. So what does it matter? It didn't do anything really other than buy a few extra seconds. Ye's kind of stuck in the garden with an op and trying to do something. Never felt, again, comfortable enough. I thought when the Rolling Thunder come out, that might be the time for Ye to satchel and go for that showstopper. But instead, it was just nobody on BieL really able to coordinate, really to play together. And Talon's able to isolate a lot of those fights really nicely.
Very well done. Similar plan on a different site this time around. It's going to be Governor with a judge. But guess what? It's a bit of a fake as well. The rest of the squad headed towards Hookah. Retla still on the B site with his spy camera, though, so he might be able to get a snuff of this. But with the Viper's Pit now, everything has just been bought over. The attention coming in from Surf. And then the teleport. It was all a ruse, BieL. What you going to do now?
Talon's just working this map so nicely right now. Just selling that fake. And not much that BieL can really do about this. I mean, it's going to take some just absolutely masterful play, but with the economy the way it is, it really should be a save that you're considering. I mean, okay, Retla gets one, he goes down. It's Scary, starts to push.
Still doable. Timer working against them, though, just for a little bit. But they're still trying to go in for that fight.
I don't know about this.
Corner, elbow, shoulder exposed. Easy shot for Governor. Scary down to 9 HP. That ult was wasted.
This, as much as we were crediting BieL for their well thought out play on Lotus, their map pick a bind, it is looking like a different story. I think that should have been a save.
In my mind, that was like, you know, GTA when you die and wasted that sound play. But you're absolutely right, Paperton. I mean, it just reminds me of you know, what Jesco used to say back on the VCT desk when she was an analyst, talking about how if you are going to be a great team, you have to beat your opponents on their map picks. And that's exactly what Talon is doing right now. If they can keep this up, they will be able to push over into a third map, and they really could challenge BieL.
Yeah. No, I no doubt about it. They're light years ahead of BieL on this map so far. I mean, they're reading every move pretty much 100%. You know, yeah, BieL had a couple good rounds, but other than that, you know, the synergy isn't there for BieL like we saw on Lotus. The ult combos were, I think, actually, Ye did pull off the showstopper in that round when the Rolling Thunder came through. I just never saw it. It didn't hit anything. So, you know, again, their ability to sort of play off of each other and Frost is really
interesting.
Yeah, really getting into it. Making
really
sure
animated.
that, yeah, that's the way he is. That's the way he coaches, and you love to see it. brings a breath of fresh air for sure. A very different attitude, mindset than a lot of other coaches. Very different personality that comes through for him as well. So, you know, Talon definitely reaping the rewards of that coaching style, of the Cruz IGLing as well. So far here on Bind, and no doubt about it, they have put themselves in a great position to take this map away from BieL.
Trying to stay on top of things, I think, is really what it is. It was a BieL timeout. They're just trying to get an idea of how BieL might want to turn things around. Actually going in for a game plan of their own. You've got the High Tide, you've got the Trailblazer. They're creating a lot of space towards this B site. Surf once more on the lurk, and just making sure that he doesn't overstay his welcome all too much. Ye still kind of watching the angle, though.
And look how Retla repositioned his trap wire there. Interesting, but Jitboy's not going to be fooled by this push out. Retla
Right,
jiggles it. Yeah.
It's a flash
Carla
dulu
knows
itu.
not to try too much. He might just lose his head. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, I mean, look at how Talon are working the map. Like you mentioned, Paper Thin. One pick, space gained, Governor having the teleporter available, Surf still in position, but all working off of the toxic screen. Ye able to burst him down.
I suggest you move.
There goes the reckoning here.
Wow.
And a ban.
All right.
I mean, Retla only had a sheriff. Tough spot for him to be in. Scary, speaking of tough spots, in a very difficult one. Ye tries to TP. He's going to win that.
Wow. Good shot from Ye.
Oh, no.
Still, though, site has been captured, and then the teleporter play coming in from Talon. Scary as well as Ye, they have to catch up to this, and they also have to try to work together on it. Ye doesn't have that much left. I mean, Scary could just try to
Spike planted.
use him as a bit of a human shield, a bit of a bait. But now that Spike's down, okay, actually just working off of positions instead. He catches Cruz off timing.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Unreal.
Reading them.
A
Knew that there would
1v2.
be a bit of a lurk.
Yeah.
Ye knew that, you know, they were trying to take position around showers as well, and just
Around to the
out-timed
Raptors.
the Talon players. Jitboys has his work cut out for him. Able to catch down Scary on the first,
Nice.
and still incredible. The highest ACS player from the previous map brings his performance over onto the next. Talon stays alive because of Jitboys.
As good as that was, in a way, for BieL, they were in a weaker economic situation for sure. The end here, Scary has to come full stomping, and that just allows Jitboys to isolate these fights. He just waits. He hears those foot stomping up that ramp, can hold the angle, and that's not really the spot where you want to get caught as Scary, of course. I mean, you don't want to get caught anywhere, but in that position, that means that Ye can't get there in time to help back you up, to make it a trade potentially, and it gives time for Jitboys to reset. So some of those little things make big differences. You can kind of already tell at the beginning when they weren't able to recover that op.
Ooh.
Governor diving in with that showstopper, and yeah, wisely, BieL is just out.
Timer running out on that fuse. It's okay. Maximum effect. Even spots out the initial tripwire from Retla as well, so that gave him his flight path. BieL now in for the big retake. And we've got every position covered. High Tide blocks off Market. Got the positions being helped. Oh, spotted Governor through with High Tide. Zest takes him down. Now Darren pushing along with him. The shorty will not be able to connect. It's only a good bit of damage. Back to a 2-on-3 as they try to hold down Shower. Surf doing what he can. Cruz able to take down Zest, but then traded off by Darren again. It's going to be down to the Viper's Pit, and he tries to spray down Wingman, but that just opens his position up for Scary to knock him out.
Yeah.
Bleed in for a third win.
Thank God that was at half. They were able to get that there. Good trades all around. Everybody kind of doing some really smart stuff. Scary hits an absolutely nasty shot over that box. That's, like you mentioned, just barely able to get
Good job, guys.
a pixel out of place next to that cascade. That's probably the real kill that kind of broke things open for BieL, that allowed them to start flooding onto that retake. Crisscross for the tripwires. Camera, everything at A for the Cypher this time around is they're going to 3-stack over towards B. Zest going to try to control this B long. This has been a kind of a point of contention, I think, for BieL with this comp. With no Sky, it's a lot harder to deal with this long position. You don't have the Trailblazer, you don't have these deep flashes. Kind of have to rely on using some up close and personal utility to try to get advantages, and we've seen that with Zest, a little bit of success, but mostly it's been a very difficult position for them to control.
He's got the Gecko with the Dizzy though in place of the Sky, trying to make use of it. But at the very least, I mean, Talon just getting a lot of information off of it. Now Governor getting peeked out. He's gonna have to try to back off. The rest of the team knows that they are trying to push up towards A though, so BieL gonna have to readjust to this. The high tide comes out, and Talon's pretty much looking for the spike plant. Surf watching the back corners as well. Governor still up around Hookah, being a bit of a menace.
Spike planted.
Cruz able to gun down Ye. Oh, there's that lurk. Now, going to push up from the back. The rest of the BieL squad gonna have to go up the front as quick as they can. They do have quite a bit of utility to get a bit more space. Zest still with a wingman available. As long as they can get a little bit more, there it is. Spike defuse should be underway. The rest of Talon gonna have to fight for this now. A big encounter. Cruz trying to stay on top of things, but Scary's just sticking it through. Halfway now. Viper's Pit, excuse me, Toxic Screen. It goes through, but unfortunately, not on time. Scary has stuck the defuse.
Last round before the switch.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that they were able to stick that defuse. There was all kinds of mollies flying there. They're able to just barely find that timing. Love what Governor's doing in this round. Having a much better map so far, 11 and 7. And that neural theft is really nice. Look at that. He's just, Scary's just knows. He just knows. He's got the mental. So he's got that calculator in his head going, yeah, I can stick this defuse. I can eat through this molly.
Truly.
As long as no bullets hit me, it's fine.
I mean, he's managed to kind of stick it close to halfway, and someone already had Surf's attention. So, a little bit tougher. Talon, you know, although they still have the lead, BieL can definitely come back from this. 4-7 right now, and it's a very tricky game to be in. Like we mentioned, I mean, the way the Talon are working the map has been working out really well so far, but BieL are definitely starting to adjust. I mean, in these retakes games, starting to find their way across, especially with Zeth saving that Dizzy, making use of the mosh pit to get more space.
Yeah, they're starting to get their coordination there, and they're waiting for each other a bit more. The patience is a little bit better. Still, though, from the very outset, that rough start might have been too much for them to overcome. We'll see, but you have a lot of ults to play with, and that's what Talon wanted to talk about. Probably how to see if they can find ways to make sure that they're not going to be putting themselves in bad spots with that orbital strike. You know, how are you going to use your wingman as Cruz to try to bait out potentially an orbital strike or something like that? How are you going to be just a little bit more patient? Darion just waiting. Try to set up a combo play with Zest. Trailblazer comes through. That's a pretty good indicator. There could be some contact on the way, but so smokes in, yay.
Wow.
I think he knows Surf is there. Yeah, something gave it away. We're not sure what. We didn't get to see it on screen, but
a bit of a starter step, perhaps.
Yep.
You did good.
Oh wow, that's, you know, that's all BieL needs. A single peep. There's the pickup. Zest now able to support, goes in for the thrash, big connect. Darion takes down Ban. Cruz has to tuck tail and turn away. Oh, even with the smokes though, although Jitboys is able to sneak onto site, does he have the angles? Catches them first onto Darion. Guess what? Scary's right around the corner. Spots the heads. Quick work for BieL as they bring us to a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, didn't even have to use the orbital strike there either. It was just very well handled, particularly at that long B angle. So something we mentioned as a point of interest for BieL on their defender side there was eventually kind of solved. They were able to find that good combo. Yeah, it took a while, but we got there.
I mean, that's the big thing about Bind. You always want to work around the teleporters, and it was clear towards the end that that's Talon's game plan. You know, with the high tide, the Trailblazer, Zest started to adjust to it, knowing to save his utility, use it for the right times, and even keep it for the refresh if he needs it for the retake. So very good job for BieL. But as we head over onto the next round, how does this composition work for the attack? You've got Gecko, you've got Breach, Ray, Ye on the Rays.
Yeah, so-so. It needs a little work. That early op drop really hurt them. That really set them back a couple rounds. There were a lot of just, again, the little things can snowball out of control in Valorant. Your economy can go sideways real fast when things like that start to happen, and then kind of gets in your head a little bit, and you start making some little mistakes with your utility and things like that, and all of a sudden, you know, it's off the rails. And fortunately for BieL, they're able to recover a little bit, but Talon's still a very, very good attacker side on
Not
Bind.
bad, yeah. I think the attention kind of shifts towards Ye for now, for me at least, on Bleed's side. If he's able to find some of these entries, because we know, we've seen in the past that Bleed often goes in for these post-plant setups, scary with the lineups for sure. The main thing is they have to make their way onto site. So Ye has to be the one to do that, alongside the initiators, Darian and Zest. Talon, of course, looking to shut that down.
Yeah, this is where I think this comp should really shine. I think with the Breach and Gecko combo, this is where you're hoping to really bully some of these tight angle entries to sites, whether it be long B. Oh my God, Talon. Oh, and look at their aware.
Wow.
They're so aware.
That's what Bleed does. Hanging back, playing it safe.
Great nade.
Big impact. Ye down to 13 HP. Governor sustaining a bit of damage as well. But at least for now, just playing out that time and getting a feel for things. Again, this is what Bleed does. You've got that lurk on Retla towards A.
Love the protocol from Governor there to respond to that fault line with his paint shells. Perfectly placed. Ye's gonna have to go crazy.
Does pick up the first hit. Tosses out the paint shells. Here's a
Nice.
player rushing forward. Sometimes Surf just runs into his opponent's crosshairs. But at the same time, you've got the trades coming through. Cruz coming in to support the team. Retla
One.
surviving.
One.
Wingman's gonna
But nonetheless, Bleed has beaten out Talon in that encounter. They have numbers advantage. And now sticking the spike plant along with Wingman. Jitboy's not quite able to center his crosshair. It's all down to Cruz. And that starts off, mind you, because of Ye playing it safe and patient.
And Ye with 13 HP when he got those 2 kills. Absolutely ridiculous. Just the little things.
Oh, man. Okay, you've got the Wingman, Cruz.
My buddy's defusing.
He's
Good
just
try.
bait out some picks. He thinks that someone is inside of lamps, but they're not there
Shot
at
my
all.
wingman.
It's shot down now. He's running out of time, has to go in, but pretty soon it's going to be a big old peek against him. Way too many players to deal with. And just like that, it's going to be Bleed picking up the pistol now. Talon so far today only able to pick up 1 pistol win.
Yeah, it's been very good on the pistols for Bleed. Definitely can swing the momentum, and that's a great shot. And Surf just not expecting him to be tucked into that corner still. There was some cover fire as well.
Nice. Let's go.
Coming from Fountain for Bleed, and yeah, that's what they needed. A little bit of smiles coming in, and see if they can do some more damage, or if the ecos, those classics. Thinking about another teleport here. Yeah, they're just gonna bully you their way through. They're watching it.
Was that a tag onto Scary?
Look at that toxic screen.
Interesting. Yeah, exactly. It's that we've seen this toxic screen before, but the way that they're using it to go through the teleport all the way across the map, back
So
onto.
funny.
Wow. Around the world in what, 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's just great. I like what they try. I mean, this is the round where you can kind of mess around with some goofy ideas like that, you know, just see if it works. Who cares?
Scary's just like getting hit by a toothpick. It's like, what?
Yeah. who flung that at me?
Doesn't
Flash.
matter. Bleed goes in for the execute. Jit Boys, though, with a double classic. Not too bad. Good bit of damage against Bleed. Just a bit of an execute, a raw one. And although they did manage to get the spike down, it is still Talon Jit Boys and able to do a bit more damage. They've picked up the Bulldog now, down to low HP, but if they can rob some more of these weapons away, that would be not too bad of an exchange. Oh, they're making use of that bench, though.
Last player
Angle
standing.
favors Bleed for now. Jit Boy still able to snap onto Ye. Tries to go back in. He knows that they're stacked up on top of each other. A little bit too blind fire, so it's easy for Retla just to cut him down. Ties up the score for Bleed 7-7.
Yeah, not bad though, really, for Talon. The kind of kooky ideas, you know, sort of pay off. Not in the way you would expect, you know, you're hoping to maybe catch them coming out of that TP or catching them trying to go for the A site. And instead, they are able to just kind of set themselves up into you all, bleed, contest it. Makes a go of it. JitBoys found those 2 big classic kills. That's where most of the damage is done. Now bleed. 1 Vandal. Couple other guns. A real mixed bag in terms of the arsenal that bleed is going to be wielding this round. Flash. Gonna get some information, but you don't really know. Now with all that utility, you know there's at least 3.
That's the go signal. Just getting a bit more information, dives in, picks up the alt orb. He's now 1 away from his showstopper. 1 kill, and that could be the round for Bleed. Even though it is a mixed bag. Talon, on the other hand, though, just trying to adjust around this. I'm a little bit curious about the off angle that Surf is playing. He does have support from his teammates. The angles are pretty good for now. 1 teleporter.
A bit risky from Darion. I think they're trying to sell a fake.
An attempt. Governor takes out the 1 player. Now they're going in for it along with the wingman. Surf still alive, but it's going to be Cruz who comes up huge with a quick double. Zest able to trade him out, picks up the rifle. Surf still undetected. He fires off a bit of a blind shot and then goes back into tap. Teammates coming out of hookah. They've got each other's back, and Zest caught unaware.
Yeah, so Talon wise to the teleporter plays. Not fooling them in the least. Darion trying to see if he could make some noise, try to draw some attention over to the other side of the map, I suspect, but with Governor just holding that angle at that toxic screen in that same spot where it was on the eco round. Sigh of relief for sure. That could have gotten a little more dicey than it did. Some good plays, especially by Cruz there. That double kill, huge.
Great anchor.
Yep.
Good protocols coming in for the retake as well, and especially Surf. I mean, still, that was a corner left unchecked.
Now you got both showstoppers. You got the Thrash for Zest, but you have the Reckoning as well for JitBoys. So a lot of good retake options for Talon, a lot of good entry options for Bleed. So sort of a tic-tac-toe game here, it feels like, where, you know, who's going to be able to catch who? If Bleed can catch some of the Talon players with their execute potentially, they could really break this round open. Talon, if they're able to dodge it, they could play for a really nice setup on their retake. You know, use that Reckoning into the showstopper, get that info, get a good placement on it. Oh, here we go.
Wow, Governor's going in for it. That's the first piece, the first tick. And then Ye comes back in for the attack. Thrash being sent out to get a little bit more space. Governor very aware, but he spotted out Scary. Able to swing out wide. Knocks out Scary's head with the left hook, and it's going to be now Ye spotting him, while Governor has his option to route back towards A short. The rest of Bleed stuck inside of the lamps and just trying to hold off some of these angles. Wingman goes back into showers. Oh, but the timing on the peak. Ye still able to hold down his angle. Now back in to support the rest of the team. Talon has to push up together. Timing has to work out in tandem. Oh, it's gonna be the Harbor Cove, along with a bit of a dizzy toss from Cruz. Bit of a blind, and it helps out the rest of Talon as they pick up all these kills. Defuse now coming in. Talon with a 9-7.
I think JitBoys was flashed up, and that Cove came down just in time. But the thing that changed the dynamic of this round was this crunch play with the showstopper from Ye. It's a great start for Governor. Yeah, you lose Retla, not the end of the world. But what hurts is that you've got this crunch play with the showstopper from Ye. You got Scary on the other side, outside of showers. It's Scary in a rare moment of whiffing.
Yeah.
You do not see that very often. That cost them that round.
Not when they know that Governor's on the other side too, especially, yeah. But, I mean, credit to Governor for the mechanics and pacing in which he makes these plays happen, especially on the defensive side. I think Bleed starting to anticipate some of these now. They're playing that slow game. Darion holds the angle, catches the first player. JitBoys comes back in to do the same thing.
There we go. That's right Pacific Valorant right there. Getting aggressive and playing off angles where your opponents might not expect it.
My goodness.
So good.
If anyone's watching for the first time, that's what we do.
That's what we do here. We are, although I will say, Lotus looked a little more
Yeah.
normal.
No.
A little.
Just a bit.
Mine's been a little bit wild.
It is a smaller map, so teams definitely wanting to get ahead of things. Yay, making use of whatever he has to pick up the alt orb, just whatever little wins that we can pick up. Zest able to retrieve a weapon now.
And a Thrash to deal with potentially, even if you're able to get this plant down. Yeah, you do have an orbital strike.
Oh, I'm worried about time.
Yeah. I mean, I think yep, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that Mosh is in a good spot to stop it. So now you got to get a player there, get it down. Zest, going to be Johnny on the spot to make the go of it.
You got Mosh, you got Orbital Strike, you got Incendiary, the Molly from Scary, and you know he has his lineups. So Talon wanting to get ahead of it, they're pushing up front. Surf with a heads-up duel, able to take down the first, on to the next. Zest with that rifle is gone now, and Jitboy sticks defuse, actually able to make it all the way. Scary wasn't in position to pull any of these off, and just wanting to save the utility for a further round. Retla goes further in just to rob some guns away even more, but regardless, a pickup for Talon.
Yeah, it's pretty easy when you've got good mosh pit placements to make sure that the plant isn't comfortable and that you're able to get ahead of what you're talking about. Those post-plant setups that likely Bleed is thinking about in that scenario. No real hope to even find a good opportunity for an orbital strike. You don't want to commit it if the round's already not in your favor in terms of numbers advantage. Definitely would prefer to save it. Operator for Governor, though.
That's right. Wow, peeking down B long. Does not want to give Bleed any legs in this race.
No, absolutely not. And now you've really got to suspect that they're going to be somewhere pretty quickly. They're going to figure it out. They're over on A. Well, Ban ate a lot of that flash, but it's okay. No one was there to punish it.
Yes,
So you know
we
what?
didn't see that.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
None of us saw it.
Get it? Because it's a bird, a foul?
Oh, wow. Good job, favorite.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Dang.
And I can hear Achilleos groaning from the other.
All right. High Tide was sent out. Jitboy's unfortunately off timing. Retla finds the opening pick. Surf comes back in for a bit of trade. Oh, they're trying to run over. There was that flashlight coming out from Darian, but just a little bit off timing. Now Zest with a bit of positioning, able to catch down on Surf. Re-peeks and catches Cruz.
As a Thrash.
One-on-one. Governor only has an op. Oh no, turns away. There's the Thrash out now. Oh, but it leaves him open. Governor's going in for the knife. Oh, swaps over the shorty. Zest realizes it a little bit too late.
Like you could stop me.
And just punched and punctured through by the sawed-off shotgun. It's gonna be Talon now, 11-7, 1 point away from that point.
Yeah, that's, I think, the inexperience on this agent showing for Zest, where he thinks he has the time to get away with the Thrash, and he actually does not. if you're
left.
Yeah, he should. I mean, again, as soon as that Thrash came out, like, because my first thought was he has the Thrash, but then he pushed the angle, and then he saw the player, and I'm like, now you can't Thrash.
Yeah.
Unless you go to short. Unless you go towards the teleporter or something where you give yourself the space to really do that. But in that corner, because it's so fast to rotate through U-Haul.
Just run out with the knife.
Yeah. No, I mean, Governor.
You can't cancel your Thrash mid-ender. You have to commit to it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why.
Well, and you got to do it from a safer spot. Like, and again, that's kind of the newness to that agent, I believe, that costs us there. Where he just doesn't really understand the timings. Exactly. You know, you don't have that internal clock quite built yet.
But otherwise, I mean, again, you know, I want to say it's just Talon also doing a really good job at making Bleed work for their spike plants. Every time that, you know, Bleed tries to go in to capture a bit more space, Talon has these positions, Talon has these utilities where they're able to take down at least one player in that process.
Yeah, they're able to disrupt the wingman, they're able to get a player. It's all of these protocols that they have built into place that are making it very difficult for Bleed. And that round, I thought Bleed had a really good opportunity because even though the Talon was so far pushed out of long B, they should have a ton of info. They should be able to realize that it's A. They gave up a lot of space. They gave up showers control. They gave up the crossfires. There were a couple early kills for Bleed. It looked like they might be able to get it done, but it's the post plants and the, like you're talking about, the disrupting of the plants that are costing BieL dearly in this half.
That's right. So again, both sides, I mean, feeling a little bit more evenly matched, despite this being BieL's map pick. Talon able to show us what they've got. You know, whether it's the compositions or players being experienced or not on certain agents, there is a bit of an adjustment period to both sides, and Talon just doing a little bit better on this one. Serve now. Individual mechanics. Finds the first pick. Ye getting the entry off of Hookah. Cruz has been taken down, and that would be a big pickup for BieL.
No punish on that TP from Retla. He was pushing towards U-Haul here.
Whoa. Sneaking out. Barrel spotted. Calls out for Jit Boys. However, Retla does find his own as well. So in for this, it's going to be a 3-on-3. They have to rotate over just quick. Still kind of considering if there might be a double back into A, so Governor stays tucked away. But here comes the hit. Good high tide though, it blocks off so much. They try to peek together as a squad, but look at how Ben and Jit Boys just have the angles covered. Perfect off, perfect up, one up front, and they just nail him all down in the head.
You can see that there's a little bit of confusion. It's kind of a timing push through that high tide for BieL. They're calling it down, 1, 2, 3, go. But it's just a little bit off kilter, and Ye also comes out a little bit late himself. Yeah. So they're not really able to kind of mentally realize that somebody had tucked themselves into that cubby either. And it's things like that that just BieL doesn't seem to really have
coordination. Yeah,
coordination, and also like kind of mental awareness. You know what I mean? Like, those are things that take time. And you can see this is still a little bit of a work in progress for BieL.
So because it is map point, BieL with a bit of a half buy, that mixed back, they're just going in for it. Trying to find what they can, but at the same time, I mean, you've got these ultimates on the side of Talon. Jit Boys has been doing such a good job at timing at some of these.
Scary, wake up.
Scary. I think he's heard it, but, you know, not quite in a prime position to peek out, so he wants his teammate to go in for it first. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite work out against Talon, who are doing such a darn good job right now. Rolling Thunder was committed, but to no effect. The rest of them assaulting all the way from the back of A short, as well as Heaven on A. They've captured Truck, they've captured Lamps. BieL still stuck inside. Not quite able to get any spike plans, not quite able to fight back. Ye with nothing but a judge. Shot through, sniped down by Governor. Cruz with a simple shot to the head. And that's going to be Talon Esports soaring and sending us into a third map.
Yeah, looking phenomenal here. A nice bounce back. Both teams taking their map picks away from each other. And, you know, I think I can see the ideas of what BieL wants to do with this comp, with this setup, but the coordination just isn't there yet. And the breach, I'm not so sure about. I didn't see a ton of value out of it with Darion. Again, only a second time on it. You have a lot of new agents for these players, right?
Yeah.
Yay, second time ever on stage with a raise. First time Gecko for Zest. Second time ever on breach for Darion. So it did kind of feel like that this time. A little bit off.
Just a little bit, but nonetheless, such a great game for both sides. I think it's safe to say the Thai Valorant community is enjoying this one. How about you, Desk? Are you enjoying this game?
Oh, we are. I didn't want... this happened earlier. This happened earlier.
It's all good.
It's been exciting times. I'm just reeling a little bit because we have our guessing game thing reveal, and I'm a little upset that Achilles and I are deranking yet again. But on the flip side, Talon has been showing up. Both of these teams now are just taking the other team's map pick.
It's just another one of those days where teams can't win on their own map picks. They just end up losing as soon as they have that advantage. But I mean, this is a very good bounce back for the side of Talon. This is what we were kind of expecting to see from them, more so on Lotus. Governor, way more proactive, way more involved in these rounds, in this map comparatively. That's the kind of impact that you want to be seeing from them.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I feel like Cruz has also kind of stepped into this one because it feels like there's a lot more cohesion with the executes that they've been doing. You see Jit Boys has a lot more intent on that harbor wall stuff and then the follow-up is just much cleaner from what we saw on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things here lacking for BieL clearly is the post plans. I mean, this is not a good look. Only 6 post plants that they get themselves into, but only 2 wins is fairly abysmal for the squad. So very rough tidings for them coming out here onto the bind, and kind of have to question some of the compositional decisions that they decided to go with here. You know, another thing, it looks like maybe Zest coming down and playing that Gecko for the very first time. It feels a bit similar to Hiroron yesterday on the KO. It's going to be something that needs a lot more reps, I feel, to really get comfortable with on stage.
Yeah, there was that timing, that one play where he threw out the thrash and then Governor just went around him.
Yeah, just ring around the rose. I mean, that was cue the circus music and all, like some pretty wild scenes out there, but a huge play from Governor to really just be able to shut it down. But I mean, across the board, this was just big performances from everybody. Everybody's stepping up here for the side of Talon. The Jit Boys continues to be out in front.
Yeah, Jit Boys is definitely out in front with the highest ACS.
Okay, so I made a mistake.
So
I thought it was Governor.
We thought it was going to be Governor. He was definitely on track towards that.
We thought it was going to be Bleed.
Yeah, some of us thought it was going to be Bleed, which I guess we'll talk about shortly. Now, with these kind of results, we do have one more map, Icebox. And at this point, I still don't know whose game it's going to be. Are you still at a 20-80 percent towards Bleed?
It's swinging back around about 50-50, I think, between the two teams. The big thing that I have is, what are Talon going to be bringing to the table? We have been seeing a lot more experimentation. We've been seeing that the importance of the Gecko on Icebox as of late. Right now, Cruz looking like he's way more comfortable playing that agent compared to Zest. So if it is going to come down to both squads running Gecko, I think just straight up in that matchup alone between those two players, I would have to give it to Cruz and give the edge over to Talon. But we haven't seen Talon play Icebox in a damn long while. Not since like week 4 of last year specific, because then Icebox was taken out of the rotation, recently got added back in. They haven't played it since then. So that's when we had Sushi Boys on the team and everything. So that was the old iteration. That was Patty Pan playing every single agent under the sun. So I have no idea what Talon have been workshopping coming into that, but clearly they're willing to play around with some different compositions. I'm curious if they're going to have their own unique flavor for Icebox compared to the other teams here in Pacific.
Yeah, I'm just happy that they're also showing how versatile they are with the agent selection. So we might be able to see that Gecko also probably the Harbor from Jit Boys. He's been so good in this bind map. So that conversion on to Icebox, very much a possibility.
I do like Talon's choice of using Sky as that second initiator instead of a Breach, especially at the pace that they going at. And Bind here, it's a lot more mobile. It just works a lot better on the rotation. Breach, I feel like you're kind of limited sometimes in these situations.
Yeah, I feel like you certainly are. I think that the Sky lends itself to Bind in particular a lot more. I mean, especially compared to Breach, but just generally, I think that this is kind of one of the key maps where Sky really is still strong and I think really should be run. Just getting the information alone already adds so much value to the Sky compared to the Breach. You could still set up decent trap plays similar to Sky with Breach, but you don't necessarily know if you're going to be rewarded for them because you're just sending a fault line, you're sending in, these aftershocks, these flashes that don't regenerate or anything like that. In the attempt there's the great wraparound. In the attempt to get a catch on somebody, whereas with Sky, I think you have a little bit more flexibility and you don't get as hard punished if you slightly misread when you're trying to go for, a trap setup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the Animal Kingdom comp. You throw out both the...
Zoo-comp, as Ben Kai called it.
Oh, sorry, Zoo-comp. There you go. I completely forgot that
Kingdom,
part.
though.
Okay,
It's
thank
nice.
you. But yeah, as long as you are able to throw out those two particular abilities, you clear out more of the angles, keeping it easier for Governor to, do his own thing. So it really works out in favor here for Talon.
Yeah, both of these teams look quite evenly matched at this point. And honestly, that says a lot for Bleed. So while individually they do, historically, each of their players, a lot of star power there, but they did only put this roster together fairly recently with the two new guys on the team. And I know we have some watch parties going on, so shout out Sliggy and also Maggie Karp, who is definitely close to both of these teams, Talon and Bleed. So keep watching. I'm sure a lot of you guys are also really curious who's going to win this one out, because I have no idea at this point. I don't think any of us do. Now, we did have a game earlier, the Guess and Gain game, and we kind of knew at the moment we pulled out, if Asterai has his own vote, we were probably not going to win. Team with the highest ACS player on the map was not from the side of Bleed. It was from Talon.
I got half of my prediction correct, which was that Talon were going to smash this map, but unfortunately nobody from Fleet was having the heavy impact that I was looking for. Yeah, he was putting up a solid performance, but especially a couple of those rounds where he's going for the, he started off with the glass cannon operator, ends up losing that.
Yeah.
Then, I wasn't really finding that much value with that op in his hands. So, I mean, it was otherwise a decent effort, but yeah, just demote us. Screw it.
Any remarks, gloating remarks, Asarai?
No, I actually thought that it was going to be Governor, but I was sorely mistaken there because he was just dying a lot more than I was kind of expecting. I thought it was going to be a lot more dominant, but it was Jet Boys that got the highest ACS.
That's right. All right, so back to silver for the two of us.
Yeah.
This is like
I rank
how
up.
my rank feels all the time. It's just never going the way I want it to go.
I don't.
Well, you're ascendant
Look,
now.
this is
Hey,
fine.
it's just my own rank.
You could be Radiant. Like, this is
Two
your
more.
Radiant rank. So, yeah, congratulations. I hate this game. I hate this game. I have, like,
It's fine.
so little control
Look,
over
so-
this game.
Can I vote still if I'm not on the panel? Because this is like...
Or to try to get ranked up on other days. You mean like when you're not on the analyst desk?
Yeah.
I think you
You
have to
can't
be physically on the analyst
Okay.
desk in order to do
Yeah.
this.
Oh, all right.
Otherwise,
So I'll
we
be
would
stuck
have-
in Ascendant for a
Otherwise, we'd
while.
have William and Paper Thin and Quack involved in this.
Yeah.
Valdez.
Okay.
Like, we would have all of those guys on this board right now. So I think it's just when you're on the desk.
Okay.
But it's fine. As long as I get my prediction correct, if Talon closes out, then that'll make me satisfied.
Yeah.
I guess at this point my prediction rate is also terrible, so I don't know.
It's been
Uninstall
3
equivalent.
matches, man.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You can bounce back from this.
That's true. That's true. It's only been one day, and today we still don't know who's going to win. We are going to Icebox next, and I am curious. I know we're not going to see Chamber. I think Legia did reveal that much that we wouldn't be seeing Chamber. So
Icebox would
yeah.
be a fringe case for the Chamber. I could see some teams potentially getting away with it, but I think right now, given performance that we've seen across kickoff at these first 2 days, I think the only player that I'd realistically really trust to be able to pull it off well would maybe be Xcurate. Or Laz, sorry. Xcurate and
Yeah.
Laz. Those are the two. But I mean, taking a look here, I mean, it was Jit Boys and Scary that we were talking about coming out of Lotus. We're going to continue talking about it, but this time, I mean, Jit Boys was just so far and away the leader here of the lobby. It was incredible performance from him.
Yeah, I'm just, again, just surprised how much impact he's able to do it feels like he's always just maneuvering the flow of where Bleed is going to come out, and he's just always prepared into countering that swing. It's just so good to see how responsive his ability in that regard is.
Absolutely. I thought I would have my eyes on the duelist, but at this rate, I think Jit Boys and Scary definitely have our full attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably going to be either of these players at the end of it all getting MVP, depending on which team wins, because their impact on that first map was incredible. But Jit Boys now having 2 excellent maps, even with one of them being a loss, I think that he is by far and away the front runner at the moment for getting that MVP. So just needs some talent to be able to, clinch the win here. But again, I'm curious to see what he's going to be piloting going over into Icebox, because he could just keep playing this Harbor. We've seen plenty of teams, execute with Harbor in the past. He could also change it up and go to something different. But I am loving Jit Boys continuing to be in the spotlight here for Talon, because I mean, the start to his kind of his career in Tier 1 was absolutely excellent. But it looks like, okay, he's going to move over to the Viper as they're going for just that solo controller Viper here for Icebox. And solo Harbor for Bleed as well.
KOs and Gecko on both sides. Got Killjoys on both sides. Yeah, I mean, even with these team comps, it's still hard to determine where this is gonna go. So I'm just gonna leave it in the caster's hands. Paper Thin and Quack, take it away.
Wow, gee. Thanks, Chubby Ninja, just giving it all to us like that. But in all seriousness, I mean, this is, okay, it's kind of interesting. We do have a pretty similar composition. You've got the Initiators, Zest still on the Gecko, but the solo Harbor, I mean, this is something that Talon did last year a little bit when Patty Pan was playing that agent. I'm not sure how well it worked out, though.
Well, I mean, Patty Pan it's hard to say because of the way he plays individually, how much the agent, in fact, is actually going to be.
Different player.
He's not your typical Harbor player by any stretch. So certainly Scary, more of a somewhat traditional controller type. But it is going to be, I think, pretty difficult. Typically the Viper with those toxic screens, with those poison clouds, able to control space, I think a little bit more effectively because of the decay and things like that. But Talon's just going to walk about. Darion's got the high angle, but he's been spotted out. He has to get out of there. Yay on his own.
Oh, under a lot of pressure. Can't dash away, but ooh, still able to cut them down at their feet with that Sheriff. Good punish over by Jit Boys and Cruz, though, along with Frenzy. Darren down to 12 HP. Has to try and play it safe. Cruz still being a bit of a menace with that Frenzy. Hopping all over the place. Spike taken away. And now the core remaining BieL players. BieL players fold. Not quite able to do all too much. A quick round, a quick hit coming out from Talon.
Yep, and it catches BieL very off guard. Darion, just too many players to really look at from that angle in that situation. Talon kind of has, with this push, so many angles covered. Like, everybody's looking where they need to be. Some people are looking high, some people are looking low. Yeah, Ye gets one, but there's no real ability to bail him out in that spot. So now Talon, after a rough start on Lotus, seems to really have found some fire. All classics again for BieL. Gonna 4-stack A and leave Retla on his own over in kitchen.
Serve with just a ghost, all right. Stack up on A was the right call for BieL this time. But,
too much contact here for Talon's liking. You certainly don't want to run into this 4-stack with them prepared. You know, you might be able to, you could, in theory, maybe wait it out or do a double pump, but this is certainly the move that most teams are going to want to make in this situation, is to say, okay, well, that felt a little bit like it was going to be more guns there than we'd like to deal with against an eco.
And a good call to leave Surf here, because he's got nothing but a ghost. It's the same thing that we saw in Bind. So similar ideas being explored, and he actually is going to, going for a bit of an adventure. Spots out Ye. I don't know if Ye saw him.
He
might have, yeah. And that is the call for BieL to rotate over. They know one player here means, the rest of the team probably ain't around. Wingman goes in for the spike plant, and BieL trying to look for some positioning. Talon has the firepower in this scenario.
Yeah, placed on the corner. He's going to be able to be covered from yellow. Governor gonna use the updraft to get up on top. See if he can do any more damage from there.
Angle. Tosses, dodges the flash. Manages to get out of dodge with a tailwind. It's not impossible for BieL to win this round off of utility. They've got the code, they've got the wingman. Well, not anymore now that Zest is dead. But Scary just picks up a quick double with the ghost. They continue to push up front. Ye holding the angle. Scary continuing to land some nasty shots. And Jit Boy's down to half HP, not quite able to take down the spike user. And with teamwork, with the squad pushing up together, Scary with some sharp shooting, BieL actually turns this around on its head.
Just crazy stuff there. That ghost that we mentioned was picked up on Bind didn't really amount to a ton previously on the other map, but here, Scary, whoa, my goodness. Absolutely nasty. And this Cove, really interesting here, as that's the only sort of blocking ability, right, that's out there on the map. So there's no Sage Wall or anything like that. It's just going to be that Cove to block bullets, and if you can kind of find the right timing for it on these retakes, you're going to give yourself much safer defuse. And they're able to make good use of it. Now, Ye, that Outlaw. Ooh, missed the first, finds the second.
Darren here to back him up as well. Talon knows that they can't quite challenge this. Have to back down, but look at the angles that the BieL players are holding. I mean, what are you gonna do? Pistols.
Here.
Serve does have a Guardian.
Well, now you're really afraid because there was that kill through mid from Zest, and you got to be cognizant. You can either looking in this direction because they're really afraid that somebody's going to keep pushing this angle, trying to see if they can find a punish onto that, but there will be no such push just yet. Now finally Zest making his way over. I think he saw him. Yep.
Yeah. Dizzy out. Retla can peek off of it as well. Governor able to shoot down the Dizzy in time, but all right, we're just gonna set up camp. Look at this. Look at this. The skin.
I love this. Showing off the Talon skin. But you got the opportunity. He knows the observers. Oh, that was nasty.
That was
flick.
Woo. He's very. offensive player.
I love it. He just keeps showing the skin.
Do it again, do it again.
He knows the observers are watching him.
You guys want to buy some skins?
That's so great.
That's it. Still,
Look, that just won me over. That just won my heart over right there.
You're gonna buy a bundle
I
now?
might have to buy the
Capsule?
Talon capsule now. That Governor just made me a big time fan.
Do it more. Do it more. I mean, why not, right? It's just you're down the last player.
Yeah.
But the fact that he managed to get that flick was still pretty darn impressive.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not blind. Yeah.
Poor Zest. Couple great kills in that round for Zest, but he loses to that classic, and at least he's got a good attitude about it. I mean, yeah, look, you're stuck in spawn. You know you're like 99% dead. Ooh.
Just do what you can mechanically.
Flash.
Back to it. Just tiny little exchanges. Trying to take space up over by green, but unfortunately feels that it's a little bit too hot for their liking.
Yeah,
A being around.
Yeah, if you get close enough there, you might be able to get a thrash around the corner or something, but not quite able to find it. For Talon, Chipboy is able to take Ye down under the tube. Catching Ye, trying to cut him off, but Rella just has to get out. There's no hope for
Yeah.
him.
Still has his utility around the site though, so now finally lets them go. Unfortunately, the spike goes down first. So it's going to be that retakes game. I mean, it's really cool that Talon has the option to leave either Jitboys or Surf on that lurk. And they're able to provide so much value because of it. I mean, taking down Ye in that fashion. Now the rest of them just holding from these linear angles. The spike is planted out in the open for them. Darian, though, trying to spray what he can. Able to trade out against Ben. Surf now. Up in an elevated position, up on pipes. Comes back in. Jitboys with that lurk finally showing its effect. Just Talon again, once more, like we saw in Bind, working the map.
Yeah, really nicely done. And good post-plant protocols here. The Mosh is going to be used to make sure that the wingman can't get the defuse. So even if the Cove was available, it really wouldn't matter. And there was also the Thrash that Cruz never had to invest, so he's going to be able to hang on to that. Zest is going to have his online as well. Scary has the Reckoning. So some big tools. Yay with the op. That's kind of something you always got to be thinking about. No doubt that is a very, very dangerous weapon in his hands historically. Since he's come over to Pacific, it hasn't been as kind of destructive as you would think. But he's gotten a lot of information here. The thing he's got to worry about is a player coming from Belt, because Darion just left. They're expecting this B hit, and it looks like Bleed has read this quite well.
Yeah, off of the timings, not seeing too much around A. Ye is still just able to post up. The rest of the team trying to find and extend their control of the map towards this B site, but Bleed are pretty much in position. I mean, it's good anticipation coming out from this team. High Tide at the right time as well. There's a bit of a flash, but Talon are at the ready. I mean, Thrash getting connected as well. Scary has to do it all on his own. He wants to do it all on his own. Able to push up front now, still has to Cove, but not quite able to take that duel up against Ben. It's gonna be Ye with the operator left. Might not be aware that Surf is right around the corner.
He has no idea. He has zero idea.
Oh, but they've kind of wrapped around each other.
That's, yeah, Ye getting a little bit lucky that there was kind of a misguess by Surf as to where he had gone. They were kind of expecting him to head towards Snowman, but instead it's actually just a full-on hold back towards the A site. But what a setup here from Ban. That flash for Governor was absolutely brilliant. Caught 2 players with it, got 2 assists, and then got another kill as well from Yellow. That is a phenomenal round here from Ban. Like, really, really, really made this round go. That kill right there on the Scary to secure it. Fantastic work from him.
I mean, it really shows, like, both teams, you know, with these new rosters, just trying to adjust things, they've managed to, you know, right a lot of wrongs. And coming into this series, this matchup, Talon has shown that they can always adjust and adapt, even when they are working against, you know, tougher rounds. Although they did lose Lotus, they managed to come back towards it a little bit at the end. And now on towards Icebox, not backing down from a fight. They're in for this.
Yeah, and look at this. Governor has an op with the Blade Storms in the back pocket. You got KO ult for Darion. Chip Boys with a Viper's Pit. Zest never able to use that Thrash in the previous round, so still could be quite a back and forth with some of these ultimates. Flash to get some players off an angle, give themselves a little bit potentially more information there. As I heard some of those footsteps, they were pinging out Darion's position there. They're going to readjust. Didn't like what they saw onto A, and they're going to be walking in to Ye's op. Let's see how they handle it.
Oh, Ye's backed off.
He's expecting that Dizzy. He knows he doesn't have much help.
Heard it. All right. Anticipating someone perhaps coming out on top.
This has to be a one and done. He's got no help.
No
I mean, it is Ye, but
either. His angle's a little bit too open for my liking.
Boy.
Oh, flicks over. He just scoped out at the wrong time. A little bit unfortunate.
30 seconds left.
But very lucky for Talon as they push out. Viper's Pit deployed.
I got the spike.
And domain expanded. I don't know how BieL is going to try to retake this. Just some blind sprays, but look at how Talon are evading every single one of these bullets. You got the Thrash to try to push through and just capture a little bit more space on it. But Talon are very aware of this, and look at how Jit Boys just instantly peeks off at the off angle to cover his teammate. Bit of an off shot, but nothing all too much apart from that. BieL has to, yes, exactly.
I'm a bit concerned now for BieL because that Dizzy should have at least caught the attention of one more player from BieL to slide over to try to help Ye. And then Ye gets caught by the 0 point, and he's in a world of trouble even if he had the dash. Just a really difficult position for Ye to be in on his own. And the flood take for Talon, you know, able to punish that situation. So I think if I'm BieL, if I'm scary, you know, you got to be a little bit more on the ball. The comms have got to be a little bit better. If you see that Gecko utility, that should be one of those key indicators that there's a good chance that there's an execute coming. That Gecko utility is often, just like Sky, going to be kind of that leading utility that you have to be aware of to make your rotations off of.
A little bit odd sometimes. And just to recall, I mean, really quickly, Icebox was also one of the maps that BieL played towards kickoffs. They had some good performances on it, but it was also on this map that they kind of dropped to global esports. So some questions in my mind right now. They were the ones that left this map open, though. Talon picked the attack. So it's up to BieL to really adjust around this. They have to show us that they have a strong enough defense. Ye back on the operator. But look at how Talon just surprises and bursts through. Governor with the blades now at the ready. Hops on over through the cascade. Punished by Scary. Good job as Scary tries to backpedal. But unfortunately, Kiting will not work out today. Surf able to pepper him down. The rest of the squad now trying to come back in, but working against the numbers, perhaps just looking for some exit frags, unless they can find an opener.
It's going to have to be really quick couple kills if BieL is going to be able to press this.
Good positions. Oh, look at Cruz.
There's nothing you can really do here as BieL. You can already see Ye is basically in an angle where he's going to be saving, so.
Gonna want to back out.
These pushes are not being accounted for by BieL. You know, there was an early 0 point to check at the tube angle, right as Retlo was placing his alarm bot. And then they're able to kind of push through there, get some big picks, and open up some space. And again, BieL just isn't able to react in time. So I would like to see a timeout right now from BieL. You need to start getting this team on the same page in terms of where they're going to be shifting their weight on the map, how they're going to be controlling some of this space. The fact that round timer is not ticking down leads me to believe Governor, a great opener.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Governor, still very impressive stuff. You're absolutely right, Paper Thin, timeout being called. Lost 3 rounds in a row, now trying to find that lead right back in their hands. Frost still as animated as ever. I do wonder what the mood is like on the BieL comms right now, because at times, it's the way that this team operates, everyone has their role. and you expect them to kind of deliver and perform. If someone's not able to, how do the rest of them feel? How do the rest of them kind of work their way around that? I mean, you cannot let your mentality just, you know, fall apart and crumble, especially when it's the third map.
Right. And I mean, some of those things that were going well for you on Lotus, look at he is in pain. It's
what's going on?
It's falling apart pretty quickly. You can see the pain on his face. Probably isn't real thrilled with what's going on in the comms or in anything. You know, Ye still with that operator, still able to carry it over, but you got one Vandal otherwise on Zest still, and then it's a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a Stinger for Darion. But I want to give Ban a ton of credit. I think he's doing a great job on this KO so far, setting up some of these plays for Governor. So some good synergy with your KO and your Jet, something you really like to see. You're gonna, on the other end of A, Lead is also attempting to create a little bit of KO Jet synergy of their own, potentially, but again, Ye gets pushed up here so far, so this belt control has to work out. Darion with only a Stinger. So dangerous, these positions that Ye wants to opt from.
Yeah, the range for the Stinger, not exactly the best thing. At the very least, Talon aren't exactly around A just yet.
Now the alarm bot's been placed quite a bit further forward for Bleed on B, so I think trying to give themselves opportunities to make those rotations a little bit quicker, but Talon's been pretty good about when they want to pull the trigger, there's not much hesitation.
Powerless.
Very interesting.
That's a voice line cover.
There it is. Good call on the null command as well, so teammates can pick him up. And there is that go signal. You've got the Jip double lurks in the form of Jip Boys as well as Surf, and they're kind of watching each other's backs. This B squad, Team Bravo, doing what they need to do and shutting down some of these rotations. Ye's operator has been taken off of his hands. This was from Bleed's timeout, but Talon picked up the win.
No charges left.
Talon is just so on the ball in so many different ways. That combo there with the utility from Ban to really create the space that they need to get that execute going. Scary, I don't know, man. That's not scary, excuse me, Surf. Yeah, just an insane win by 2 here.
It's very impressive when he's like lurking like that. Yeah, and Jip Boys too.
Surf wins against Ye, that's the one I'm thinking of as well. It's just everywhere, they're winning these battles. I mean, they are completely fired up. They're completely on point.
Okay,
And
same plan.
Same plan.
Same setup. Scary still holding on to the Reckoning. What are we going to do? Talon, on the other hand, is still pumping on these brakes, holding a bit of defaults, at least for the first 10 or so seconds. Bleed not making a move, and pretty soon, once more, it's that Alpha and Bravo squad. You got Serve holding on to the spike this time, though. Wonder what Cruz, Ban, and Governor are trying to pull off. Trying to sell a bit of fake perhaps? Picked up the Alt Orb?
If they can get around Ye. But the funny thing is somehow this has never been revealed that he's been doing this, this aggressive position onto A. Chip Boy's just very cautious.
Might be his time to shine. Gets up the first one, reloads, pulls out, spots Surf out up by the top of belt. Now Governor creating a little bit of presence up around the B site. Reckoning has been sent
30
and spent.
seconds left.
The rest of them now going in for that quick mid to B, but the angle's being held by Bleed. Good little flash. Oh, wow.
Brilliant.
Not spotted at all. Actually, just taking down Retla really quickly. Very safe.
Yeah, okay, well, Zest is going to catch him.
Good hold.
10 seconds left.
We're just now going to have to buy time for the rest of the team to rotate over. Meanwhile, Talon are in prime position to actually hold some of these spots. Look at Ban up by Kitchen. As soon as he spots the barrel, Ye tries to peek out, but unfortunately nothing doing. Ban with the double kill to put Talon on top of the board.
Ban is playing so well right now. I love what we're seeing. That flash, perfect on top of Retla. Tried to turn it, couldn't. Get a free kill onto him. Then he's able to hold that Kitchen angle. Governor been playing great. Seems much more comfortable on that Jet.
Awesome.
And he's so ready. He's so ready for it. Bleed just after that timeout, still not able to find anything. You know, Scary there panicking with that Reckoning, expecting some of these fast hits, but Talon's doing a great job baiting out these ultimates, baiting out this utility. Ye does have the Blade Storm. It is shocking after how good that Lotus was for Bleed to see them just kind of collapse this much.
I'm really wondering what do the comms sound like for Bleed right now? Talon, on the other hand, I mean, you're absolutely right. Dictating the pace with all of these little movements, these little plays, tricking Bleed into biting the bait. So there has to be some adjustment now, because after this, you're starting to wonder, are they going to go into B again? I mean, that's what we've seen for the past 2 rounds. Scary goes into investigate with the Cascade. Ye with the Blades up onto the A site. Able to take down his counterpart. They know the hit is coming towards the spot right now, but they don't quite have the firepower. Jit Boys very sharp with it. Darren coming in for a bit of trade. The Thrash able to connect and land as well. No mercy against Bleed.
You love it. I mean, you absolutely love to see it. Talon is a runaway freight train. 7 rounds in a row that they've strung together. All lockdown as well to play with. 1 away from a couple ults of their own as Bleed.
Oh boy.
But man, oh man, there is just no stopping them. Yeah, Blade got, or excuse me, Ye got 1 with the Blades. That was it. We just haven't seen that same level of explosiveness.
Yeah, the reads for Bleed. Although we have some kills, no explosiveness, no like adjustments. The reads against whatever Talon's trying to pull off, not quite there, Paper Thin.
I agree. I agree. And you're not seeing those incredible multi-kills, that display of technical prowess that you're used to with these Bleed players. And it's really disjointed, and it's still sensing some uncomfortableness out of players like Zest on this Gecko. Although, okay, there you go.
You should run.
Now going in with the 8 defaults. Got the Tailwind and updraft up onto the top of Generator. Spike planted. High Tide blocking everything off.
Oh, look at Governor.
Lockdown just blocking it.
They're going to expect this.
Surely they have to, but if not, at least a couple of players going down. Oh, there it is! Such a big burst. 2 players just eating it. Now Ban chiming in as well. Talon. Uneasy lies the hit that wears the crown, but Cruz with the calling. Reading and playing the map. The rest of his team executing his plans to perfection.
It's just wonderful what they're doing. I am so impressed with the way that they're using the map to their advantage. Constantly taking different positions, constantly showing different looks on the attempted retake. And there was some awareness of Bleed that position could be where Governor was, but he's just better. He's just better right now. And now you're going to double op.
Shot, yeah.
You're going to double op as Talon. Why not?
Last round of the first half, let's go.
Ban 1 away from another null command. So he just gets that 1 pick, and then you can potentially shut down any of those big ults that are sitting in Bleed's hands, because they've got 3.
The mental damage. Ye wants to pick it, but unfortunately he's the one who's getting picked instead. Governor gets the Blade Storm off of that. They have the option to swap back to the rifles. And Talon just absolutely read and anticipated that.
Perfect. Every time, every step since Lotus has been Talon ahead. They've been 2 steps forward after going 1 step back. Zest, you insane person. Oh my god.
Just an absolute mad lad. Walks forward by himself, finds a couple, evens out the numbers a little bit. That's not too bad for Bleed right now, if Scary can pull out the clutch. Talon feels the pressure, they feel the heat, so back on towards A. Surf has called it clear. I'm pretty sure that Scary is right around the corner, might have heard a little something, so coming back in to investigate with that Guardian, but playing it safe enough to rendezvous with Darian before he goes in for the hit.
These lurks pay off so well for Talon in terms of information on the map. Great Dizzy there, and lets them know they need to give up a little bit more space, try to make this retake a little bit easier.
A little KO pushes to clear the high tide. Oh, yeah, I love it.
Genius.
But here we go. Fragment and BieL are trying to do what they can. Able to deal with the front side. Now watching over onto the next. Scary sticks the defuse all the way. Almost through, but Ben just cutting things down at the right time. Cracking the shields. Making him go prone. And that's going to be just the end of the first half. Talon, very dominant start.
Felt like the end of the map. I mean, it's 10-2, a must-win pistol coming up, and the only rounds that BieL is able to win in that first half were an eco and the follow-up after that. It's just, it's incredible. And the one thing that really impressed me these last couple maps is the way that Talon is able to use the information. The comms are good, right? Like, Surf is all over the place. He's going around the world, and he's still got the connection with Cruz. He's still got that signal.
And he's got help from like Jit Boys as well.
Yeah, exactly. They've got multiple players who are really, really able. Cruz himself from time to time will go on lurks. So
very versatile.
There's so much that's going on in their heads, and they're able to keep track of so much. They're able to make these rotations. Back away from B after Zets gets that double. You know, they explored a little bit, and then Surf's like, nah, I'm already on A nest. Like, come on over. Site's clear. Water's fine. Even though it's icebox, it's not frozen over yet. So. Come on over, man. Brilliant stuff we're seeing from them. It's like as this match has gone on, Talon has gotten better and better and better.
That's right. Coordination, cohesion, it's all working out for them. The protocols are pristine. Even in that previous round, you saw Governor up on top of screens. Even if he does take a bit of contact, Cruz was right underneath him to support with that off angle.
Yeah.
There's so much going right for Talon right now that unless BieL are able to pick up this pistol right now, it might just be game over.
Yeah, I agree. Has to be. And you can see that even investing in 2 sheriffs and 3 ghosts to try to get this done for BieL. I mean, they're going big or going home, and you have to. Absolutely right play, I think. Already across over to the pipes, but it's going to be backed off by the utility. 0 point going to connect. Jit Boys not going to feel comfortable. And a maneuver away for now for Talon, but look how much space they have on B. Look how much information they have.
They know. Scary is watching the back though, so don't want to overextend all too much. Taking the bigger, wider angles. Oh, but just sniped down with the Sheriff from Governor. There's a new Sheriff in town, and his name is Talon Governor. The rest of them now, after getting that bit of contact, want to come back in for a bit of trade. Cruz just jump peeks it, gets all of the information. Talon are in control.
I mean, you would think it'd be a bit of a downgrade to go to a sheriff from being a governor, but in this case, I think they'll take it. I think it's totally fine. He's incredible.
I'm like remembering that VCT Pacific video where they're talking about the outlaw.
Yeah. That was a great video, by the way. I loved the way they put that together.
Shout out to the team that makes it happen. But here we go. Yay, wanting to take the fight down. Goes up, able to shoot down Ban. Governor in for a bit of trade. Now holding on to positions. Darian comes back in to fight as well. All these fists flying, and it's going to be Zest who sticks the plant. Cruz now in position, but shut down by Darian with the Ghost, a Whisper that pulls BieL back into number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it felt like Talon was going to win that. With how much control of the map they had, with that opening pick from Governor, and now you just have to going even deeper into the economy. You have to keep winning. You have to keep snowballing if you're BieL. Darian having a really nice round for himself, kind of matching a little bit, a very, very little bit of what Ban was doing on the other side. But Ban has had a wonderful map. He's 13 and
Still
4.
good.
Yeah, oh no, yeah.
I think it shows that BieL aren't just like asleep. And Ye's definitely not asleep, getting that walk-up duel like that. Darian here to back him up. So a bit of that tandem, that duo working together again, and BieL needs so much more of it. Got a couple of upgraded pistols, just keeping it in the bank. Reading Talon's positions on the A site. They know that it's potentially not safe to push through given the toxic screen. So Talon has a bit of a pistol plan now. Interesting strat.
And it works.
Oh!
And it works.
And then they come back around screens.
It's like they knew what the protocol would be, that there'd be just the Killjoy. They could overstack that angle.
Hey, then you got that separate squad again going in to retrieve the weapon that was fallen. And the rest of them now trying to do what they can all the way from rafters, from behind. They took down Scary.
Every piece of damage that Talon does here is just more painful for Bleed.
Dizzy tossed out, wingman to clear, under hell, under rafters, nobody's available. Surf do a bit more damage. Bleed slowly thinning down in numbers. Wow,
One
jeez.
enemy remaining.
All right, Ye swapped down over to the Ghost, just protecting the spike with his life.
Well, he's going to lose this Phantom potentially.
Nah, okay, I think he's, oh, yeah,
Just
able to make it
barely.
out.
Oh, so close.
So although it is a win for Bleed in this round, the damage sustained. Gotta repair the hull of that ship.
I thought Jit Boys was going to catch him on the exit.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm that confident in Talon right now. Like, with the way they're playing, I'm like everything they do.
Like 1 split second.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's why I thought he might lose it, but yay. That's very fortunate he's able to hang on to that Phantom. And I mean, he's still focused. He's still dialed in.
Stay in the
But look, Governor's already one away from a Blade Storm. So even if they go on an eco, they lose this round. Could have a game-changing ult.
And what happened to that glass half full paper thin?
It's gone.
It's gone.
Well, now it's Talon's glass. It's not Bleed's glass anymore.
Talon glass from the Talon team capsule.
That's right. All it took was that moment. That was the game-changing play to show us the capsule.
I'm going to play the opposite of paper thin right now. I'm going to be devil's advocate. Bleed, you know, with that round from before, some of them are on pistol, so they get to buy back up. They've got the rifles. If they can convert this to the bonus, perhaps you might be able to see some more rounds coming from them, and then maybe you have a bit more of a shot. And not only that, that would instill a lot more hope and confidence in the rest of the teammates. And all it took was one player to make it happen. Sometimes that's what you need. Ye going in for some of these duels that way. Once the rest of the team sees that, all right, he's doing it, he's putting in the effort, he's putting in the work, I got to do the same thing.
Look, I have no doubt that these players are capable of turning it around. Bit of a dash in and out for Ye, trying to poke and prod, trying to figure out what's going on. A huge util dump on top of him, and Surf gonna find one, finds two!
Puts up the wall. Now there's a green wall in front of Bleed. They can't break through it. 10 seconds left. Holding some of these angles. Good shot still. Scary up on the zip line. Jit Boys just not quite having the help, but running out of time. 4 seconds left.
Yeah,
he can't get the plant. Governor knows it.
Oh, no.
I love when Paper Thin goes, hi-ya.
Not like this. Yeah. I can't believe Scary hit that shot from a rope.
That was, yeah. A little bit of a circus play, but still, I mean, it just tells you that Talon are holding the positions, throwing a little bit of shade. What you got, Scary? He said he was back after he won Ascension.
I mean, he was good early.
He was.
He's been pretty good today, actually. I mean, he's been the best player for Bleed, hands down.
True that.
But it's him in the IGL role. Looked good to start. Since then, it seems like he's not really able to kind of keep his grasp on the map. And that's a huge credit to Talon in putting Cruz back into the leadership role, knowing that he has a ton of that experience. He's been there, done that, and he's able to keep his mental in check through 3 maps.
I concur. That's really what's happening right now, and it just feels so great if you're on Talon right now. That's why Surf is popping off, because ex-teammates, once again, Mosh Pit lineup back in. They've got all the space. Bleed, ooh, bit of a blind spray, catches an unsuspecting Jit Boys. Now Bleed, although they lost the previous round, still very much in this race.
Just got the nanos on the spike, so you've got to play up close and personal here as Bleed. Don't have any other post-plant utility, really. You do have a Reckoning, and it's going to just be a save for Talon. Yeah, this is right. This is the correct play, because
Look at economy.
You have, yeah, look at the economy and look how many rounds you have ahead of you.
True.
It's a long road before Bleed even comes close to making this look like it's a contentious map.
Swarm grenade out.
And what I'm thinking about is next few rounds, Yay, Scary, holding on to their ultimates.
True.
A lot of potential that they can make happen with those tools.
Grab an orb for Zest. Get that,
Oh, yeah.
get that Thrash. A lot of tools.
So it's possible for Bleed to climb back up. Meanwhile, for Talon right now, just needing 2 more rounds. They've done a good job so far. They've shown us really interesting strats, especially with some of the pistol ones where they wrap back around through screens, working together as a team, holding some of these defensive angles up on the A site. What are they going to do next?
Jit Boys and Surf. Maybe going to have a lot of pressure in their face. Jit Boys seemingly took that 0 point intentionally. Kind of curious. Trying to bait them around into this crossfire. Pretty quick rotation now from Cruz and Ban. So this is going to be a pretty tough take. These ultimates, if they're gonna come out, are gonna have to hit, and they're gonna have to hit hard. Oh no, not like that.
Off timing.
I suggest you move.
Just a little bit unlucky, but still the rest of the team have their protocols to push up onto the B site, off of the high tide, off of some of the dizzy tosses. Yay has collected up on so much space. Cruz holds his ground though. Surf comes back in, anticipating some of these angles. Now 2 players left, and Scary has his work cut out for him. Cove down, cuts off mid, tries to hold it off. Zest still alive, has the Thrash, needs to play for time. Tries to stay alive too. They might not know that Scary's still here. Oh, but then the sudden peek out from Surf. He crouches, not quite able to connect the shot. And a 1-on-3, not quite doable for Zest. He just peeks out, trying to do what he can, but that's gonna be it for now. Talon reaching match point.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of confusion, a little bit of indecision for Bleed cost them. You know, Retla coming back in to play for this Bleed squad. Looks like he's not quite fully integrated and not quite aware of the open space that's being left open on the map. And Governor makes him pay, and then Governor swoops in to collect that last kill, and now you're 1 away from Talon taking this match after losing their map pick of Lotus in a position where they can have a great start to stage 1.
I mean, the trend of it right now, it's as these teams try to pull off some of these lurks, it doesn't quite work out for Bleed. Meanwhile, you've got players like Surf and Jit Boys just working so well as a duo. Look at how they're positioned again on B, knowing that, all right, Bleed's gonna try to go in for this. Full team's rotated over. Governor trying to set up a bit of a flank. Yay with the angle now hops up and finds Ban with his knife. Bit of a flying knife now. The rest of the team just trying to work against the spike plant. Scary able to catch a player as he tries to shoot out. Darian holding the angle, turning this firefight into an advantageous one for Bleed. Surf wanting to fight back. Governor no longer going in for the flank. Too many players ahead of them. So it's going to be back to a save. We have the advantage. No need to do all too much.
Yep. I love that they're very aware that they don't need to give any extra to Bleed. A great execute here. A lot of knowledge in where that high tide is going to be for Ye, knowing that he has just enough of an angle to catch players if they swing wide out towards Snowman. And then Scary getting a big pick onto Jit Boys. That's basically the round done. Not able to stop the defuse were Talon. They tried to commit to it. They tried to. They just came up short of being able to clear the wingman. Because Cove wasn't invested there, right? The Cove was saved for that res onto Darion. So, not really too big of a deal in terms of the long-term scope of things. But I would be more excited about that res onto Darion if it just didn't take one more round for Talon. Because that would have been a huge turn of economy, right? Like, you're able to keep your gun in that situation, things like that. But instead, it's like, well, they need to win every round anyway. And they have plenty of money, so. Plenty of ults in the bag. Talon going to be working with some of their own governor up and over. Huge.
Spike down,
Gets
attacker
zest.
spawn.
Just a big investment. I mean, while BieL are able to pull off some surprises like the previous round,
Are they going to read this?
when it goes back into it,
Ye heard that rope.
now making use of mid, exactly. They knew Governor did something, now trying to look for him. Spotted him out. There's the site captured. Gonna have to make use of some of these positions though. Retla now dipping back and forth.
It's a good read.
He didn't see anyone though.
No.
Talon putting themselves in position. Just
Man.
setting up for it.
Kind of revealed his position here. Cove going to be used this time to make sure the plant goes
Spike
down.
planted.
But I like what BieL does here. They recognize the open space in the kitchen quickly, take advantage of it, give themselves a chance here in this round.
Alright. 0 point to ensure that the side is clear. They know they are all around yellow and green. They got the Thrash, sends it out. Timing a little bit off. Thrash doesn't quite connect, but Surf jump peeks off of it. Now it's going to be down to Ye. Jitboy sticking the defuse. He's got the poison cloud. Surf pressures on. 13-6. Such a big and triumphant win for Talon Esports and some of the players, Surf and Cruz, as they play against their ex-teammate Scary.
Awesome, 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 awesome. The way that they just kept getting better, they're able to shrug off that loss on Lotus, and from there it just felt like they were in firm control of the pace of this game. They were in firm control over the information. Everything seemed to be going their way. They made great reads, they found great timings for their lurks, for their picks, and BieL never quite found the answers. Some cool stuff. Lotus was great for BieL. I love the way they played that map. After that, it seemed like they just weren't quite all there. It didn't seem like they had that same synergy. It didn't seem like they had that same ability to kind of control the map, to kind of read the way that their opponents were using their utility and things like that. I don't think you should be super discouraged as a BieL fan, but yeah, it's still taking some time with these new players on their new agents. Zest didn't look super comfortable on the get-go, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like he's obviously been well known for his Sova play in particular.
Yeah.
You know, he is a good Fade player. We saw that on Lotus. But the get-go on Bind and Icebox was not quite what I expected.
I think that's one of the things. They've got the players, they've got the experience, but just takes a little bit more time. The rest of it will be broken down by our analyst desk. Congratulations, Talon Esports.
Talon wins their first championship points in this full best of 3. Their groove just got stronger and stronger with every round that passed, especially on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty damn concise. I mean, it was a little bit of a rocky start. As you saw there at the beginning, they were able to start things off nicely, but then immediately drop the follow-up on the anti-eco. But they were able to right the ship and basically knock it out of the driver's seat the whole rest of this map. Talon just with a very strong read. Governor with, you know, continued pop-off performances. Saw that starting on that last map, and that very much carried over for him going back over onto this jet on Icebox, where he was just having a whale of a time. I mean, just mowing people down left, right, and center.
So something I forgot to, mention when we come back to Icebox, it feels like there was a curse on the KO, but that didn't seem the case here for Talon. We saw how well they kind of adapted to it, and the way that they approached it was so well done. You'd see that it wasn't really Ban that was starting up the initiations on that KO. He wasn't really throwing the flashes for the most part. He was actually waiting for Cruz to get things started with that Gecko first. Then he supplemented things as the follow-up, and that made it, in your point, easier for Governor to start doing those entry frags into the site.
Now, BieL did try their darndest in the second half. They climbed back a bit, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I think it was just a little bit too far gone. As soon as Talon got up to 12, it felt like, I mean, it always feels that way in those kind of moments where it just feels like this is impossible. Being able to claw back, 6 consecutive rounds of force out in overtime and then be able to get the win, it just seems so unlikely. And that's the problem, is that, you yourself, when you're playing the game, when you're in that position, you will feel defeated already, even though the game is not necessarily over. Paper Thin was talking about it. We had mentioned it. I do think that this Gecko coming out here from Zest, this is something that very much needs to be workshopped a little bit more. It didn't really look comfortable at really any given point there. So I think that that's going to take some more time to workshop. But maybe just the comps in general maybe need a little bit of a reassessment here from the side of BieL. Saw them doing something, very different on Bind, something that we haven't seen in a while with that breach coming through. Then they also move over. They have Scary not playing on. that more lurk controller role like we're used to seeing him when it comes down to, playing Omen or even playing Viper. They try to change it up. They don't go for the Viper, which has kind of been the mainstay on Icebox. They go for this Harbor, and it just didn't really find as much value as they would have liked.
Yeah. Speaking of lurk, Surf was doing a good job at just kind of being on the other side of the map. Sure, he was gonna get picked off sometimes by Ye, but when he's not, he's like, guys, I've already cleared the side. Come back here. You've already done what you could on the other part. I've already gotten this one. Come here. So we'll do that.
I think these are really good signs for Talon moving forward. It's going to be a bit rough, though. Their next matchup is supposed to be Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who is going to be going up against Gen G, that's going to be a rough match for you. There's just no other way to cut it. They just look absolutely incredible at the moment. But, I mean, this is a good first step here for Talon, of course. This is about, maybe I think even better than I had anticipated coming into today. I was expecting to see 3 maps. I thought it was going to be a lot closer across all of them. So for them to kind of break away and have a relatively clean run here on Icebox, I think is a good sign for Talon. Are they going to be ready to take down Gen G? Well, that one I think is a completely different story. Governor, if he can continue to trend upward and maybe have that opening performance that we had from him on the Neon versus the likes of Texture and Meteor, then maybe they're going to be in with a pinch. But I think there's still going to be some more work. But this is obviously a positive sign for Talon. For Bleed, as Paper Thin was also saying it right there at the end of the broadcast, I don't think that Bleed fans need to go full panic mode. Yeah. It seems like overall the org is going to be committed to having Ye staying on Duelist, getting him back in the groove there. We saw some good performances from him. I think, especially his Raise on Bind, he was putting up some solid numbers and, trying to go toe-to-toe with Governor. So I think that this is just one of those things where it's like, yeah, you just had some really overarching changes. You've changed your IGL. You have a new initiator coming in. You're experimenting with some different compositions. This is one of those moments where you're going to have to, unfortunately, likely suffer some losses. But while you go through those loss cycles, it's going to be the team, hopefully getting better and better as time goes on.
And that's exactly what it looks like. This is a vast improvement, I would say, from the earlier kickoff performance that we saw. I think there's a lot of potential here, and I think Bleed will definitely be a force to be reckoned with, especially by the time we get to Split too, Asarai.
Yeah. At least they still have that structure that they can follow up on, compared, as you mentioned, to that kickoff. What was kind of interesting with that statement, with the Governor one, I'm just kind of looking forward how well he's going to be facing Texture. So other than that, just happy with the performance throughout. Aside from that, Jit Boys still pretty good on the Viper here. I think he was able to create a bit of that impact when Governor was being picked off a little bit in the starting of the round, but so far, again, so good for Talon here.
Yeah, Talon was just looking really tight, a lot more mind meldy. Like, this is the Talon. They looked more in sync, like they did earlier on in kickoff. So I like what we're seeing here from both of these teams. And, I mean, not too long ago, here at the desk, we were really unsure which way this was going to go because both teams looked equally good.
Yeah, I mean, just, there was some blow for blow happening in the first 2 maps, but this was just Talon just getting in control. And, I mean, we have to call a spade a spade. I mean, Retla, that was not a good performance from him, unfortunately. We need to see way more impact. I mean, we're talking about Surf being like, okay, this guy comes out formally, big jet main, moving over, playing the Killjoy pretty much for the first time, and puts on a solid performance there. Yeah, Retla, I mean, going back over to the Sentinel, something that he was known for, and having a really rough go of it, they need to have that impact coming through from the Killjoy, whether it's anchoring sites or getting those lurk forwards into, A, when the rest of the team is adding pressure to mid, adding pressure over towards B and yellow, to say, like, okay, actually rotate back around, let's go, let's hit A, it's open, I've got enough space, I'm in deep, we could go for a setup on the execute. We weren't seeing that at all. It was just punishment time and time again, so need to see some more consistent impact from him when he's going to be playing that Killjoy.
The thing about this game is that it changes so fast. And the fact that he's experienced with Bleed, he's experienced in this circuit, but he hasn't played in a while. And I think we're going to see glimpses of that even going into our next match too, with Jing coming back in. Like, it only takes a couple of months for the game to completely change.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to continue that. Even though he's played so many times, actually, before he joined Bleed, he was, playing in off tournaments, which teams like Trying Our Best, form like off-season team for Bleed here. It still doesn't kind of work out for Bleed, at least for this, for this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that this is just, this is going to be the early stages that we're witnessing right now of a rebuild. You're changing things up. You have a different IGL. Scary is he's done it in the past, but now he's doing it in English. So it's a very different look. So I think that overall, the pieces are there. It's really just about putting them all together and actually constructing the thing. We've bought the box of Legos. We just haven't put the Death Star together yet.
Yeah.
So they're going to be in the process, and anybody who's done those kinds of builds knows that it's going to take a while.
Oh, yeah. It definitely takes a while, but they're on the right track. With that, we're going to go over to the stage. Jen has an interview on standby with our MVP.
Thank you, guys. And losing's not on the table for sure for Talent today as they take down BieL 2-1. I'm standing here with Governor himself. Congratulations, Governor. Now, first thing I want to ask you was what were your main takeaways from kickoff? Because I know it was when the team really just kind of debuted the new roster, and it was your first Pacific stage game as well. So what were you able to learn?
We were able to learn like how to stay calm a lot more. I think there's a lot of times, maybe like the DRX match especially, where we just made a lot of mistakes under the pressure. But I think going into this match, we emphasized the importance of like staying calm and limiting mistakes, because I think on Lotus we kind of failed to do that, but we bounced back for the next 2 maps. I'm really happy about that. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool, calm, collected is what you learned.
Yep.
Also, you guys incorporated so many changes, right? Cruz on that IGLing role, but also Surf on the non-duelist role as well. So talk to me about these changes, why they came through, and also how you guys came to figure out that these were the changes that the team needed.
So I think a lot of people expected that when we play Surf, we would put him on duelist, but I think a lot of duelists nowadays are transitioning to like a sentinel role, especially in like other regions. You have like Leaf, for example. I don't know anymore off the top of my head, but it's in my opinion a role that a duelist can play, because it's a lot of like 1v1ing, and Surf's aim is just it's incredible. That guy I can't curse. I won't curse, but it was like a really good fit.
Definitely was a really good fit. Now, when it comes to BieL Esports today, they were, kind of rolling in with their new iteration. Probably not enough time to get enough reps in with their new roster. So, what did it feel like going up against today? Did you see like many weaknesses that maybe you can exploit?
So, going to the match, BieL obviously made 2 roster changes. So, a lot of the data that we had from kickoff, like a lot of it didn't really matter. We did expect Ye would go back to duelist. The most we could do to prepare was, just see how he plays, how to avoid him. He's obviously their star player. But for the most part, we were going into a blind, and it was just up to our IGL, Cruz, and everyone else to just make adjustments as we play.
And lastly, you guys are going up against Genji in your next match. Anything you want to say to Genji players?
We are playing with nothing to lose. I do not care, so good luck.
All right. And I realize, I noticed you're holding something right now, I'm going to give you a chance to have a shout out.
Buy the Talon capsule, please.
Buy the Talon capsule. This man has been holding this forever. It's literally like it has your sweat on it. All right. Yay. All right, so Governor, thank you so much and best of luck. And get some rest today. I'll see you again next week.
Thank you so much.
And that was Governor. Everybody, we are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because T1 will be taking on DRX, and that's the one you don't want to mix.
patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
let's go.
Tara.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We got to see a new slick kind of BieL and Talon winning their first championship point as they found their group. But now it's going to be a family affair for the next matchup, T1 and Paper X.
The Susanto Showdown is back again. I don't know why people keep going for Derby. I think alliteration is always better, so I think Susanto Showdown is a bit better. But with T1 arriving, looks like we'll get to hear from X here.
Even Jinx coming back, there's still only one person, and then maybe they can get a lot of big momentum because we know Jinx is really insane, right? So, but honestly, our preparation is good for the upcoming stage 1, so I don't have any worry about it.
Anything you want to say to Forsaken?
Yeah, let's just have fun and then do our best, and then my Dongseng is like kind of sick these days, so I hope he recovers well and then can give their best for the next match.
All right, thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon. All
What a nice older brother. He knows that Jason Forsaken is a little bit under the weather. There's no, smack talk in this family, which is definitely not like my family.
But I don't think that we'll be seeing any mercy in the game. So that's probably about the only reprieve that he'll get, and Xcure's still just going to give him everything he's got.
Oh, absolutely. Now, T1 was definitely a force to be reckoned with during kickoff, and I think this is going to be a crazy matchup. Everyone is always looking forward to the Susanto showdown, but I think there's a lot more going on here for T1.
I'm just gonna say it. I actually am gonna throw shooting with the Susantos in that one, just because I'm also looking forward to Xcreate maybe bringing out the chamber once again. It was pretty sick once we saw it. It felt like it was more hyperactive compared to like Laz's chamber. So definitely something to just kind of watch out for if they do bring that out.
Yeah, he plays it very aggressively. He very much has confidence in his ability to be able to get value with those tour de forces. So especially when he has that one available, or even if it's just a standard op in his hands. You can fully expect that Xcure is going to be going on a bit of a mission to try to hunt somebody down. So, I mean, it widely has lent itself to being map dependent, so I'm curious to see what the pool ends up looking for once we go through the pick and ban, to see if they do land on some of those maps that are going to enable him to really play the chamber. But aside from Xcure, I mean, everybody realistically, as we're talking about on this squad, I mean, Carpe has been, ever since the ABL, really been picking up the IGL role, ever since we had Zeta stepping back. But one of the big ones, I think, what we'll talk about later is Izu, but for now, it looks like we're ready to hear from PaperX as well.
Okay.
Welcome back to Pacific. We missed you so much. How much did you miss playing on the stage?
Definitely missed it a lot. It's been like 5 months since I played, so very excited.
Right. We are all excited to see you play once again. Good luck and thank you.
5 months is a long time in Valorant time. The game's only been out for like, 3 years? But he's
It's like dog
back.
years.
Yeah, it's like dog years. Exactly. Oh, man, because his name is Jing, too.
I mean, this would have been
Not
the...
Jing, his dog in Bahasa, Indonesia. Anyway, we're excited to see Jing back.
We are. I was going to say, this would have been the cruelest April Fool's joke that they could have done, is if they were actually lying the entire time and to release that just a couple days later. But it's super crazy. I think that this is the thing that caught everybody by surprise around the world, was the news that Jing was going to be stepping back into this roster. Talked about it ad nauseum in other places. Really unfortunate for Moniette, but I mean, overall, when you just get the opportunity to bring Jing back into the fold, I don't think that you can fault PaperX at all for making that decision. Just given the highs that they were able to hit last year, being in that second place position, being in that grand final versus EG, they get the opportunity, they absolutely lunge at it. Now, Jing is back in, but as we're talking about, is that 5-month break going to hurt them, or does he have a bit of an explosive return to the stage?
I mean, he is known as one of, if not the best Rays in the world. I think this may still hold true, but I would say PaperX is now officially the only team with 0 changes to the roster since last year.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, but I'm pretty sure we have had changes pretty much across the board. A lot of teams, obviously, with overarching changes. But so, yeah, this does kind of leave them out there by themselves, make them a little bit more unique, I suppose. But, I mean, preferred agents, we already know. It's the Rays, it's the Phoenix, pretty much only on Pearl. Maybe they'll decide to run it elsewhere. I mean, we've been seeing it sometimes on Sunset. Yeah. So, I mean, they could try to do that. But that is also a big question is, if Sunset comes in, do they still stick to the same duelistless comp? Because I think with Jing in, you can't actually do that anymore. So I think that you would have to play a duelist there. So maybe Phoenix could come in, but...
I had to point out, he has played the stage in the past.
Yeah.
On Fracture. So maybe this could be, he switches it up. I don't know. But we're looking at the Susanto Derby, Susanto Showdown. We're going to change this. But I like this, bro. Some things are just not meant to be. Even if Forsaken's a little under the weather right now, this is always a highly anticipated matchup. I mean, their whole family, these two, plus their younger brother, I think he's 10 or 11, also a superstar in this game. But here are some highlights from kickoff between these two teams.
I mean, it was incredible to watch when they squared off before. I mean, just, going into overtime and everything, that series was one that just absolutely delivered on all fronts. But it is now a heads up where Forsaken has the lead. He hasn't lost yet to Execute. Execute's going to say, okay, maybe third time is the charm. You know, especially with you being under the weather. I wish you the best, but, you know, I'm still going to be looking for that win.
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well with Forsaken that he's the player that has played the most agents, I believe, in Madrid, and he's been kind of showing how proficient he has been. 7 agents overall in the span of like 4 different roles on the controller, duelist, initiator, you just name it, he's done it.
And he's probably the player that's played the most in the world. Like, even outside of Madrid, I think just last season, he had to have been like the most flexible player up there along the likes of, you know, RB, Ethan is another one that really comes to mind as far as hyperflex players out there. But Forsaken, I think by far and away was the most valuable of all of them. And just the amount of just roles that he is able to fill. I mean, hell, even in Madrid, just saying like, okay, I'm just going to play Raze now on Split and I'm just going to crush people. Like, it's just nutty what this guy is able to do.
And on top of all of that, I know everyone talks about the no IGL thing at PaperX, but honestly speaking, we are seeing more and more calling coming from him on top of playing pretty much every agent except ISO. Now we're looking at historically T1 and PaperX's map data here, and Sunset's obviously really good for PaperX, but it's good for T1 too. And Icebox, they both don't like Icebox. Look at that.
Yeah.
But things have changed for PaperX. Jing's back. Actually, I don't think Jing likes Icebox either.
I don't think. Something tells me that Icebox is not going to be coming up in the series. I'd be very shocked to see if that one does come into play. But there is a lot of overlap here as far as where I think these teams would like to go. Lotus is one that very much juts out of my mind, even though that's a 50% for the side of PRX. But looks like we're about to find out as the map draft is ready.
I want to see the coin. We never get to see the coin. What is it?
What if it rolls like way too far for them to, you know, see if it's head or tails?
You have to chase after it.
Okay. Competitive integrity.
First ban for T1.
Drum roll.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
T1, you may not pick the first map.
And then, yeah, PaperX.
Also unsurprising.
Yeah, not having any wins there, not getting any success. And with a 100% win rate over PRX's 50%, they are going to be going for Lotus, so that does lean towards Execute bringing out the chamber once more.
And T1 and PaperX, even last year, Lotus has always been, you know, an interesting map between these two teams, and definitely one of the stronger ones for T1 when they're facing against PaperX.
Yeah. Liking the PaperX on Bind, though, that means that we could be looking at the double duelist once again. Jing's come back onto this, you know, the just aggressive satchels. I'm already looking for the Yoru as well for Forsaken.
I love it.
Something like that could definitely come into play. I'd be curious. I'm really curious to see what they do on Bind because, I mean, even if they do go for the Yoru, that could just be something going over to, you know, the Gecko on that map, something that he's very proficient at playing. But Sunset as the decider, I mean, I absolutely love this draft because I think if T1 come out and they can maintain a win rate on Lotus, this seems like this could very much be slated to go all the way to 3.
Oh, absolutely. And this is actually the same map draft as the previous match, but I feel like we're going to see, or similar until Sunset, but I think we're going to see a very different style of gameplay. We have two incredible teams who have definitely, you know, proven their, and how strong they are. And, I mean, I don't know if it's too early for predictions, but how are you guys feeling about this with the addition of Jing? I know it's very exciting, and Achilles, you've spoken about, you know, on numerous platforms. Your opinion about this swap out?
Look, I mean, I for one, I'm excited to see Jing back. He's just so fun to watch. He is just Raze incarnate. He has kind of taken that away. It used to be Bunny was like the guy who's got the best movement out there. Jing has overtaken. He is just so damn good. He's so much fun to watch when it comes down to playing this. And I think that even with Forsaken maybe feeling a little bit under the weather, even with Jing not playing on stage for about 5 months, I think that first run back, that first time back out on stage in front of the audience here, you know, brother v brother, I actually very much favor PaperX. I think that this is going to be an explosive return for Jing, and then maybe they hit a couple roadblocks down the line, but I think that this is going to be a nice little return to form. It's just going to be really fun to see them back on stage, and then maybe they suffer a little bit down the line.
That would be classic PaperX.
Oh, sorry.
How are you feeling, Asura, about you know, Monyet or Jing?
I mean, I definitely agree. I'm definitely missing Monyet because I feel like he was such a awesome player that came out from PaperX. He had so many highlights. He also had that play where he was just trying to stab someone on Lotus. But I feel like, again, Jin coming back into this, it's not like, you know, he's a new player. He has been playing with Paper X for such a long time, so the synergy's already there. So I feel like, again, like Achilles said, it's just him trying to reacclimate to this newer iteration of Valorant.
And we were just looking at the last time they faced off on Lotus during kickoff, and of course Monyet wasn't there. And it seems almost easy to slip Jing back in there. It's great. Anyway, with that, I would like to invite the coach who has definitely changed the game for coach cams. We got Coach Alex from Paper Rex here. Welcome. I know this guy.
Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Did you know the reason why Pacific doesn't have a desk at the desk anymore is because of you? We knew you were going to be here. But how are you feeling since Madrid? And you know, I'm going to jump straight into it because we don't have that much time. Do you think the teams here in Pacific have an advantage because they had more time to prepare for stage 1?
I mean, yes and no. Yeah, you have more time to prepare, but I think what we get from Madrid is match practice, you know, and you can't like replace that. I think between the two, I honestly, I think I'd rather be here, you know, because I think match practice is, yeah, sure, it's nice, but like, you know, I want more time with my team to be able to like flesh things out. But yeah, so yes and no.
And I have to ask about Jing. We all want to know about Jing. I think the obvious thing is everyone thinks, you know, you just reintegrate him, easy peasy, everything's all the same. Is it really that simple?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he missed 5 months of competitive play, you know, like it's he's gonna have to catch up. I think a few scrims, he's seen some stuff, new stuff, you know, he goes like, oh, I've never seen that before. And everyone else is already like used to this kind of thing.
And Asarai, he's a big Monyet fan. He has a question.
All right, just again, you know, with Jing coming in and Monyet not being able to play for Paper X anymore, how is he doing?
I mean, he's gonna come back to Korea very soon. The thing is, he's staying a bit longer. He took the opportunity to finish his studies, so he would have had to miss a week regardless. I think he had some papers that he wanted to complete, but now he's just taking the chance to like really study for it, you know.
That's good. Best use of the time. Do you think that if you were to take that tack to bear backstage with you, it would prevent you from being at the desk? So you have something to cuddle instead of unleashing your fury?
Cuddle.
I mean, I think the production might allow you to take the bid. We haven't let Carlisle or any of the other coaches, but
I've seen that tweet.
If it saves the desk, then they might actually allow you to
maybe
take
I just won't slam it today. So I've already, I'm calm now.
Oh, yeah.
Nice at home. You're finding your peace. That's good.
Okay, I have to ask you about T1 too. Obviously, you know Kevin Excurit quite well. What are your thoughts on going against T1 today?
I mean, I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I mean, they have a whole month to do like whatever they want to do. So honestly, I think this feels like the first match of kickoff. You know, like everyone's just retooling. I think it's nice that we had a bit of match practice in Madrid. You know, the travel time sucked, but I hope that we can give them a good game because for us, you know, we have a new roster again, right? So we have to feel it out. You know what I mean?
I think normally this would be a really stupid question for me to ask, but given that you've just slotted Jing back in, I think that there's actually an application for this. Do you have any? Should we expect anything new today? Because you guys have been delivering some crazy comps. So do you think that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of the old comforts?
I mean, we've had 5 or 6 days of practice with me, so I don't know.
So 5 duelists.
We can try. I'll float the idea.
Okay, I wanted to ask the question because I've been asking all the coaches here.
Yes.
You know, with Laz bringing out the chamber, is someone here from Paper X gonna bring out the chamber maybe Forsaken because he's done it in the past?
I mean, we have a chamber comp, but it didn't look very good in practice. So it depends, you know. It depends. We might. It's got some use cases.
Okay. Looking forward to it.
And to close it off, before you go into your match, any shout outs to your fan or to your family who's watching?
Hi.
Short and simple. I love that. You can 2 carrots, 3. Well, oh, sorry. All right, I think we're out of time.
I can't believe you asked that.
Vegetables? All right, we'll talk about this backstage. Oh my goodness, Achilles. Anyway, thank you so much, Alex. Of course, all the best to you and the boys.
See you guys. Thank you. Oh my God.
I can't believe you asked that.
I'm sorry. Best of luck.
I was really thinking vegetables. I was like, carrots? Like, yeah, he needs to eat more veggies.
Yeah, that's what it's like. They improve your eyesight, right? They
exactly.
allow you to see targets
the
across
game better.
Screen.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
Of course.
Oh, you guys are all weird over there.
Whew, need to catch my breath on that one. But I'm really excited for this matchup right now. God, Achilles, you got me like freaking blushing
I'm
right
sorry. I said that I wasn't going to do that, and then I just sent it. So.
But anyway, let's cover predictions really quickly. We already know that Paper X for you.
Paper X.
Paper X.
Yeah.
And this is just because they've been together for so long.
Yeah.
William here is being William.
I will say though, this is way more one-sided than I would have anticipated.
Yeah.
I thought that a lot more people were going to be leaning in towards T1 here comparatively. So I'm really curious to see if we're actually going to be rewarded for this confidence, or if William's going to get a little bit of an edge up on us.
Yeah. Well, with that, I think we are ready to watch the players walk onto stage, get ready into this matchup. We're going to go over to casters, Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Achilles, and Aster, and of course, our awesome coach, Alex. That was a really fun interview.
I agree. I love his answers. They're really to the point. He doesn't waste any time. He's good at deflecting some of the bad Achilles questions. It's all good. No, I mean, I think Alex is generally kind of that guy that you can always expect those really honest answers but they aren't like long-winded or anything. He's just going to tell you how it is. You know what I mean? And certainly, obviously, as Mika so aptly put it, the return of the Jing is the kind of big story of the day. But still, T1, man. I mean, yeah, I didn't pick them in my Preds, but I fully agree with Achilles that I could totally see them winning this. Now, that being said, I got to stick with Paper X because T1's never even taken a map off of them. So until they can prove to me that they can do that, how am I supposed to go against that unless I'm like gambling that,
Unless you're William, I guess.
Well, he's a gambler, so yeah.
He's our maverick.
I mean, I gambled on the last game and lost, so it's his turn.
I mean, it's just a little bit odd, and sometimes there are factors to this. You do want to think about how Jing can fit back in the team. It has been a while, and at the same time, T1 has had all this time to practice. They have had a lot of game tape to study on. Maybe there are some counter or anti-strats that even Alex isn't aware, even Alex isn't going to be prepared for.
Well, yeah, and I think one thing to keep in mind here is it would not be off script for Paper X to come out here slow, even when they have practiced together, even when they're kind of in a good state, in that kind of cohesion. They still sometimes have some really slow starts, and then they just kind of turn it on and take it over. And that's kind of what happened last time, right? That they squared off on Split. It was an OT. It was very close, and then they just dominated on Ascent.
Yeah,
so
afterwards.
Yeah, and the thing with Jing is, I've talked to other coaches about going up against Jing, what's that like? And what's really difficult about it is that you don't, game to game, he plays differently. It may look like from an outsider perspective that Jing's just blast packing in, he's just doing crazy stuff, but there's timings and things that he does, whether or not he's going to get in a smoke and blast pack out of it, or he's going to just blast pack through the smoke, things like that actually make a big difference in how you prepare against a team like Paper X and how you're going to be ready for the timings and things like that. So you kind of never know what you're going to get. That's what makes them tough to play against.
It's a little bit unpredictable, and I think that's one of the things that gives us that much more confidence in Paper X, because T1 might not really know how to prepare against a team that just slotting in Jing back in from a bit of downtime. So it takes a little bit of time, it takes a little bit of practice, but I'm sure that T1 has their own plans. We're touting X-Curate and his chamber back on this Lotus. It's still going to be that good. Is Paper X prepared for it?
I don't think you can ever be prepared for Paper X until you play him twice, in a couple days. Then maybe a little bit. So we're going to welcome our teams to the stage, T1 and Paper X. I just love T1's banner. It's so sick. Like that archer outside of their office in Gangnam.
Yeah.
So cool. Paper X is going to get a big round of applause as well. Definitely, they have made fans everywhere across the globe.
Truly, I mean, our best-selling team capsule, of course.
Pearl lets everybody know it, too.
Wow, and the first one to walk out onto the stage, take center. Of course, the return of Jing. How will this all fit in? Will Paper X be returning to top form? I mean, of course, another team that we're thinking about is still Gen G with how well they have performed in the past few months. T1 right up next to them. There is a very slim chance. It is very possible. You never know what's going to happen in Valorant.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, look, T1 is really, really good. This is a team that I had huge expectations for. They came up just short of making it to Madrid. And I love this roster. I love the way they play. Izu is a player that everybody is telling me behind the scenes when I talk to other players and coaches, like, this guy could be the next superstar. Like, he could be the guy that you really need to keep your eyes on as a player that could kind of take over this league and be the guy that we're talking about day in and day out. We'll see if that's the case. You still have to get over this Paper X team, which with Jing in there last year was the best team in Pacific, was the second best team in the world. So you gotta dig deep for T1 today.
Definitely have to. Paper X just looks a little bit more relaxed, like they've done this before. We know what we're about to do. We've got our game plan. We're just gonna play to it, stick to it, and let's see what T1 has. I mean, again, you talked about some of these players, Izu, but I think it's really interesting how they have this bit of chemistry. Rossi just being that whimsical fun guy for the team.
And permanently on Viper, which is also amazing. I love it.
So that's just interesting how everything's going to shape up. Can T1 improve that much? Again, another player that you want to look at also, apart from Execure, I think we haven't really mentioned all too much, is still Saya player and how well he can perform in that duelist role. So they've definitely given us some great performances against other teams like Zeta Division before T1. But up against Paper X, you know, this is always that tale as old as time, the old rivalry. Can they finally do it today, the second day of VCT 2024 VCT Pacific?
Yeah, man. I think T1 can do it. I'm not going to be surprised at all if T1 wins, but I still have to go with Paper X, and they're going with the more kind of tried and true composition for both sides.
Oh, wow.
No changes from their Lotuses. It's going to be Forsaken on that Cypher, X-Curate on the Chamber. For your Sentinel players, an exciting matchup there, certainly. But Paper X,
I feel like, yeah, it's just enough said.
Yeah, dude.
The crowd is already just cheering for Jing's return.
Yeah. I mean, he's unreal. I mean, he is the best Raze in the world, in my opinion, because of the way he plays it. So it's a matter of, again, Alex talked about this on the desk, that they had so little time and things have already evolved so much in the amount of time that Jing has been off of the team that, you know, Jing is seeing new things. He's having to learn a little bit of some of the protocols and some of the plays that are being set up and thought about by Paper X. A little bit worried about Forsaken being a little bit under the weather. That can definitely interfere with some of your comms and some of your thought processes and something like that. So maybe today's a day where Devi might have to step up a little bit, get a little bit more vocal in kind of that pseudo IGL role. He's more of like a sub-caller type. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Still, look, you're excited about Jing, but I'm excited about T1. I really like X-Curate on this chamber. He can be a game changer. He can be a difference maker if he's not accounted for. And that can be a problem for Paper X, where sometimes they don't really think through a problem quickly, and it kind of strings together a bunch of bad rounds for them, and then Alex has to come in and turn things around, which he's very good at doing.
Very, very good.
And, you know, unfortunately for desks, as we've seen many times, but but he can do that. But that can be the Achilles heel of Paper X sometimes, is they don't really adapt to stuff, and they kind of get tunneled in on their own game.
It does a little bit. So, I mean, as a fan, I would think, or even just looking at pure statistics, a lot of confidence, full confidence in Paper X as a team, as the players. But as a caster, you know, I gotta say, T1, you really want to see if they can make that improvement, if they can cause a bit of damage, if they can create a bit of that dent in Paper X. Just take one map off of today. They are the ones who picked Lotus this time. They have played this map before against Paper X and AVL. They lost 5-13.
Yeah.
Will today be a different story?
To be fair to them, that was Monyet playing the Raze, so that's even scarier, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
But this has been T1's map, right? This has been their home. This is where you have, you know, really good plays. You know, Izu can be really tricky with that Omen. Rossi all over the place with the Viper, doing a good job holding down sights. Xcurate just absolutely disgusting with sniper rifles, given those long-range opportunities. Would like to see a little bit more from Sai. I felt like Sai was a little bit weak in the kickoff. Like, it wasn't his best performance overall. He's still quite good. I have no doubts about Saya, but I'd like to see him pick it up. And this is just like Paper X starting on the attack, and A-Site completely left open here. T1 expecting a B hit. They have overstacked the mid of this map.
Almost feels intentional. I wonder if they'll break the door as well. But at the very least, I mean, if we've got the timer on pause. But if things go exactly right and PaperX are just, you know, gearing up to head towards A, then, you know, this is going to be interesting.
I forgot T1 was playing today.
Ah, no! That's right.
That's right. They are the Tech Pause curse. We have actually identified the real curse, and it is T1. I'm sorry to T1 fans and the T1 org, because you're all wonderful people, but you are cursed.
Some kind of an issue, of course, we'll just iron out those bugs, but for now, I mean, still, it's back to that. We had a pretty good day yesterday. It was pretty smooth. One little tech pause with an audio issue, very quickly solved. Wow, flew from NA.
Nice.
Enjoy Korea, yes.
Heck yeah. Tons of awesome stuff to do, especially not just in Korea. In Korea, there's unlimited things to do, but in this entire complex, there's awesome stuff to do. So
yeah, I saw
gotta come down and catch some games.
K-Town, K-pop stuff. There was a sign that said JoJo is the best Susanto, the youngest Susanto brother.
They're probably not wrong from what people have been telling me.
It's adorable, but all right, into the game we go. T1 completely evading all of it there. Yeah, pushing down pillars.
Oh my goodness. Is anybody, I mean, Devi's watching, but he's got the spike.
Oh my god, and he's got a classic.
This is so bad.
The crowd. So many gasps and no's.
They have no idea, dude.
Tree being taken now as the toxic screen goes up. We do have a couple of players from PaperX watching the back. Xcurate with his Headhunter, 6 rounds. Pretty much a sheriff, walking all the way through. Setting up the positions. Saya starts things off with a headshot onto Davai. Of course, now everyone has to divert their attentions away. You never know who's lurking around the back. Something still sharp as ever, though, able to take down Saya. Xcurate has been spotted. First Headhunter shot whiffed. And Something's just trying to play it safe, trying to play around the positions. Forsaken, unfortunately, getting taken out, though. And that's all down to Mind Freak. Still rounds left in the Headhunter chamber. Goes back out. 2 players. A little bit too much. Body blocked and everything, and T1 picks up the pistol.
Yeah, some really good ideas from T1. That early push out almost caught Devi. He barely got out of there in time. But it forced PaperX to have to just really focus tightly in their defensive setup on the site. Like, they can't really fan out. It's tougher to create some extra angles. Something did a pretty good job of trying to buy a little bit of an extra angle, but it's handled perfectly by Rossi and Xcurate. And then they find the right time to pull off. Really smart. They're expecting the reaggress because they know they have to stop the defuse timing. Knowing that Mind Freak's gonna have to push that angle. Really well thought out there by Rossi.
Oh, what? Quick reactions. One little peek, and with a Marshall, he does it all.
Get out of here.
I was just gonna say, I mean, T1 was doing a great job. Rossi exceptionally with that Sheriff. If he's that guy who's, you know, bringing the fun vibes to the whole team and he's having a good time, the whole team's gonna have a good time, but you can never, ever kind of doubt PaperX.
No. I mean, he's got the Outlaw, so makes it easy. Take down his brother. Sagan goes down, but still, you get an upgrade in a Spectre. Ooh.
Oh, something. Swaps back over to the Classic, but with the mount, just kind of exposes himself a little bit more. Rossi back in with the Sheriff, and the rest of the PaperX team trying to continue to pile up front towards A. Jing has a bit of an angle. He hears the footsteps. Oh, wow. Checked by Saya. Great job, T1. A couple of shots to Devi too, but that's the most that he can do. 2 players down. Still a pretty good win for T1.
I could have gone a lot worse for T1. That opening pick kind of can send teams reeling sometimes, can kind of get in your head that nothing's safe, but Xcurate very ready, and kind of a stuck peek there. Forsaken not jiggling at all, went for the angle. Something couldn't get underneath the mound. Rossi made him pay. Jing not able to win on his lurk, well accounted for. Mental discipline really good for T1.
Oh, good. Good job. I mean, that's the preparation coming in. Not sure what it is. A bit of an, audio issue, I guess. Fans crack me up. But yeah, you know, you can definitely see that there are some of these plans that are intentionally cooked up for PaperX. Because how often do you actually have a team that just completely leaves A open, pushes out a B pillar, just to wrap them around like that?
Yeah, basically never. Like, it just, this is the thing about Paper X is you almost have to kind of do the unexpected because of their unexpectedness, right? And that actually does throw Paper X off. It can be something that they have a difficult time accounting for, like lurks at weird timings and stuff like that. I've seen that punish them time and time again because they don't really think about it sometimes. Again, they can get a bit of those blinders, a little bit of tunnel vision. If you're going to find any fault in Paper X, there isn't much. That can be it.
I am reminded of what happened against EG at Champions last year. So
yes.
Definitely a good point. A lot of things going up. A lot of Paper X fans, T1 fans as well, as Valorant increases in popularity in Korea.
Accurate sign, please. He wants the signature there. A lot of T1 fans, yeah, for sure. Jojo, yeah, there's that sign. Jojo,
yeah, that's one.
I mean, look, both orgs, ton of popularity. You know, obviously, we're in Korea. T1's going to have a little bit of a home field advantage in that respect, but Paper X is just so entertaining to watch play that it's easy to make fans when you're that good. And that unique. The way they play is unlike anybody else in the world, so.
It's always fun, and it's a bit of a challenge to the teams that go up against them. Right now, it's going to be T1. You know, in the past, we had seen Gen G up against them in kickoffs, but Gen G, you know, knew how to deal with it. Paper X trying to adjust to this, yeah.
Gen G gave them a taste of their own medicine. They played aggressive and kind of were taking a lot of confident angles and pushes and stuff like that. So, yeah, that was, if you're confident against Paper X, it can snowball. It can snowball a bit. Cam check, that was fast.
Okay. Just starting things off with a bit of that lurk, a bit of a re-peek and 2 kills. So quick, collected. The rest of the team now pushing up. A little bit of mind presence to know that there could be more players trying to make this B play happen. It happened on the pistol round. Maybe T1's going to do it again. A is completely open after all.
Something already getting up towards heaven.
Good smoke, though.
Very good.
Allows for something to play around the positions. You got Jing ready with the paint shells as well. This is a good setup.
It could be red. I mean, this is kind of what Paper X likes to do. Yeah. I know what you meant. All right, Forsaken. He's on for the ace.
Okay. He's got the quad. It is just round 3. T1's trying to play it safe, trying to do what they can do. But then Forsaken just comes up from behind. This is the same-ish debut that we saw from Paper X last year in the regular season of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you expect out of a player like Forsaken, even if he's a bit under the weather. Not too shabby. Almost gets the ace here. Man, oh man, he is darn close.
Amazing. He looks good.
He looks fine.
Apart from the fact that Jing is returning, another thing I think we haven't really quite spoken about is the friendship between Forsaken and
the bromance.
Jing. Yeah, dude.
Oh, that spot.
Great fade. I mean, that's going to be now T1 trying to fight in for this, but Mindfreak is not going to let them go down without a swing. Shrouded steps away, and they are definitely aware of it, but look at what's happening across the map, too. Forsaken through the link, catches Execute from behind. Now so much more space being gathered. You've got the trip wire in front of Rossi. He can't go through for free. Neural Theft just reveals. And that's the go signal for Paper X to get the spike over on A.
Well, he's at least able to grab an orb.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to give him the Viper's Pit next round. One way or another, he's only got a judge. He's not going to go for this.
Forsaken's getting an orb too. We're all playing Pac-Man over here.
Great game. I think Forsaken is already showing off why I love to see him on this map on Cypher, because he's so tricky to deal with.
The mindfulness to, yeah.
He's all over the place. He's really good at holding the C site sometimes. It can be broken open, of course, but I really like the way he plays the Cypher. And Rossi, see if we can find any value out of this. I mean, the economy is weak for these 2 surviving players of Paper X, but the other 3 have quite a bit of money.
Waiting for exits. He's got the judge. There goes the first. Fires off a second shot even before he sees Mindfreak, and it does connect. T1, although Paper X picks up the round win, Rossi walks away with a bag full of gold.
That's huge. That's a lot. He's able to recover the op. Gets the Viper's Pit online. Didn't even have to die. That's a massive, massive play for Rossi. Yeah, they don't get the round win, but
Viper's
it almost feels like a loss for Paper Rex. Like, almost.
We'll see. Okay, so Mindfreak has From the Shadows available. Jinx 1 point away from the Showstopper. Something 2 points away from his Blade Storm. But on the other hand, T1 already has 2 ultimates at the ready. Economy maybe not the greatest, but they have a lot of tools at their disposal.
That could really change the dynamic. Here we go.
Whoa! Whoa! Doesn't quite connect. Side player in a bit of a tricky position right now as Forsaken hunkers down. Watches out over onto Pillar and captures onto 2 more players. B side is open.
Knew there would be the reload, and he knew he could push through. Really smart play from Forsaken.
Jeez Louise, oh god. And now it's going to be the operator with the angle. Down goes Mindfreak. But down goes this, oh, a spike carrier as well. Side players come back in kind. Although they've got the positioning, the spike drops. Viper's Pit now up by Rossi. They know they should have this round. How do you push back in? Look at what's happening again. Forsaken. It's happening again.
I think Xcurate has a decent idea that his brother's doing this.
All right, all right. Well, I want to see how Forsaken can. Does he check it? Do you know what your brother's doing? Or is it going to be in a pink mist?
I mean, they got time to really make sure that they're set up. Kind of come from all 3 angles at once.
Oh!
Unbelievable.
1 shot, 1 kill. Now on to the next. And he's online for the ace. Rossi's right around the edge of it, and Forsaken just sprays downtown.
Unbelievable. What a game he's already having. 11 kills in 5 rounds.
Are you kidding me?
Just blistering stuff from Forsaken. Goodness. I don't know what Jing was doing there. That was a little weird. He had the toxic screen in front of him, and he went to try to plant with no cover.
But you know, had him marked.
I know. I know. Xcurate knew. Forsaken's just better.
Unbelievable. And the way that he was checking into the Viper's Pit as well, making sure not to over-peek out the corner. Rossi was the one who walked into his crosshairs. And that's just tiny little timings that allows Forsaken to capture that ace. Next round, Paper Rex has been really good at going towards this ace site. T1 now no longer aggressively pushing out of B. Forsaken goes back in for a bit of adventure on his own. Uses the cyber cage to set up the spy camera. Does not expect his brother on the other side. He only spotted it, went in for this camera tag. The rest of the team, though, has already made their way in, but because of the smokes, Scion player able to take down Jing, something in for a bit of a trade. 2 players remaining. You've got Noted, you've got the Blade Storm.
Oh my.
Comes down to sharpshooting. They know the angles. Something's prepared for it. Snaps back onto Izu's head. Triple kill on a hat trick now. He knows Xcurate right around the corner too. Doesn't have the spike though, so this is just gonna come down to kills. Can Xcurate be accurate enough to outsnipe this? Watches down the angle onto where it stairs. It's taken a little bit too much time, so he brings back around. Catches something just as he peeks out. The shot through the engine block, and T1 back 3-on-3.
Well, this is starting to look like a Paper X match for sure. It is fast and furious. And this time it's a bait and switch for Xcurate. Nice work there with Izu to get his brother Jason to fall for it. Rossi holding that door nicely. Something almost takes this round. I mean, these huge multi-kills for Paper X. You can see, wow, Xcurate wants that. He's got that serious look on his face.
And off of the win, a timeout being called now by Coach Autumn, interestingly enough. They have an equalized score. They want to bring it to a bit of a lead. They are sensing that Paper X, are coming in with a bit of an adjusted strategy. In the past, maybe it's the hyper-aggressive stuff, but this time around, you always want to watch out for Forsaken on this lurk.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's the biggest part of this, is that they can't have Forsaken just running over their flanks and just tearing them apart. And certainly for Alex, he's probably trying to get them a little bit more dialed in, trying to get them a little more disciplined because they're getting caught in some weird angles. Rossi's doing a good job finding some moments. So you got to be ready for X-Cure's op. Got to make sure that you're not walking out in front of it. We saw it very early on when it was an outlaw, but basically the same gun in that situation, right? Where Forsaken just kind of wide peaks it enough. So you got to be kind of more diligent, some of the smokes and some of those things. And it is going to be time for that tour de force to come out. And this is the double op setup. Saya player can pick it up as well. And we see that all the time with T1 on this map.
Very potentially deadly stuff. I think there's also been a call for Forsaken to be a little bit more careful about some of these corners where X-Cure is definitely marking him. Something on with the judge, though, is a very interesting thing. They've managed to go in and flood down the B site. Spike has been planted. Jing with the showstopper, although it doesn't quite land. Good bit of damage. Rossi comes in for the trade. Mindfreak trades right back. Paranoia sent out by Izu as they try to push back out from the door side. Shrouded steps into the smoke. Now they're trying to play around it. Divide definitely hears this. Goes back in, just a pre-fire, but the run and gun doesn't quite work out. Something comes back in off of the information just to try to collect on these kills. But Quiet land range, Saya player connects the shot, swaps over the classic, and lands a great old one onto Mindfreak.
Is that a no-scope? Just point blank op. Absolutely bonkers stuff. The pace of play is insane.
Planted.
I mean, this is just, oh no, the one-way Forsaken there. Just walking right underneath it. Yep. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
That's why, I mean, Saya player still is that duelist that can always step up if needed. He wasn't maybe as loud during kickoffs, but he definitely still had great performances, especially against Zeta. Up against Paper X, it might be a little bit different, but right now, today, this is shaping up to be a bit of a challenge for Paper X too.
We know how good he can be. And there's just no breaks on this game. I mean, this is just a full-on C-hit. There is no hesitation with the Blade Storm to lead the way, trying to play off the back of these Seekers.
And T1 are just trying to respect Paper X as well. Walking through, did not check the corner where Izu is. Right up around the side, Jing tried to go in for the trade, but unfortunately shut down as well. T1 now having the numbers advantage, gonna press on with the pressure. You got the showstopper, the rocket at the ready, and it does land. Forsaken right underneath, not able to deal with the close quarter duel. Now X-Grid coming out from the door, they swung out, they captured Mindfreak, and we've gotten the round, gotten the lead. T1 moves forward.
Yep, flawless for T1. Flawless. Handling the pressure very nicely, not giving any opportunities for this aggressive style of Paper X. Just having a good read on when they can strike, when they can get in some angles. Paper X isn't expecting it. And that's always, again, a problem that you see sometimes with Paper X. I mean, Jing was trying to do something about it, but shot out of the air by Izu. Absolutely insane stuff for T1. They are already forcing that timeout. I don't blame Alex here. He needs to right the ship and right it fast. Definitely see if he can maybe get him to work the map a little bit more. Maybe see if they can put the tempo down a little bit.
Yeah.
Get Forsaken to not walk in front of his brother's op.
What are you gonna do? I mean, they're brothers.
It is, yes. It is hard when you like know each other so well like that. Like day to day, you're just like, who's gonna have the better read on the other?
But I think it's also, I mean, they do have these strategies, they do have the set plans, but sometimes, perhaps, Paper X things, you know, you mentioned the tunnel vision, overheating a little bit. They had the spike down on C. No real reason for something to continue pushing out all that far. You can admire the idea for Jing to try to go in for a trade, but after that, you know, without the numbers and the showstopper coming in from Saya player, it was just a bit of a tough round.
I mean, I'm sure in his mind, he's like, well, if I can just get towards their spawn and get to that raise before the raise gets the showstopper out, then I'll look like a genius. But that's Paper X, right? Like, this is the way they play. It is high-octane gameplay, to say the least. And I don't mind the idea. I do a little bit want to see Jing pull back there and then play a little bit further back, but it's going to be tough no matter what with that showstopper in play.
That's why it's a little bit of a tough position to be in, but at the very least, you can say that they have forced the hand of T1.
Yeah, economy's not great for Paper X. They had to invest just about everything they had into this round, and it still came up short. It's still a Guardian and a Bulldog.
Forsaken still lurking. Not really finding all too much. This time the protocol's in towards C. Playing together, not extending too much right now. They've got Waterfall, they've got the door marked.
They knew where that plant was coming down. Rossi tried to punish it.
Execute waiting for the door to tap. Waiting for the team too. Forsaken should be able to hear most of this. You can see that he's communicating it to his team right now. But unfortunately blinded, not quite able to do all too much. Devi on the other side, a bit of a tap with the Phantom, but instantly traded. Spotted Execute through Waterfall now, something. Wanting to take the duel, they know they have to watch out for Mound. Trades coming in, and the timer's still ticking away. A bit more of a standard round as Jing, alongside Mindfreak, do their job at anchoring down this spike. T1 not able to retake. Not unlike before.
Yeah, and I think Alex probably told him exactly what you were looking at in that previous round. Don't go too crazy. Get the plant down, then settle in. Get these post-plant coverages, get your trades in place, and that's what gets Paper X over the line here. A little bit cleaner in their reactions. Carpe having a really nice one. Getting 3 big kills. Just isn't quite enough. Execute with that op in a rough position towards the end. And there was some good movement there from Jing. Didn't overcommit to that angle. Didn't give Execute any real chance to take him down.
Cyber Cage up again. We're back into that same C strat. T1 trying to adjust around it. Reinforcing the site now with Rossi and Izu. Side player joining the team.
Trying to use that Prowler to set up Execute. Izu out of the air goes something.
Was that pre-aimed? I'm curious, but he definitely got that shot. Now Paper X has to rethink their decision. We can't quite go into C any longer.
Yeah, this is not. They've overstacked it, and then on this. Oh, Forsaken again!
Wide swings just a little bit further, an inch over the crosshair. Execute not able to fire off his operator. Mindfreak on the lurk this time. This is how you play Lotus. You've got the Neuro Theft as well, but Rossi coming back in to investigate. Great awareness. With the op now, though, picked up from his brother. Not quite able to flick back over.
He wide swung that angle, opened himself up to 2, and had to check.
Oh man, 2-on-4. Jing has this showstopper. Doesn't need it yet. Both players able to do so much. Now just pulls out the showstopper for a bit of security. Tries to blast pack away into safety or hop away into safety, but Izu, playing off of his teammate, gets the information and plays the position to perfection. 6-4, T1. The adjustments from both sides are great, but T1 still feeling that lead.
Well, jeez Louise, Izu. Absolutely bonkers. I don't know how Rossi read that. That's insanity. I don't know if there was an accidental footstep or sound given over by Mindfreak, but that's just tremendous awareness there. And Forsaken, again, we're seeing these problems where Paper X just starts to push more and more and more space on the map, but it gets to be too much too far. If Forsaken just kind of pulls back and holds a different angle, he doesn't offer himself to 2 potential angles that he has to worry about. And that's what ends up costing him. The timing, just too much.
T1 exercising that patience. And now adjusting to another site. C has been blocked off by the Viper's Pit of Rossi. So in towards A. Trying to play around the door. You've got that Prowler being sent out, something just trying to land the shot, holds the position. Good swing now coming through. But at what cost? You still got stairs to worry about. And Izu doing a good job at anchoring. Despite, you know, still calling him a bit of a rookie, he is providing that impact. X here now landing these shots.
Down A.
And Mindfreak trying to buy all the time he can. Forsaken got one.
Forsaken's got to watch out for Rossi. Oh, good dink. But Execute with the shorty jumping over.
Oh, he knows.
Wow. He knows.
He knows. He's been pretty good at reading. Just because he's losing to his brother sometimes in the duels doesn't mean he hasn't read it pretty damn well.
Good grasp coming in from T1.
I love it. I mean, but one of the concerns I have, and this is something I mentioned at the beginning, is that if you leave these sight lines open for Xcurate to pop off with the op, he's gonna knock you down. And they're not smoking off that stairs angle, or at least, you know, they're not finding the right timings after smoking it off, that Xcurate isn't allowed to punish it. And they are on a buy, and they are on B.
Okay. Oh, it's that Nightfall Carpe now.
Oh my god.
Sound completely robbed, low health, and it's just, it stills the rest of the T1 squad with so much confidence that they just push out and decimate Paper X.
And it's this toxic screen that cuts off the frontline players of Paper X again, and they don't have any ability to help off the back of it quick enough, and so you lose your two duelists.
The squad's been, split in half because of this.
We saw it earlier, Jing died trying to plant the spike, but they're still able to recover the round, but this time it's gonna take some heroics from Dubai and Mindfree.
Last player standing.
Not today, not for now, as we near the end of the first half. And 8-4 shaping up for T1. And I mean, just think about how it happens again. You've got all of these players from the side of T1, and they are just prepared to toss all of these haymakers against Paper X. That Nightfall, the toxic screen that you were mentioning, Paper Thin, and now the rest of them just collecting on these kills.
Look how fast
oh boy.
They start swarming. Poor Dubai.
All right, able to get the first. He knew that one was coming in from defender spawn, and that's why he turned around, but yeah, 3 players coming out from Mound. 8-4 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, this is great stuff from T1. All it took was that one time out. They were pretty well on track after that. You know, great recognition there by Autumn, even after winning a round, that they needed adjustments, that they needed to kind of take the fight to Paper X at times. You know, get themselves into better positions, use their utility to their advantage, and kind of cut up Paper X piece by piece. They certainly have made a bit of paper mache out of Paper X so far. What the heck? The Matryoshka Jing? Like, what is that?
The Russian doll.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does, you know, feel as though Paper X takes a little bit of time to adjust around this. If you're mentioning not turning them into paper mache, there's so much that they have to kind of work around. Meanwhile, T1 has had all this time to prepare. They picked this map intentionally, and it shows that they definitely know how to work their way around it. I mean, some of these setups where you have Izu watching for something as he tries to execute onto C, Xcurate marking a lot of these positions where he just knows, you know, whether or not it's his brother who's going to show up, or, you know, some of the other players from Paper X.
Here.
There's still a little bit of an adjustment period.
Yeah, there's very few rounds that T1 was completely fooled. They read things pretty well for the most part. Took some pretty spectacular plays from Paper X to really dislodge Xcurate. He's 12-6. He's having a phenomenal half. Saya player 12-8. Rossi 11-7. Izu 9-9. But some of those kills Izu has gotten have been really flashy. So you gotta like what you're seeing for T1. And now over to the attacker side. Again, generally this map, that's the side you're gonna favor. A lot of work to be done by Paper X, looking for some kind of mound hit here. They're just gonna push.
Wow. Oh, I don't know how great this is gonna work out. Something able to trade off for Jing, but unfortunately that Sheriff has been dropped. Xcurate now on the other side, marking Pillar. Able to capture onto Forsaken. Mindfreak on the other side with the classic. Just peeks out at the right time, but goes in for the reload. And Rossi just capitalizes. Something now with the swings, and all of a sudden Rossi, cold and alone, feels the pressure, needs to get the spike down at the very least. He has the timing for it, but Paper X has the numbers.
Sheriff gonna be grabbed by Devi, able to get a big chunk of healing. That could be a very, very important factor into how this round plays out, but Paper X kind of gambled incorrectly here. This is gonna take some time, and now they realize, uh-oh.
Wow. Okay. So if you were in Rossi's shoes in this very situation, you can sense the timing of which PaperX might take to rotate over back onto C. He's going to make use of this. There are some pings across the map.
He's going to hear the footsteps, so... Less
what? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Something with the swing, just the widest peak. Strafes all the way over to the right. Let's Divide end it.
Here's that after image again. Trying to keep up with that. That's hard, man. I mean, you expect him to stop, right, at some point?
Yeah.
But he just keeps going. You expect him to try to shoot back. You know, you got to stop to get the aim steady to this game. Divide is just waiting. He knows it.
We're having fun.
That's all according to plan there. He's like, I'm just going to keep going, Divide. You swing on the back of it if there's contact and get the kill.
It's a good shot. A bit of a tech pause again as the players trying to correct their equipment or audio issues. But for now, PaperX coming back in with this pistol. They are now 8-5, able to buy back up on the next. That's right, on the defending side, I think it's that Pacific thing. We're doing Pacific things of pushing out defense. T1 just not quite. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. These are only things that happen in Pacific, it feels like sometimes. I mean, this is what makes Pacific so fun, is we're a little off the rails. And that's a good thing. I mean, come on. Two out of the top 3 teams in Madrid were Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, it works for us, all right?
Still waiting for the one team to, possibly Shanghai or Champions Korea, maybe.
It's happening this year.
It has to.
Look, this is all right. I'm just coming out there, going with the big prediction. Either Shanghai or in Seoul, there will be a Pacific team that lifts a trophy this year.
Has to be.
Just saying. That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah. That won't come back to bite me at all.
Well, I guess we'll find out. But
nothing could go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that, I think it's also just really lovely to see how, PaperX, although it's taken a bit of time and they haven't had that much time to adjust, they're still able to just plug and play, go into the game, and you have some of these ideas where Forsaken peeks out of pillars, Mindfreak tucks and hides underneath that box where he actually is able to peek out and collect on a few more kills.
Yeah, there's these extra layers to what PaperX does that makes them so tricky, right? Because it feels like they're kind of just W keying at you. Like, obviously that's their motto, but they actually kind of don't at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Like somebody's going to W key at you, but there's plans behind it. Like you can see in that pistol round, right? Something's pushing way out there, but he's quick to react to be like, oops, I overdid it. And he still has the dash, so he can peace out. But then there's the other side of it coming, and then there's another layer to it. Because like you said, there's the Forsaken there and then Mindfreak as well, and they hide it. So there's actually a lot of strategy that goes into what PaperX does. People kind of meme on this team, and it kind of makes me a little bit upset in a way, because there's actually quite a bit going on underneath the surface. They're sort of like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Maybe like, that's not good. I was going to say a duck. You know how ducks are like really smooth on top of the water? And it looks like they're just, and then underneath.
Just floating.
But underneath, it's like
they're actually paddling a lot.
Yeah, but it's not quite right. That's not good enough.
I'll take it, actually.
Right.
Or, there's that picture of the iceberg where, like, underneath.
Yes.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more.
It looks shallow, but it's actually quite deep. I think that's better. I like yours better.
No, I like the duck because ham quack.
That's fair. It didn't even occur to me until just now.
But yeah, I mean, that's exactly what PaperX has, but whether or not they can actually convert that pistol win into even more rounds, that's still something that we have yet to see, because another thing that they're always known to do is to sometimes overheat a little bit too much. T1 definitely shows that today they have a lot of these set plans. They have a lot of counter strategies and prepared against PaperX.
Yeah, and T1 is happy to brawl too. Like, if that's what it comes down to, then T1's got the players to do it. No doubt that they are just as capable mechanically. So it's just a matter of getting yourself in the right places at the right time, reading things correctly. So the first half, absolutely they had a good read on it. Absolutely, this is a map that T1 has always been favoring since this new roster was put together. You can see why. And I mean, obviously, X-Curate's a big part of it on that chamber. He has so many sightlines and options to really utilize that agent to its fullest, and I'm thinking maybe some other teams should look into it.
Yeah. I mean, you can really see how they make use of that operator a lot, Chamber especially. And, we're always talking about how we want to see more teams pick up the Chamber, maybe Ye back on it. We haven't seen it so far, but Xcurt is one of these players, alongside Laz, who have definitely shown us how to make use of this, how to use that rendezvous, the trademark, and he really puts himself in these positions where he marks a lot of these angles, and it makes it a little bit oppressing for some of the PaperX players to peek out of, unless they kind of have an idea that he's around the corner.
Yeah, but again, PaperX doesn't account for it enough, right? To be fair,
Forsaken did the one round with the
It's hard. Yeah. It's hard. Because eventually you're going to run out of utility. You know what I mean? If Xcurt is disciplined enough, there just isn't enough utility available and around to deal with him. That being said, I still felt like there were a few opportunities for PaperX to do a little bit more to try to make him uncomfortable. Whatever, that's neither here nor there, but I think a lot of teams can run Chamber on this map. I mean, obviously, yeah, Laz is the first one that comes to mind. You can still kind of do the same kind of things that T1 does. Throw the double operator, throw it over to depth. Look, I think Chamber's just fine on most maps. I think Ascent is about the only map where I'm just like, well, I think you're mostly better off playing a Killjoy no matter who you are. But, it is what it is. I'll be curious to see. I mean, Alex did hint during the desk that they do have a Chamber comp somewhere.
Who's
trying to think what map it could be Bind maybe, but
who's going to be the one playing the Chamber?
I think Forsaken.
And I kind of wish I had a Chef Toke here next to us so that I can, I'm cooking.
Well,
Forsaken Chamber versus Xcurt Chamber.
I mean, that would be that's just a dream. I mean, that's everybody in the world will lose their mind, and that's okay. That's a good thing. I mean, because then I think Something plays a lot of Gecko, so you can do that on Bind. So you can play Chamber. You can play Jing on the Rays, Something on the Gecko, Devi on the Sky, and then
Forsaken on the Chamber.
Yeah, Mind Freak. Yeah, and then Mind Freak on Brimstone or whatever you want to do. I think that could be their bind comp. I don't know.
You never quite know, but the fact that there is that possibility is always a lot of fun. And it just makes you think, how much PaperX has prepared for this, how they're gonna get Jing back into peak form for this roster to take on the whole of BieL Pacific.
And it hasn't. And I can tell that Jing is uncomfortable. Like, you can tell that Alex wasn't just messing around during during the interview.
It does take a little bit of time. I mean, I'm sure Jing is just, still reacclimating back to being in a different country, being back with the team. It's a bit of a reunion, but at the same time, there is work to be done. There's that rendezvous. What a peak.
Well, it is going to be Jing with the Outlaw here. You kind of expect the Vandal and the Outlaw to be swapped between those two players, so kind of an interesting idea coming through. T1's going to try to flood. Only one.
Just in terms of preference players and the positioning that they have, PaperX has the right setup as T1 tries to barrel through, but Devi shovels them down. It's going to be PaperX, of course, coming back in. Now Mind Freak, a little bit more money.
Is this the glass cannon? We saw this earlier not go so hot for Bleed. And yeah, Xcurt's going to stick with it, it looks like. Jing there, just a little bit off, and that second shot does kick. Outlaw can be a bit of a mule.
In we go.
So, decent weaponry available for PaperX, but this might catch him a little off guard. Oh my god, that util.
Okay.
Oh,
managed
scary.
to evade all of it. But it's still enough information to know that primary forces of PaperX are around the A site, so the go signal towards C. Forsaken has to stay tucked away. He's got some of these cages, he's got some trips, but is it going to be enough to deal with the full forces of T1? Saya with the blast pack beak, able to take him down. Oh, what? Something through the smoke! A bit of a skewer and two heads just get pierced. Now the three of them, remaining T1 players, pushing down into defender spawn. Xcurt's got the operator, able to make use of it. Trying to be vocal about what he needs. The rest of the team trying to come back into support, but Jing just with the patience to tap on the brakes a little bit. Hides out of this dark cover provided by Mind Freak and sticking the defuse all the way through. Xcurt has to peek out, but That's just the punishment that you're afforded when PaperX takes you to school. Bonus round collected.
I mean, I'm speechless sometimes. I feel after I feel like I've seen it all with PaperX. Something does this.
That was like...
Please explain. Please explain.
Nice!
It's unreal. A great post plant there from Mindfreak, holding in that smoke. And then I think when X-Curate switched back over to the op, it might have given his position away just a little bit. The barrel on that thing's so long.
Yeah.
And it does cost them going into that early op. I mean, he found a good kill, but the rest of the team not really able to just... I mean, again, it's frankly kind of unfair what something did to them in that round.
It's just a little bit of unfortunate timing for T1, you know, and just great plays from something to go around the door at the right time. But whatever it is now, Prowler being spent to just deal with the trip wires. They know that Forsaken's right around the corner. Didn't quite expect him to peek out at that time, though. Takes down Carpe. A couple more players going his way. Izu with a Sheriff able to cut down Forsaken at his knees. And now it's down to the rest of PaperX to try to recover from this initial assault.
Oh, Jing.
Oh, tries to peek out.
Great patience.
X-Curate still on the bit of that flank, able to catch on to Mindfreak. The rest of the players from PaperX still up the front. Something with the operator trying to land a shot, but X-Curate already knows where to look. Jing, feeling a bit of the pressure, tries to hop away. Has the paint shell, suspends it, but the entire site engulfed in smoke. Izu with the stinger is the one who ends his life.
Unreal. Chaos. That's the best word to describe this. Chaos. And that you wouldn't have any other way playing against PaperX.
No kidding.
I mean, Forsaken loses that battle. Again, a few timing things just go the wrong way for PaperX. And T1 is so quick to punish. X-Curate looking like his brother. Remember, his brother just running people over on the other side of the map, winning duels you don't think he's going to have any business winning. And he just does it right back to him.
For sure. I mean, he instantly knows, again, like, where to post himself up, where to mark these positions. He plays around the timing of the rotations, timing of the peaks from some of the opposing team's players. Another thing that I do want to point out is, interestingly enough, T1 has these setups on the C side where they make use of Rossi and Izu's smokes. You got that poison cloud right next to Izu's dark cover, and it just provides that much more, you know, it's a lot more oppressive for a player like Jing to have to peek into them.
No doubt. You're absolutely right. That was a really rough spot for Jing. He's trying to do what he can to use his paint shells to clear that space that you're talking about, but didn't really happen. Now you're going to have Op, Odin, Tour de Force, showstopper for Jing.
The big guns.
Devi has, okay, a Bulldog. I was like, Devi, you got to buy there, my friend. And only a Stinger.
Well, if it's any consolation prize, most of the PaperX players are 1 point away from their ultimates. Jing has his rocket. And is that enough? You know, you can't really just blind showstopper against a player like X-Curate.
Jing got tagged up a little bit by that Odin spam.
It's a bit of presence. They know that there's an Odin somewhere on the map. Something around Mound, being marked by Saya player of all things. There's that rocket. It's just trying to deter them from pushing further into the A site. Now that that rocket has been spent, the rest of PaperX are thinking, let's rotate over to defend another part of the map. It's going to be that Boombot that gives something a bit of a tell, so he's able to punish Saya player. That op is now dropped.
Jing actually caught Carpe for quite a bit of damage on that showstopper. Only 25 HP left. No way to heal that up. Gonna have to try to bully your way through. X-Curate.
Stairs, though.
Yeah, Devi's got to be so careful.
Izu's they're trying not to tell PaperX what they're doing. Now that the dark cover comes up, though, PaperX definitely aware. The jump peek. Can't do that too often now, but Devi peeks out at the right time. Slays 2, looks for the third. 1, 2, and 3. The fourth for Jing. PaperX 9-8.
Uncle Devi getting it done there. Great timing. Look, he calls himself Uncle, so yeah. I'm allowed to as well. That's my logic there. I mean, this is just great timing from him to find this. You know, that's first of all a great shot from X-Curate, hitting the jiggle peeking something, and then the timing here to get to flashes immediately.
Jumps out.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant individual play from Divide that wins that round. That's, you know, he's been so good on Sky for so long. I love to watch him play it.
Kind of looks like Alex almost lost his
No
mind.
way!
Wow. At least Mindfreak managed to take him out midair, but great opening from side player with the Rockets. Forsaken now peeks out off of it. Paper-X presses the go signal along with the Seekers. Forsaken, 2 kills from that Phantom. Xcurate, the only one left, comes back in to try to retrieve the spike, but he's got so many targets. There is that Jing movement. What a return.
Love it. It's just like coming back home to mom's cooking, man. You know, like
yeah.
seeing Jing use that, land on a blast pack and then hit your head on a dime. Absolutely nuts. This push out on the back of these Seekers. I mean, this is what I love about Paper-X when Devi is on the Sky, is the way they play off his utility. Saw it way earlier in this half when they pushed out from A and followed his Trailblazer. That time you saw it with Seekers. He's great at setting up his duelists with flashes, setting up himself with flashes. Just such a good Sky player is Devi.
Strong individual players all across, and yeah, everyone knows how to work off of it. This is why this team works so well. They've got the synergy, they've got the chemistry. Something still safe enough. The door swung open. Forsaken finds his own frag. Spike dropped, and it's T1, you know, not able to quite commit into this.
They're gonna have to change directions. I don't really think you want to mess with this C site, but they may think about waiting it out, seeing if they can get some rotates out of Paper-X. Paper-X, they can be a little bit antsy, but they can spread themselves a little bit thinner. They can put Jing over on B, keep Devi at A, just to keep eyes on it. But I think this is the right read here from T1 to try to go over towards A. You still have the from the shadows if things don't look great, and that's why I think part of the reason that Paper-X is spreading the map like they are, but some of that attention paid over there. Saya player, fast kill onto something.
Great punish.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, now they have to go in, but Mindfreak, he has been stepping up. He showed what he's capable of in Madrid, and now he's coming back in to collect on 3 more skulls. As T1 drops to the ground, it's 10-9 now. Paper-X have won 3 rounds in a row. The streak is starting to build.
Well, remember when I said I had the Paper-X script? They start slow, then they come back. It is the way of the Paper-X, my friend. This is
the way.
This is the way. It's just amazing. Now you got an Outlaw here, knowing that it's going to be a weaker buy with the Blade Storms as well for something. Love this little cheeky purchase.
It's all across half armor. It's just such great game sense and awareness. The toxic screen, you know, might just give them a bit of leg room, but there's that shot. Tries to updraft away, but not too bad with the Stinger. Carpe will be able to gun him down.
Face your fear!
Really?
Wow, committing into this. Side player down to 5 HP though. They have to be a little bit careful. At least the trails will alert them as to where some of these Paper-X players are positioned, but they had no idea. A couple more coming through the door. And that's gonna be T1, unfortunately not quite able to secure it. They had the Viper's Pit up and everything, and you could see the idea that they wanted to go for, but fortunately just not quite able to deal with this aggression from Paper-X.
Well, and I think that's part of what Paper-X is waiting for their timing on this retake flood. They know that they're trying to get that Viper's Pit online, so they know who's planting it, they know what the idea is, and then there's that timing after he plants it where he has to throw the Viper's Pit down. That takes a couple seconds. That's a perfect opportunity to exploit the timing there. That's just brilliant. Actually, that's really, really smart from Paper-X, guys. I mean, that's not just random. That's like, they knew what they were doing there.
We say that it's aggression, and yeah, it's definitely not random. Already so cognizant and aware of what T1 are about to do. The Nightfall, I think, was the signal. And Mindfreak was just in position, waiting to strike when the iron is hot. So T1 having to adjust now. They've lost their lead. They've had some great rounds in this first half. But on to the attack. I mean, how do you deal with it?
great question.
So far in the second half, they've only won one round, Paper Thin.
I think you got to start playing with the map a little bit. I think you got to make sure there's no early aggression, set up for some early attempted picks on any Paper X push outs, and then start working the map. You know, drift towards A, cut over through baby door towards B, drift over towards C, you know, rotate back to A, stuff like that. You keep Paper X a little bit more off balance. Don't give them the opportunities to kind of set up for you, to put you in their crosshairs, to put you in their crossfires.
Can't just go in for the big cross, the big punches.
Somebody needs to be lurking
at least,
too.
Yeah,
That's the other thing.
Defenses. I think we do have Excurate or Rossi on that job now.
This is what they need to do. This is exactly what they need to do.
Good ideas from Coach Autumn, yes. Collecting the orb. Paper X has no choice but to let them.
Grenade!
Now you put Saya player one away from a showstopper, and he's going to be left as the anchor over here to try to buy a little bit of attention. He's looking for that pick. He would love to get that, and then he can maybe showstopper in and really sell this fake.
I'm thinking about BieL. All right, Saya player.
Perfect.
Satchel's away. Paper X hears it. They're reading the movements. Mind Freak instantly goes over onto Baby Door just to check. Still a little bit worried about something with this judge. Oh, ooh, okay. Airstream's back in. Paper Thin, I am so nervous.
I can tell. It's okay.
Spike planted.
Oh no!
Now you've got a lot of cover.
No. Oh my god. So lucky that showstopper.
Great mechanics to dodge it, but he knows he has to watch out for a Saya player still. T1 building up on this. Off of Autumn's strat calling. Carpe executing it. Everyone pushing up forward now. They have the sight.
It's going to run out of time.
Slow and steady default into A, and it just works out well. Something, yeah. I mean, he's got the judge anyway, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Blaze Storm already pops. Might as well try to go for some kills, but T1, great adjustments coming through.
Exactly what I wanted to see. It worked great. I love it. Coach Autumn, I really highly rate him in the way that he works with this team, the way he gets them into the right places. Sometimes they kind of lose their heads a bit. And now he's like, wait a minute, guys. Hold on. We don't need to play into Paper X's game. We don't need to be dragged down in the mud. You know, we need to kind of rise above it all, keep our feet dry, and play a little bit more of a consistent game. It works that time. Now, what's going to be the adjustment for Paper X? Well, take a little bit of a space here. This isn't super unusual, obviously. Now, something with an operator getting this deep, be a little tough. It's being accounted for in some respects by T1. You can see a few of their players in spawn sort of waiting this out. But how much further is something willing to go? Oh, he got Rossi.
Just as the smoke drops too. Perfectly timed. And now you've got all of these trap setups all up around C. Saya player just trying to do the same thing that he did before in case Paper X pushes out. But nobody's found. Forsaken goes for a bit of stray. Tracer rounds spotted. And Paper X knows. Good positioning so far from Paper X.
He was half a second away from getting that kill, was Forsaken. If he had pulled that trigger just a little bit sooner, he might have found one. Already seen a couple through the smokes.
Right.
They got to work the map, but now Paper X has planted their feet. They're not really biting on much. Devi gonna get this kill. Yep.
I mean, he's trying to work the map, but Carpe is just exploring it on his own. They know that they are running out of options. Don't want to go to A because the operator's there. B has been blocked off. No choice but to barrel through into C, but that's where Forsaken is. Extra, good shots. But when it comes down to it, running out of space, running out of time, Izu tries to thread the needle, but Jing catches him instead. It's 12-10 now.
Yeah, and it's great counter moves here from Paper X where they're just like, wait. Let's play a little bit more patient. Let's keep our information game in check. Let's make sure we have all of our bases covered. Don't give them the ability to over-rotate. That's part of why they push A early there. So they have that information. So they know that they don't have to commit. to anything else, and they can hang on. And you get that pick onto Rossi, you know he's probably going to be on the edge, so you know you can stay at C. The change up in the tripwires there for Forsaken also very good because it caught the landing zone of Saya, gave him a free kill.
Okay.
It's a lot of those little things.
It's precisely like you said, but right now T1 going back to those lurks that we wanted to see from Xcurt before. Operator versus operator. Well, not an operator this time. But nonetheless, a bit of a lurk. T1 trying to work the map.
They've done a good job of keeping something off balance with that operator for the most part, other than that previous round. Able to clear the chamber utility. Something. Now he's just going to hold the angle. And so you know it's not Beast. You can kind of put 2-2, right? You know it's not going to be coming Beast. You can hold 2A, 2C, or wherever you feel like they're going to go. In fact, they're making a great read here. Jing already making his way over to A.
Yeah. HyperX just really controlling the map. But how can T1 really work their way around this? They don't want to explore BieL too much. Now kind of planted their feet firmly in the sand for A site. You need those protocols to carefully clear and check every single one of these bounds. First of all, Tree going through. Paranoid's been sent out. Trade's coming in, but look at the number of reinforcements that PaperX has. Defy and Jing back in action. PaperX ends out the first map. This was T1's map pick, but PaperX just shows exactly how strong they are.
What do you do against this team, man? Well, they're so challenging to play against. Even when you feel like you've got them on the ropes, that you've got the read on them, they just can flip a switch, and they are a different team in a heartbeat. You see it time and time again. Go back and look at a bunch of PaperX games and look at their first maps, and look at how they start. So many times they're down pretty heavily early, and then just something, not the player, but the ideas in their head change, and they just turn it on.
You know, it comes from Coach Alex after round 17 in his timeout. So our desk will break down all of that. What exactly happened? How did Alex write everything, and how did PaperX come back?
PaperX once again remains unshaken as one of the dominant teams here, and continuing on Lotus. I know T1 has been working on Lotus so long against PaperX, and they came closer this time, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, but this is a loss now on Lotus for the side of T1. I think that takes them to 66% winner. This is the third time they played it. Anyway, I'm not going to try to do maths. This was a good map here between both of these teams. Honestly, a bit of a refresher after a fairly rough opening series. This was very much back and forth. Great star-studded plays, some fantastic clutches from both squads coming through there. Can we just go to blind now? I want to keep watching the game.
Feels like Jing never left, right? It feels like again, there was that point where we're talking about how he's going to reintegrate with the team, but he's just doing his own thing, and the timing's still there here for PaperX. So it's working so well for them. That being said as well, Forsaken, talking about how under the weather he is, he's not. He's getting 3K every single round.
Man dropped an ace. He gave us our second ace of the day.
He dropped an ace. I think it's worth noting, you know, every time we looked at his cam, he looked not as, energetic as we normally see him, but it's almost like him being sick. He's
made
just
him sharper.
Highly focused on just clicking heads. And that's exactly what he did, especially as the Sentinel MVP here. Again, not entirely surprising. It is Forsaken, after all. The tempo that we know and love about PaperX definitely came into full play here. We did see them play in Madrid, but when you insert Jing here, it seems that the chemistry was just a lot more natural.
Yeah,
understandably.
This is kind of what I thought was going to happen, was just, Jing's going to come back in. There's been these questions of, okay, it's been several months since he's played. He hasn't been scrimming with the team. How's it going to look? And I just felt like he's going to come back in, and he's just going to look like Jing. Like, I just feel like he's going to come in. He's going to have a fantastic first day, maybe stumble a little bit in the future, but I think that just he's got the motivation. He's got the excitement behind him. He's right back on stage in a very comfortable position, and that very much shined through here. As we'll take a look back at, Forsaken getting that ace, just absolutely incredible from him. Yeah. But yeah, Jing just looking right at home. Something as well, heating up way faster in this set. A little bit of a slower beginning for him, but then just started really taking over as well.
Yeah, Mindfreak also just kind of I think, bringing that energy that we saw from him in Madrid, and it's still kind of here. Still getting a couple of those multi-kills, great assistance on utility. When Paper Rex go for these super aggressive pushes onto Mount, as you can see there. So that kind of thing just kind of evens out what we saw here, that Paper X definitely needed to, well, secure this first game.
We do have to talk about Xcura too. He was incredible on this map as Chamber.
No, he really was. I mean, you can see that, you know, there's that one time playing on that B side. He kind of overthinks what angle he needs to be holding with that operator. Forsaken's able to take it out of his hands, etc. But for the most part, I mean, he was just looking damn clean with it. I mean, headhunter shots, op, doesn't really matter. Xcura continues to deliver when it comes down to that chamber play. This was really, really good. I think for the side of T1, though, I mean, another shout out has to go over to Saya player, who is putting up some pretty damn incredible figures in his own right. But one of the things that was very much lacking initially for T1 was impact from Izu, somebody that we've really come to rely on for T1. Wasn't finding too much success there for the longest. I think he went like 0-6-1 at one point before he was able to finally get a kill on the board. If Izu is firing like we normally see him, this very well is very likely a different result. It's probably T1 being able to take that map. So I think that now you have that bit of a warm-up out of the way, shake off the loss, get focused up as you get ready to go into bind.
Yes, completely agree with you on Izu there. Now, bind, even if Paper X has only shown it once during kickoff, we've seen the Jing bind so many times. And the last time we saw it, I think it might have been Champions. We're excluding AVL here. Champions last year, where they did a last-minute composition change. So I wonder now what kind of bind we're going to see them. T1, on the other hand, Coach Autumn did an interview with the Korean desk, and you know, he mentioned that he felt that he was happy to see Gen G make it to the top 3, but they also feel they're a stronger team than Gen G. And well, we kind of know what happened between Gen G and Paper X both times.
Yeah.
A bold statement there.
I mean, it certainly is, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think you'd much rather see a team have confidence in themselves than to not. So I'd say more props to them, and obviously we'll eventually have the opportunity to prove that exact thing and see whether or not T1 can take down Gen G. But yeah, maybe feeling like, you know, they would have been able to finish off that grand finals had they been able to qualify. But for now, this is going to be their first hurdle. You know, the first thing that's blocking them from getting those championship points that have eluded them so far.
I think right now the main advantage that T1 might have over Paper Rex on bind is that they're blind on their bind, on T1's bind.
Yep.
So, yeah. All right, it's game time. It's our game time.
Oh.
I'm less enthusiastic about this game because we keep de-ranking Achilles. It's a guessing game, and you guys can play at home. Keep score at home.
It's another 50-50. Like, this is just a random, like, we don't know. This is so hard to predict.
My prediction here is, you know, Paper X, they kind of go on a slow start, so I feel like Alex is the one's gonna chill, guys, time out, then they're gonna start bringing in the rounds. That's kind of my thought process on this.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do it. Let's figure it out. So I think I'm in agreement. So then we can just show it.
All right, let's show it.
Okay, we're all saying it's going to be Paper X on the timeout first.
I feel like because we saw a lot of it happening during kickoff, and Madrid, I know, you know, Jing is back now, but Jing has definitely not ever stopped Alex from doing timeouts. In fact, it's usually Jing causing the timeout. So, yeah, this is our vote. I don't know how you guys feel at home.
I think this surely has to go one of two ways. It's either it's T1 calling it because Paper X come out swinging, they look like gods on bind, and T1 really needs to pump the brakes and try to stop things. I think we actually saw Autumn maybe time out first there on Lotus, and it was you know, after that round win, I think, to tie things at 3-3, but things were just a little bit too shaky. And so it's either that or it's T1 have a really good approach on bind, which historically they have. I'm expecting to see Carpe back over onto the Gecko, and Paper X are not sticking to their game plan, and Alex immediately is trying to intervene and tell them to turn their brains off again.
Yeah.
So
I can imagine an overheating situation.
Looks like most people agree with us.
Oh,
yeah.
69% of people agree with us. Cool.
Well,
nice.
We'll see.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, what kind of agent picks? We've seen various iterations. We saw the kickoff composition. We saw Euro there, but you know, we've seen various forms of double duelists coming from Paper X. And T1, are we also going to see a double duelist from them? How are you guys feeling about this? I know this is as unpredictable as the question we just got, but
I mean, T1 could go with the double duelist. They could play the Yoru. I mean, we've seen that from them on Breeze. Isu does play Yoru. I think that they're probably the most likely team to actually play it, surprisingly, because I think that if you're going to just come back into this, with Jing not having played for a while, I think trying to run the Yoru Raze composition right off the bat, I think that that's a bridge too far. I think you need to just keep him at maximum comfort. If anything else, I think it would probably be maybe even something going for the Reyna comp again alongside the Raze. I think that would make much more sense compared to trying the Yoru again.
Yeah. And I mean, the Lear support for Jing just allows him to do, those aggressive double satchels again. So anything that kind of supports the homecoming of Jing, probably definitely going to be something to watch out for there. Izu, my thoughts on him, he's just super comfortable on the Yoru, so might as well just bring it out if they want to do so. It's pretty strong, but not going to happen this time.
There it is. Okay. Nailed it.
All right. Okay, we've seen this before. We've seen floating coves from Forsaken as a harbor. And Reyna is back with something.
But now there's another harbor in the mix. This map, it was already chaotic before when you had the sky smokes thrown down because you're typically going to be anticipating that there's going to be a brim on the other side. But now we have another harbor, so this map is going to be getting carved to pieces by all these smokes.
The Harbor Brothers are on bind. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Paper Thin, who are definitely going to have a lot of fun with this.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Achilles, and Asteroid. And Achilles just predicts the agent composition, the agent picks to perfection. I mean, this is exactly what we have. And Victoria's right, too. The battle of the brothers on the harbor.
Yeah, that's actually really exciting. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Forsaken on the harbor. I love the way he plays it. He's very creative with the way he uses his cascades and high tides in particular. We'll just give him a pass on some of those coves, but overall, I think he's really tricky to deal with because he almost plays it more like a duelist. Sometimes he can use those cascades to set himself up to kind of cut apart one player from the rest of his team and get a kill and then back out. See if he's going to do that off this contact, but the early mosh, it's just a touch of damage. He's going to have to run, head for the hills, my friend.
Oh, he can't really make his way.
What?
What? He flicked upwards, got a headshot on the Saya player? Wow. Whatever it is,
Spike planted.
Not quite able to put out any high tides, so it's just a full-on retake for Paper X now. They've got some of these pistols, they've got some of these flashes, and that's a great initiating utility to make their way onto site. Gonna be blocked off by the early cascade, though. Xskirt having a different playstyle from his brother Forsaken, but how is that playstyle going to work out against a player just as aggressive? The entire team, Something, Jing, everyone's flooding in through the floodgates.
Oh, that was so close, dude. That was so close. Thought for a second there Izu might be able to buy enough time to get that round over. But I like the way Paper X plays this because Forsaken does a great job here buying at least what time he can. I mean, this shot on the Saya is just as the Dizzy was wearing off. Still nasty, that flick. But the way that they flood back through short, through market, and then they just come on through, the paint shells connect for Jing, the Lear there to gain entry through the cascade. And that makes it so tough when you're coming from that angle because, you're expecting your opponents to usually come through alley on that. And they were so fast to rotate with Paper X.
Just no time to breathe for T1. I mean, full confidence from Paper X, and they just keep going for it. And right now, Jing back in with that Outlaw. There's a bit of a pause on the timer, so maybe some issues that need to be solved. But nonetheless, I mean, just a bit of foresight into what could happen in the next round. Once again, you always need to watch out for the Outlaw. Jing's already marking A short.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a bit of a Showers play with that judge for the Reyna potentially. Kind of doing up with Mayan Freak actually. Try to control that space. Curious to see how that util is going to stack up if that's what they go for during our classic short goodbyes this time. Very short. Everybody very happy.
Awesome. Good job, Paper Thin. You pressed the right button.
I did. We're no longer Pacific.
All right, a bit of a sky smoke, but it's that toxic screen that allows them to walk straight through lamps, along with Poison Cloud. A bit of a hop over, but Jing has the right positions to play along with paint shells and the Outlaw. Swaps over the classic. collects onto the triple kill. A bit of a rampage and a tear for Paper Rex. Making it clean, sustaining minimal damage. Only Mind Freak dropped as they head over into the third round.
I mean, the pace at which Jing can play the game is outrageous. The way he handles that tough situation is truly impressive. And with an Outlaw as a raise, you know, he's so fast to react here. Knows there's another one coming, so he holds the angle, expecting this flood. It's all classics usually, you know, that you're going up against. So he has the wherewithal to realize that.
Doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, no, he doesn't need to.
An escape route that he's already planned.
He's light years ahead of you.
Still just that Raze player, precisely.
Right there.
So as we head on over into the next round now, we've got the full buy coming through. A good little bit of Harbor utility. Trying to peek out alongside the Flash, trying to play along with the timing of it, but T1 a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, I like the way they try that, using that cove to cut off that far left-hand angle from their perspective to try to isolate a player. It almost works for Devi. You know, trying to use, you know, they got weaker guns, trying to see if they can at least get even trades out of it. But yeah, T1 not fooled.
And because they have the numbers, they can afford to leave Rossi on a bit of a lurk around Fountain. Got something right up around Hookah. It's a bit more of a save round for Paper Rex right now, but clean shot nonetheless, and they might be able to rob some guns away from T1. Since it is the third, why not? You might as well go in for it. Just trying to be a little bit careful, a little bit safer.
Let's punish them.
Yeah, try to keep them punished, try to keep them around the spike. Hopped on over, took down Carpe. Make it expensive for T1 as they head on over into round number 4. Mind Freak even with a Sheriff. Only Rossi survives. Dude, they're gonna have to buy like Spectres and Bulldogs in the next round. No, they can half armor it.
Yeah. And it's gonna be the op for something now in the arena, but great reaction from Saya and Carpe. Still a great round here. You know, once something gets up into Hookah, not only does he get a kill, but then he knows he's got him stuck in tube, so he can play time. He knows that he can do a lot of damage there, and maybe even get him stuck on the spike explosion. Really smart stuff from him. And it's just Paper Rex, so even on the rounds you win, it doesn't feel great.
Trying to go in for a hitter against that Poison Cloud. What? Forsaken with the timing on it. Oh my goodness! Off of the Sky Smoke. He just goes in for the hat trick again and again. How many multi-kills have we seen today from him?
A lot.
Launching smoke.
A lot. And he's so confident in it. Once he gets one, it feels like he's guaranteed to get at least one more, if not two or more. We've seen it so many times already today. He's so crisp with that Vandal.
Daylight robbery. T1 had a game plan. Now they can no longer execute it.
It's going to be not a lot of fun.
I mean, I was just thinking, like, Carpe had his Thrash. He might do something with it. Oh, he's gone.
The best laid plans often don't come to fruition. And now you've got the Operator in elbow. You've got Devi. He's going to get the info. So they know at least one of the remaining two is here, and they can just kind of wait this out a little bit. Going to try to use the High Tide to cut the site in half, but little do they know. Little do they know that there's a player. Going to get the orb, for sure. Not enough time to do anything else. I guess you could TP, but I don't think you can get the plant down at this point. I think they're just saving.
10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense with the economy.
Trying to play it safe, trying to stay hidden. But, I mean, what is there to break down in this round? It's just Forsaken peeking out A short 3 times, 3 kills. T1's plans completely foiled.
Well, one of those was through smokes.
Yeah.
The first one was just him anticipating that somebody was holding that angle. Oh my god. Oh my. And he saw the player with the head peeking out of the box. The smoke comes down and he still knows exactly where to place his crosshair. That's what we can talk about. How insane his crosshair placement is. Ridiculous.
Truly one of the best players that we have in the entire game, entire community.
100%.
So with the ultimates available now, something just goes back into Rob even more away from T1. Pretty soon T1's gonna have to call in a timeout or something. They're losing confidence and not quite able to execute their plans any longer. Rossi might have the toxic screen up. They might be able to send out a bit of a trailblazer, but how do you collect on that space? Well, the answer is going to be Saya player with the blast backs through. A bit of a frenzy. Needs to pick up a weapon.
Look at the anti-flash.
But yeah, Mindfreak just turns away. Counter flash coming in now from Divine. It's just the execution from Jing and Forsaken. The bromance is back.
And a lot of this is off the back of Paper Rex showing you different looks every round. It's somebody different pushing from a different angle. This time it's something takes the quick peek out of Hookah to find the early pick. He hasn't done that yet. And they're going to show you so many different varieties.
Short, Hookah, he might even go down B long in the next round. And that's all he needs, just that little second. I also love that you got this Cove and then the guiding light from Devi right afterwards. It's just so clean, so perfect. How do you dodge a flash like that?
Yeah, it's a little new wrinkle in the Paper Rex playbook. Using these combos. Oh, setting up for Jing. Trying to catch him. Trying to see.
That's a good old jingle.
Yeah, well, you know, they're trying to catch him pushing off the back of that Sky util. But Izu, patient, gonna take Jing down.
T1 needing to exercise that patience. Going after it. Oh, good little bit of movement. Divine deals with it so quickly. Accurate. Although he gets the trade, it's a lot of punish. 5 HP left. Numbers not exactly favoring T1, although it is a full 3-on-3. Apart from that, though, Mindfreak.
Look, they're in their heads. This Reckoning is not connecting on anybody. They can just wait this out. Something.
He's got the Empress as well.
Looking for the opportunity.
With an op too, I mean, this is just great. If he lands the shot, actually whips though. Carpe now capturing onto Forsaken. Perfect stuff. We've got the Viper's Pit up and T1 looking to secure the entire site. Great times Dizzy by Carpe, tossed right up in the Ethiopian air. And it's going to be Mindfreak who gets spotted out. He knows he can't quite walk out of Garden for free.
Just looking to do what damage he can. He's going to use the TP for the safety.
He's got enough to buy up for a teammate in the next round.
Yes. I thought maybe he might just go for it to get the ult, but probably the better play here.
Well, that's it. Like, great round from T1.
Yeah, no. This is a breath of fresh air for T1 and our sold-out crowd giving them a round of applause, trying to get their team back in the game. The patience there, this time anticipating the continued aggression from Paper Rex. You know, we've seen them push down a lot of different angles early in the round to try to find those picks, and this time they go for long B, and T1 finally downloads the script.
The frag onto something as well.
Yep.
Just another word in that chapter. Next round, though, T1 looking to continue on with this lead. They're still trying to be a little bit more patient, right? Not just blindly rushing the Hookah. Jing looking to peek out, though. A bit of an off timing, but off sprays, too. Excurate able to flick back around 90 degrees, takes down Jing's head. Something off of the other side with the operator still. Knows not to overpeak too much this time, but you've got that guiding light, you've got the Trailblazer. It's a little bit annoying, and he has to B-hop away.
He's pretty lucky there. As a Reyna, you don't have the escape tool unless you get the kill. And he just barely gets out. Mindfreak, how?
Jeez. Not quite sure.
Playing good right now. He's smart.
Reading the game, reading the timings of it, sense that there were players up around B, given the information from something, so he just calls for the right time to push out, and now reaggressing back into A. Paper Rex is aware of it, but the orbital strike, it's not quite connecting. T1 manages to stick the spike plant, and now Saya player marking all of these corners. T1 going in with the rockets too, just to secure the round. Something's gonna try to make something happen, to turn things back around, but it's an operator. He's gonna have to isolate the duels. He's gonna have to do it as carefully as he can. Wow. Great punch into Excurate. Goes in for the spike tap. There's no idea that Izu is right back around the corner through showers.
Smart wrap.
Turns back around now, but yeah, no time, not safe enough. Operator too valuable.
Smart wrap here by Izu. Don't want to play that longer angle. to give that operator a chance. Try to catch him a little off guard. So if he does come back and tap again, you're able to swing out quick from showers. Really smart.
It's just the rookie, and you know, that's why he's been picked up. He's got these strong fundamentals, good IQ, good ability to pull some rounds back into T1's favor. Just needs a little bit more of that, even though you don't always see like crazy impactful kills.
Yeah, but it's good cover fire there as well. Whole team really working together as a unit for T1. Saya player still with an op. Guardian going to be the cut fund for Paper Rex. So now T1 is starting to really kind of understand the aggressive nature of Paper Rex on their defender side, able to continue to weather these storms. Diligent with the utility is Izu, making sure that Hookah's clear. They're going to send a Cascade up there, make sure that it's a little bit more difficult for somebody to re-aggress into that angle. They're going to see him. Wasn't able to be cleared in time, so they know the op's here. They're immediately going to rethink this hit. They're going to have to use the high tide to cut it off if they're going to push B.
Interestingly, though, also the Trailblazer committed outside of Hookah just to check if they are, you know, looking to re-aggress outside of Hookah, or maybe try to catch them off of rotations. Regardless, it is still the call that it's very likely for T1 to push back into A. Paper X prepared for this hit now. High Tide sent over onto B just for added security. Players has been spotted, Cascade sent out. T1 looking to initiate off of some of these flashes. Paper X trying to reposition themselves back over onto triple, but unfortunately it's a little bit open. Rossi and X-Curate able to punch them down. Something swaps over onto the shorty, able to connect, hops on over, tries to spot out ahead, but not quite able to find all too much just yet. Pink shells right under his nose. Devi watching his corner. He pushes past the snake bite, trying to find a shot with his operator still. A bit of movement and accuracy, hops over onto a different weapon, but Saya player just shuts him down. Raining from above. It's all down to Devi. High Tide just blocks off way too much, and Lamps is open. X-Curate comes back in to stab him in the back of his neck. It's going to be 4-4 as T1 equalizes.
This is a pretty good read by Paper Rex in terms of them kind of being on the right side of the map, anticipating this hit.
30 seconds left.
But some of these plays just a little bit better. Something getting a little bit over-ambitious. Should have just stuck with the op, but thought about the shorty, then it felt a little bit too far for that. He saw a gun on the ground, thought he could switch to it in time. Kind of overthought that situation just a little bit. And T1 is starting to get this groove going where they can just work together, kind of run him over. A little bit of an off timing on the initial op peek down short A for something as well. Felt like if he had like stepped out like a half step sooner or later, he might have been able to find one on the entry. But then a Dizzy comes through and that backs Forsaken off. So all of a sudden, you just off a little bit of utility and some good timing, they've got a site open for themselves as T1, and they're able to take full advantage of it. Once they get to that post plant, they're pretty solid. They've been looking pretty good.
And now starting to tighten up these protocols and strategies into taking up more space as well. I mean, it's very crucial that T1 repeatedly heads up B long, forcing Paper X to spend a bit more utility just to check, or just to invest some players into holding that area. Now that they've done that for the past several rounds now, off of the timeout, it's a sudden decision to swap sides over onto A. T1 might be able to surprise Forsaken here.
Yeah, certainly this is going to look like that pistol round where Forsaken is all on his own against the full force of T1. That worked out pretty well for Paper X, though, because they're able to push really deep. No contact going to be found here by Fountain.
Okay, quick rotations.
They're going to cut through the teleporter.
They're waiting. No.
They're waiting for contact from Forsaken, and they're going to cut through the teleporter.
Okay, wait, the Trailblazer just spotted everything. All right.
They backed off. Oh, okay.
That made you and me so nervous.
Rash is ready.
If they went through that teleporter, oh my God, Paper Thin.
Well, I hope that they were going to wait until like T1 was actually on the site. Okay. Look at, they've already rotated over them.
Pro players. Got showers now. Taking down short. Devi just a blind spray, able to take down side player. No entries found. Carpe able to push up off of some utility. Hits, lines up, and he's still able to take down onto a second. Devi has to trade. Off of the, making use of the cascade, sneak down into the corner. Devi finds one more.
Something
He's gotten a triple. Something coming up from the other side.
One enemy
Spike
remaining.
slowly taken away, but
Oh
Devi
my God, Devi.
able to shut down yet another position. Here comes something. I'm like trying to be professional about it, but I hear the crowd going ace, ace, ace.
You know what was funny was I was watching Devi on the camera just to see his reaction, and he just kind of went,
What is going on?
Devi is playing really well off the utility of his teammates and the movement. Like, Jing opens up that third kill onto U-Haul.
Truthfully, cerebral play. That cascade that he made use of to sneak up behind the T1 player.
Yes, and that let Jing blast back ahead of him to open up that angle, so he was there for the trade. That's really smart stuff, using your opponent's utility against him. Nice one away from a Seekers.
A lot of them close to ultimates, even more so on the Paper X side. Now going back into investigate into this B area. We've got so many flashes being tossed out. It's a good textbook Paper X style strategy, but unfortunately the flashes do not favor them this time. They've lost out in this firefight.
The real question is, did Jing get spotted tucking into this corner?
Still trying to make use of it. Oh, a little bit nervous because of the mosh pit, but still able to recover nonetheless. Able to take down Excurate. Now, Paper X having recovered, Carpe down at 5 HP. It's going to be Saya player with the op that brings them back into the equation.
Yeah, he had a great little round there. Holding things nicely. Can Forsaken do anything about this?
Swings out wide in the open.
Spike down.
Rossi was meant to cover, but unfortunately sidestepped at the wrong time. He was trying to peek for info. So now using the Cove just to mark that spike. High tide to block off even more space.
Oh, but Saya knows. He's anticipating this wrap.
Gotta watch out for that op. Forsaken should know. Trigger discipline lets him pass for 1 second. Comes back in just to isolate the duel. Reckoning being sent out. Senses that Saya player is not exactly right around the spike. But wow, picked it up at the right time. He hops on over. Saya player might just be able to make it happen. But Forsaken quicker on the draw through the teleporter, shoots him back in the head. He turned around, but wasn't quick enough. Tense moments for both sides.
It's another huge multi-kill round for Forsaken today. I mean, Devi did it previously. Wow, Devi actually getting up close and personal with T1 on that push out. What a timing there, right as that spike was. I know, he's just got this internal sense. He just knows right when he can punish you. Right as Rossi was looking away is when he swung. Just so difficult to deal with.
Is he really sick? Like what?
I don't believe it. It's all ruse.
All right. T1 now trying a different game plan just to take down Hookah. They went B long several times in the past now. There's a little bit of a switch up around to A. Hookah definitely surprising something. The op shot whiffs, trying to reposition. Goes in for the Shardy and also the dismiss. Devi here to back him up. A double spray. Carpe with a stinger just to trade. Saya player finding one of his own now too, but something has gotten away with his life. Jing now with the outlaw. It's a bit of that half-buy strat from T1, and Carpe tries his darndest to make it work. Oh my God! Around at the right time with the classic, still able to recover. Recollection. T1 in the game.
Round in the half.
Carpe, absolutely incredible play there with the stinger. And then gets the thrash to get the detain. And almost doesn't react in time to where the player actually was.
Just running through to spawn.
It's just so intense. It's so fast and furious. You know, you're just kind of...
Hop, hop, hop. No, he's not in this corner.
Oh my God.
And that was that sort of an eco round play from T1.
Yes. But it's again because something just can't quite get that opening. What the heck happened here?
A showstopper kill from Jing, a double, but T1 continues to press forward. They've managed to capitalize and trade off against 3 more players from Paper X. Down in the last round of the first half. It comes down, it falls onto Devi and Something's shoulders to save it. Paper X so far having a great lead, but T1 pushing the pressure on towards Paper X. Great angle, but wow. Awareness from Something to check. Sharper mechanics just to stop it fire accurately. He's gotten the Empress and he's going forward even further. Taps onto the spike, anticipates the Showers play. T1 not there, not near Showers to be found. Actually, it's around short, around truck, and playing together, making use of the spike's timing. Excurin and Izu equalize the score. We end the first half 6-6.
It's just the pace of play is just so insane. And I love that T1 turned it up with those stingers on to get that thrifty round win. But again, the early op miss 2 rounds ago, because we didn't get to talk about it because the next round just kicked off so quickly. That early op miss hurt so much. There are just so many targets. He just kind of second guessed where he was going to be able to aim. Maybe thought, okay, I'm going for this player. Wait, there's so many, and then that causes your brain to sort of, you know what I mean? You sort of get that mirror image stuff going on, but that hurts because then he doesn't find that opening kill, and that gives them the ability to get in there and get space so much easier. 2 rounds ago, this previous round, I don't know. Jing got 2, and then a bunch of people died on Paper X before we even saw what happened. So
got knocked in for a bit of a loop, but definitely by the Paper X bundle, then the desk will survive.
I'm not sure that's helping. They're already winning the bundle battle in Pacific.
Not saving the desk, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure the desk is receiving the benefits.
All right, 6-6. T1 now swapped over onto the defense side. We've seen these great ideas as to how they can retake space, how they can hold spikes post-plant. Paper X needing to recover. I mean, you talked about the op shots, you talked about some of the timings, and Paper X has are needing to win more pistol rounds.
Yeah, and I think in general, just it's at times a little bit off kilter still. There still isn't quite that same cohesion with Jing and some of the other players that you're used to just yet. I mean, that being said, you're still seeing some pretty good stuff. T1 is really doing their damnedest to stay in this, and I'm really impressed with the way that T1's been playing.
Look at the set plan with the high tide, covering all exits of the smoke. The wall as it falls. Curtains dropped, and now Defy able to find the first. But as soon as the rest of the T1 players continue to peek out, trying to trade, lo and behold, 3 more Paper X players are on the other side. Along with some of these frenzies, Forsaken captures the kills, and they want to press forward into the B site. They've got a full minute to work with, though, so no real need to commit to it unless they spot more. Using the boom bot now, but Saya player lands a great shot. Jing recovering off of it. Rossi trying to do what he can too, but Jing just that much sharper.
Yeah, I mean, this push out towards market for T1 almost works. That high tide to try to obscure it, but that gave Paper X enough time to set up kind of that crossfire from Fountain and from market. Finish the job. It almost worked for T1.
Last player
And Saya doing what he can, just cannot quite find the shot in time, and Jing hasn't lost his mechanics. That is one thing you know, that Jing hasn't stopped playing ranked, that's for sure.
That is where he, got picked up and joined pro play. That's it, T1 making use of the same strategy. It is pistol after all for them, and they're trying to do what they can, but Paper X completely evading it. Forsaken very aware of what they're about to pull off.
What's that high tide again? I mean,
1 second to check. Good little spray. That's the first head to fall. Paper X backs off, just coming in to reinforce. Great shot from something. Right clicks, Forsaken with the sprays. Saya player through the backside, able to find 1, but Forsaken just finding all and even more.
Jeez.
1 point away from the reckoning now, and into round 3 too.
Genuinely curious. How many multi-kill rounds Forsaken has so far?
Now please find out.
Well, I can tell you how many he had on the first map. So he had, well, it was actually not as many as you would think. It was 3. 1 2K, 1 4K in the ace on Lotus.
Pretty good number.
But he's had like 2 or 3 on this map too. Like a 3K, another 4K right there. Absolutely bonkers.
having a good day. I mean, PaperX feel filled with confidence as they peek out into a lot of these. It is up against the full buy round, and something still goes in for such a courageous peek. Unfortunately shut down by Rossi though, and T1 looking to control things a lot better this time on both extremities of the map. They've got Garden, they've got Showers. Now sensing that the hit is towards B, tucked away in the corner. Great readjustment on the crosshair for Execute. Jing though, still with a movement and a Spectre. Picks up the rifle now. Goes in for the spike plant.
Full upgrades for him and Devi. Still 2 guiding lights plus the paint shells.
T1 just taking a breather for this. Carpe has a prime position to set up a bit of a flank.
Devi, I think, pretty aware. I checked it, but the timing might just be a little funky.
Snake bite, just to check a little corner. Nothing much
One
spotted.
enemy remaining.
Guiding light spent, and that's going to be Carpe finding him from behind. Can Jing pull PaperX out of this sticky situation? Nice little side swerve movement from Saya player. Jing's not quite able to connect the shot. Saya player putting T1 back into the game after PaperX's great start in the second half.
Yeah, and this is getting Saya player really close to his showstopper. Hey, really good stuff from T1 in this round. I mean, Rossi with the opener, X-Curate, phenomenal double. What a readjust back on a Mind Freak. Carpe finds the good timing.
These guys, good retake.
Saya player.
Good fucking retake.
It was a good retake.
Sure it was. They had a great anchor as well. I think PaperX definitely going to adjust to how they might want to waterfall off of Hookah afterwards.
Yep, Jing one away from a showstopper, so let's see if the Showers play is to set him up to get the orb. Forsaken already has a Reckoning. So this is tricky for Forsaken though. Now they're pushing out, they're not using the high tide the same way they have before, so it's a different look on a push. See if Forsaken can read it. They're going to go all the way to spawn. Forsaken's in trouble.
Oh, trying to lurk. So that's what T1 does, you know, with the way that the game is shaping up. Starting things off, you've had that B outside Hookah control.
He slipped the net, I think.
Perfect. Still very much hidden inside that corner. Jing now trying to recapture in towards Showers, using the blast pack to satchel away, but Exker comes back through. PaperX needing to try to get control over a site real quick. They've got the spike. They're sending it over onto B. But T1, while pulling off the same maneuvers from the previous round. Instead of Carpe, it's going to be easier, though. I think he just spotted him.
He saw him for sure. Did they see him is the question. They didn't see him.
Right around it. I have no idea. Devi waiting for the curtain to fall.
Last player standing.
Mind Freak, unfortunately, suffering that first contact.
Now they know.
Rossi.
What a read.
Smart as ever. Devi just having to go for it regardless. And that's going to be T1 equalizing the score again. We have a game at our hands.
Absolutely. These retakes have been really, really good for T1. Able to play patiently enough. Not falling for any of the traps, any of the trickery, using a little bit of their own. Saya staying hidden long enough. And that sends things into disarray for PaperX. Mind Freak there trying to take a high angle. See if he can find one, and then Devi can play off of it, but Devi's never able to find that comfort to push through the high tide like he wanted.
Just never quite sure what's on the other side, and now T1 recovering, having the mindfulness to play around this map. PaperX wanting to deal with that B lobby push. Now just taking quick control over Hookah. You've got to check that corner. Saya player with the showstopper at the right time.
Spike down B.
Down to it. Still T1 winning out in the exchange. PaperX, the blind execute does not pay off.
Trying to take a page out of T1's book. Saw that when there was a weaker buy for T1 where they kind of exploded onto the B site. Using that Reckoning to try to clear the space, and T1 just says, nah, we're going to hold. Good luck. We got better guns. Right now, they've got better gunplay as well. What a push out. What a timing through that TP to find that showstopper.
I mean, just playing into T1's hands, because T1 has, in the past few rounds now controlled this B lobby And then knowing that Paper X now maybe on a bit of an eco, this is probably what they'll do. Side player was prepared to full send it right past that teleporter.
Absolutely. And that's so smart. And right now, T1's kind of starting to read the map really nicely, finding their own little trap plays and set plays that are coming through. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. No give up. Heartbreaking loss onto Lotus, but that hasn't stopped T1 from giving it their all here on Bind. There's no mental let go. Doing a great job keeping them in the game, or the coaches. I've really noticed Xcurate being really vocal over there. It's definitely starting to look really good for T1 on the defender side on Bind. After losing the pistol 3 in a row, close to some big ultimates, the Viper's Pit and the Thrash.
Find the weak point.
Do have Device Seekers. This might be some kind of fast hit.
Gotta be prepared for it. Don't know if the fast hit's gonna be good enough though. Nice little snakebite lineup from Rossi. Deters Paper X from further aggressing into Hookah. The rest of them have already rotated onto A in case Paper X made the transition over. Interesting little high tide from Forsaken.
Giving them the ability to take sort of the launching points to get onto the site. But nobody from T1 is going to do much, but there might be a quick TP play off of this, potentially. I'm curious. Yep, here they go.
TP, Forsaken turns back around. The Seekers went out. Jing has stayed back. So a bit of an early trade now. Forsaken might have fallen, but that's still okay. Look at how Jing's perched up on top of this box. Spikes down, thrashes through, and Jing's still pretty much okay. Even has time and space to go further in through halls. Might be able to wrap back around against Side Player and Rossi. The rest of the Paper X squad still very much alive though. Jing up around Elbow, peeks back out again, wants to take down the wingman, but oh my goodness, little homie has gotten the spike defuse.
Great awareness there from T1. It looked like maybe Paper X is going to be able to hold on, but knowing that they needed to protect the VIP there. In this case, it is the wingman who is our VIP, and they're able to get it done. Jing seeing if he can help. Forsaken doing what he could, but that flash caught him. He just held it down. Saya so good with the op right now. Rossi really on point with his reads, where people are going to be. And now it's starting to feel like maybe we're going to see a map 3.
Really does feel like it. T1 very much so in the driver's seat for this map right now, at least in the second half. The way that they're just swapping sides back and forth, making use of the teleporters in their retake process, catching Paper X on the timings of things. Against that launching pad right now, Paper X looking to take over Garden, the Empress, but everyone's been blinded by Carpe's. At the same time, Izu's guiding light as well.
Just utility for utility and 2 for 2. I thought maybe Carpe was going to knock down a few more there. He went for it.
Just Valoranted outside of V-Long. Straight into B site. Got the high tide now for a bit more cover, just to cut the side in half. Paper X setting up for a bit of quick peek.
More lurks. Look at Rossi.
A little bit afraid of Hookah, yeah, and Rossi as well. Got to deal with the site first though. Side player is still very much tucked away and hidden. Something coming back in for the trade. Side steps out. Online for the quad. Has to pick up the spike, but he has no idea that Rossi's right here. T1 breaking it past 10.
It's part of kind of what they needed to start doing on Lotus a little bit, but you're absolutely right. The teleporters are a big part of this, but these lurks, these unexpected positions that they're finding, kind of keeping Paper X at bay. You know, they can scrap with them, that's great, they'll get the even trades, but able to hide in positions like Saya player right there. Rossi's done it a bunch of times where he's kind of slipped around. Him and Saya both, frankly, have been doing a great job with it, and that's really keeping Paper X off balance, keeping them from storming away with this match.
It's one of those times where Forsaken's high tide works against him, but now just full send into the A side. Jing, classic with the judge. He goes in, nails down Execute, picks up the rifle, but Carpe answers right back in kind. Just as quick. Dizzy sent up, Trailblazer trying to find him, but not found just yet. Spike is not planted because it's not safe enough. Izu right around the corner. Device hopped off it for a second. Forsaken trying to trade right back. It's going to be Mindfreak committing the orbital strike just to give them a little bit more security. Rossi, the last one left, trying to wrap back around from Lamps. Does he know, though? Something does know. I was thinking more about Mindfreak watching the angle. Paper X keeping things competitive as we near the end of this map.
There's that explosive Jing entry that you love to see. The way he can just dive in, use that reckoning, make it a little easier to identify his target, knock it down with the judge. And then Forsaken, yeah, he doesn't get the, yeah. They're great, man. They can get their full coordination going on these executes. They're fearsome.
They can take their licks and punches. They know that, yeah, you know, T1 trying to play around these teleporters, so Paper X just comes right back in around to catch them with a quick and fast and heavy hit. T1 adjusting right back though. Now trying to play around the teleporter towards B. Looking towards Carpe as well as Execute. Saya player with the op as well.
Oh my God.
Paper X playing their own teleporter plays. And Izu, unfortunately, not quite able to land the shot. Mindfreak on a bit of a lurk for himself. Catches onto the first player. Wingman throws off his crosshair. Great plays from Carpe as he tries to even out the numbers. Spike, however, will still be planted for Paper X.
Carpe's Gecko play is so good, man. He's so confident on this agent. Even though they're going to lose this round, they're going to have to cede it over because of their economy. Need to save these guns. I mean, the way he's so tricky with his utility, his wingman's got it defused, so many impactful dizzies. A great thrash earlier. You know, they were one of the first teams. People don't remember this, but T1 was one of the first teams to start running Gecko on this map. Anywhere, really. And it was Carpe who kind of pioneered this style. It worked so well for T1. Well, Forsaken is going to drop the gun, but he's got enough money that he can go on a lookabout. Probably don't want to drop any more, though, for the side of Paper Rex. You've got, as the attacking side, you got a little bit more control of the orbs, and you're one alt orb away from two big ones, Showstopper and the Seekers.
Oh.
The timeout. This, I think...
Things are heating up.
I think this could be interesting. I mean, you're giving Alex a chance here to kind of get into his team's mind, and it's really good during these timeouts. I mean, I like what T1 is doing because it's so close, and they want to try to reassess. I'm curious what Autumn noticed. Maybe they need to kind of play a little bit further back, play like they were during that time where they ran a bunch of rounds together. Don't get too scrappy.
But rather,
unless you get them like right at the point of attack. Like, that's okay. But if they're going to arrive, let them play for some retakes.
Go off the teleporter or just...
yeah, use the teleporters. It's
go for full-on retake play. I mean, I'm thinking like they might not even work around the teleporter this round anymore. So
no.
Alex has to kind of anticipate a lot of these.
I think Alex needs to make sure that they're getting at least the Showstopper from the orbs early.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying that I think as Autumn, you have to be recognizing that situation and then also calling for the
Take a look at the ultimate economy right now, and you're absolutely right, Paper Thin, because so many of them are close to their ultimates. Execute, Silent Player as well. There's going to be a big contest for some of these spots on the map. And I'm taking a look at, you know, right outside B Long, B Garden, as well as Showers, the pings across the map. Rossi is prepared to market. Economy not the greatest for T1 though, so Paper X stands a chance at turning this on its head. There it is, Showstopper picked up.
They're getting him set up for the entry, I think.
There we go. Carpe with Thrash just to hold them as long as the timer allows.
I think he's anticipating the Showstopper there.
Right. Dives right back into himself. Divide trying to keep them at bay. High Tide as well, just for added cover. Sight cut in half now, But then there's that additional thrash. Paper X this time prepared for it. They knew that they were going to try to play around that Gecko. They knew that they were going to try to play around lamps in some of these spots on the map. Spike now planted. T1 without their limbs, without any arms and legs, gonna have to save.
And it's just that little pump of the brakes from Paper Rex. I think the anticipation there with the util starting to come out that you can use that thrash while Jing is trying to find a spot to get in with that showstopper potentially to catch him and slow that down. Or just get anybody on the entry. It doesn't really matter who it is. Now that's interesting.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Trying to find whatever you can get.
That's kind of whatever to Paper X. I mean, they don't care too much about that.
It's more for a Sion player to hold on to that off.
I mean, Izu gets, yeah, and also Izu gets a little closer to his ult. He might have it, I'm not sure. He's 2 away, okay. No, he has it, okay.
Overtime is possibly on the cards here, Paper Thin.
Well, I mean,
our first one.
Yeah, and it seems to be kind of a...
Yeah, no need to go shower. Just use my cabbage for the...
Good ideas.
But, what was I going to say? Oh, overtime. Yeah. Well, they had an overtime the last time they played. That's what I was thinking about.
That's true, on Split.
Yeah. Why not? Let's do it again.
So timeout again, both spent back-to-back. Autumn trying to call for it. Once more, like you mentioned, Paper Thin, Alex gets to discuss something. I'm not sure what more is needed, but they are definitely aware of Jing's potential to use the rockets. Xcurrent has his Reckoning available as well. Does T1 want to take the lead off of this and just kind of get ahead of everything that Paper X is about to throw at them? Or are they going to delay back, step back, let Paper X in, and then go in for more of that retake game?
Yeah, you kind of have 2 options in a way. It's exactly
I
as
feel
you
like
said.
the better call might to actually hang back. Or
hang back. I could see either. I think because it's a rifle buy, because you're able to get all of your rifles up, yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to see a hang back.
Because it's Jing's showstopper. I feel like that's the catalyst right now.
I got the spot.
Right, all it takes is Jing finding one off the back of these Seekers. Look at them, they're scattering. They are just going to the wind.
Jing going to set up for it.
But he's hanging on to it.
We've got Showers control too.
Here goes.
It connects onto Rossi. Carpe though swings out at the right time. There's a bit of a trade. Something along with the Empress too. Stays alive. Saya player still into the fray though. Along with its operator. Does not expect Forsaken from behind. There's that additional layer. Paper X dominating this exchange, this firefight. The crowd starting to chant for the team. Paper X as they approach match point. Xcurrent, he's not out yet though. I don't want to count him out. Slowly approaching out, throws to front, anticipates the angle, flicks on towards his brother. Now on towards the Reckoning. That will give him a lot of information. Spots out Divide, tosses in the Cove, creates a little bit more space for himself. Has to swing out the sides. Spots out another player, but not quite able to land the duel. He knew that his back was exposed. The nerves feeling a little bit all too much. And it allows for Paper Rex 4 rounds in a row towards match point.
I thought he might just try to save, but I guess just enough left in the economy that they can squeeze out. Gun Saya player had no idea. You're absolutely right. There's a few extra wrinkles here. And again, it's a slight pause for Paper Rex where they set up an execute and it looks like there's going to be a showstopper coming with it, but they hesitate. Jing takes his time. He gets on top of the box at short A and then goes up and over when they're just not quite ready for the timing. The Reckoning to try to clear space, but it's all a fake. Xcurrent. Oh my gosh, so close.
Now just continuing to back off. Paper X trying to stay themselves alive, but T1 want overtime so bad. They've managed to deal with the initial onslaught. Paper X hanging back.
Because Xcurrent gets out of there with his life, then he could use the high tide to keep Paper X from pressing forward onto B. They will continue to slide over in this direction, but he's moved in.
All ultimates are spent now. Side player marking Hookah. Lands the first shot. Execute with the off angle. Mindfreak in for the trade. But now, the entire T1 army, all of the archers, all of the cavalry have arrived. Can you take them down? The lone Ronin. Guiding light, he slipped past the smoke. Looks towards the first player, but Izu just a little bit sharper. Pushes us into the first overtime of VCT 2024 Pacific, Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable what Xcure gets away with. I mean, Forsaken trying to do everything he can, but again, because his brother able to slip past the initial aggression, he's able to buy enough time, use his own utility to keep Paper Rex from pushing forward. And now an oh-so important round. It was even, I think, on both halves. It was 6-6, both sides. So nobody's really got an advantage one way or another. Like getting the early, let's say, attacker side win or whatever, actually doesn't seem to make too much of a difference in this, and the fans are letting each of their favorite teams know. Oh, a little bit of a spot for Jing. Couldn't do any damage.
We're just all feasting today. T1, I mean, another impressive thing is just how well Carpe has been performing on this map. He's up by 23 kills.
He's just phenomenal so far. He's done a great job keeping T1 in this game. As that Gecko utility, so on point as well. This is dangerous.
Desperately trying to push themselves into a third map, but Mindfreak does not allow them through. Spike carrier dropped as well. I think he's definitely called it.
Yeah, and there's one of those Forsaken pushes with that cascade, but this time he has backup. You know, trying to cut off a fight, trying to isolate players.
Oh, that's so much information.
Yeah, yep, they pretty much should know. But they're kind of waiting, anticipating a grab of the spike and a rotate. They still haven't shifted anywhere else but showers. Now they're going with that cove there. Great hold from Mindfreak.
Might as well let them sweat. Sad player with a great dink though.
30 seconds left.
So comes back in. 30 seconds left. Spike still dropped out in the open. It's cold. Rossi tries to capture a little bit more space now. Trying to set up for something with his utility, but Jing catches him off the timing. Oh! Double satchel up on top of Drug. Hello! Right up over the edge.
Switching sides.
That's the most Jing thing ever. He's at 41 HP, and your opponent's like, well, there's no way he's going to push me because he's low health. He's going to wait. Nope.
I am going to push you.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And he's just unbelievable.
Hello.
So fast, too. It's nice. The quickness with which he reacts when he lands to stuff is brilliant. There's nobody that really does it as well as him. Never has been.
That's why, like, although there's that kill lead in the form of Carpe, in the disparity, Paper Rex looking fairly even. You've got Forsaken and Jing both getting so many of their kills. Now back onto the attacking side. Looking for the execute, looking for the set play and the protocols to capture spaces on towards A. Side player tries to sneak up behind them. He's infiltrated their back lines.
He's been so good at this throughout this map. Look at Mindfreak, though, checking on the lurk. They have to clear.
It's pivotal. Still staying tucked away. Execute marking him. Device starts things off as he finds and discovers Saya player. This could be it.
Poison's off.
Rossi slowly pushing up front now, but the marking, two of them all together, all at once. Paper Rex. It's another overtime, but it ends just as quick as it starts. 14-12. T1 will not be able to make it past Paper Rex today.
Looking rather good for Paper Rex. T1 still keeping pace, still showing that they can fight tooth and nail with Paper Rex, but they are still yet to take a map against them. It's close. It's been close twice so far this year. They've almost been able to get him in overtime, but yet again, Jing returns, and we're back to Paper Rex winning.
It has
unbelievable.
It has been getting closer. And we saw the greatness of Xcure, some of the great ideas, the great strategies that they pulled off. The way that they worked the map on Bind with the teleporters against Paper Rex, it brought them to overtime. Even Carpe with the Gecko But when it came down to it, Paper X, like you mentioned, the bromance of Jing, Forsaken as well.
Yeah, man. This is a scary, scary team, and the more time they get together, the more practice they get together, and I don't think it'll take long. Probably just like riding a bicycle, you know, you're right back with your old team.
I love what you say with the mom's cooking.
Yeah, man. It's mom's cooking, man. Sometimes you just want to go home and have a great meal. Go back to that comfort. Certainly this has to feel comfortable. Yeah, but, you know, again, T1 looked better than last time, so that's improvement.
Yeah. That said, though, we will toss it over to our analysts to tell us, how is Jing's return?
How is Jing's return? The crowd is going wild. This is